For the past couple of months, I've been playing through the Final Fantasy franchise for the first time. And while the NES trilogy of games were enjoyable for their part, Final Fantasy IV was the first one that truly blew me away and showed me why so many people love this franchise. Its story was a significant milestone in gaming's maturity, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that it was foundational to the way that we tell stories in games these days. I really like that game, so much that I even made a 4-hour video extolling its virtues. But one area where I wasn't thrilled about Final Fantasy IV was its gameplay. I liked when it incorporated story moments into the gameplay, such as the famous Rydia Ice Wall scene, but with the exception of those moments, the gameplay felt pretty boring and samey. Oftentimes, I just found myself spamming the attack button until I could get to the next interesting cutscene. Although, in fairness, this isn't exactly unusual for a Final Fantasy game, as while the NES trilogy had a bit more depth than FF4, they were still relatively simplistic and got boring at times. When I expressed these concerns, I was assured by my audience that Final Fantasy V was when the franchise really started experimenting from a gameplay perspective, and that things would get much better once I reached that title. And I'm happy to report that, for once, the YouTube comment section was actually correct. Final Fantasy V is a marked improvement in the gameplay of the Final Fantasy franchise. It's still not the most complex RPG out there, but it's more than enough to carry the 20-hour experience. Or in my case, the 60 hours it took to go through 3 different copies. You see, if I'm gonna make a video about Final Fantasy V, I want it to be exhaustive. And as such, I feel I need to play through the game using basically every job available. Technically, due to the way the job system works, you can accomplish this all in one playthrough, but considering how grindy FF5 is, if you want to master every job, it's gonna take a long time, and I figured it would be more fun to go through my playthroughs focusing on specific builds for my characters, rather than becoming a jack-of-all-trades, master of none. Besides, this gave me an excuse to look at 3 different versions of Final Fantasy V, as the gameplay changed a little bit with each remake and remaster. For my playthroughs, I decided to go with the original SNES version using a fan translation, the Game Boy Advance port which added 4 extra jobs, and the Pixel remaster, which is the most recent version of Final Fantasy V available. This does mean that, once again, like in the FF1 video, PlayStation gamers are getting left out in the cold, as the only major edition of FF5 I didn't do a playthrough of was the PS1 port, but from what I understand, the translation on that port is pretty terrible, and it didn't add any substantial new content, so I'm fine skipping it. As for the structure of this video, I think I'm going to follow the same format I did with Final Fantasy IV. I'll go through the game's narrative in the order that a player would experience it, and as they come up, I will discuss the gameplay elements. Although the gameplay elements will be much more of a focus in this one, since FF5's story is... it's fine, but it's definitely no masterpiece. What we're here for is definitely the gameplay. And speaking of which, before we get started, I do want to give a refresher on the ATB system, since this is the primary form of gameplay Final Fantasy has. The ATB system, or Active Time Battle System, is a type of combat wherein the participants' turns are determined in real time. Each ally and enemy has an ATB meter that slowly fills up, and they can take an action when it's full. However, the active in ATB isn't just for show. Just because it's one of the player character's turns doesn't mean the clock stops ticking. So you need to menu in real time in order to prevent your enemies from getting extra actions while you fiddle about deciding your tactics. There is the option to turn on wait mode, which means whenever you are in an item or spell menu, real-time will pause, allowing you extra time to scroll through and find your Phoenix Downs or the Curaja spell. But even in wait mode, you need to menu relatively fast, as when you are outside of specifically the item and spell submenus, time will continue to tick on. So when selecting your target or even just choosing what action you want to take, you're going to have quick fingers. I said it in my previous video and I'll reiterate it here. I'm really not a fan of how wait mode was implemented, as it feels like a half measure that doesn't fully remove the time pressure. And I'll be honest, time pressure in menus isn't exactly something I'm fond of in RPGs. That being said, the ATB system is better utilized in Final Fantasy V than it was in FF4. As in FF4, I hardly noticed the different characters' speed stats, and most people just got the same number of actions. In contrast, in Final Fantasy V, it's easy to tell which jobs have extra agility and when you're under the effects of things like haste and slow. They feel like they have a huge impact on the battle, and speed becomes a very important stat, since it allows you to take extra actions and potentially kill the enemy before they have the chance to respond to you. This helps to make what would otherwise be underwhelming support jobs like Thief and Time Mage into very valuable assets on your team. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, so let's rewind and go over the introduction to Final Fantasy V. Also, just like with the Final Fantasy IV video, this will contain spoilers not only for FF5, but for a lot of other pieces of media as well. So see the description if you're worried about potential spoilers. Otherwise, let's dive in. The story kicks off by showing us the four main characters who will be our heroes for the adventure to come. We start with Princess Lena of Tycoon. She and her father, the King of Tycoon, notice that something is wrong with the wind. So the king decides to fly on their wind drake to the wind shrine to check on the wind crystal. That's a lot of wind. The king forbids Lena from following, as he needs her to look after the castle while he's gone. And then, despite his daughter's protests, the king flies off to the wind shrine. We then cut to a pirate ship, where the captain, Farris, notices the wind completely die down, seemingly stranding his ship adrift in open waters. The next scene is of a cave where there appears to be some sort of earthquake going off. An old man stands alone in front of a portal of some kind and says that he needs to hurry. Back at Tycoon Castle, Lena also notices the wind has died and begins to panic about her father. She therefore disregards his orders to stay put and decides to storm off after him. And judging by the next scene, this was probably a good idea, as King Tycoon shows up in the wind crystal chamber just in time to watch the crystal explode. But believe it or not, the crystal exploding isn't even the only disaster in FF5's opening cinematic, because we now cut to our fourth and final hero, Bartz, who is hanging out in the forest with his pet chocobo, Boko. The two of them witness a meteor crashing down in the countryside. And in light of this disaster, Bartz heads off to search for anyone who might need aid. With that, the cutscene is over and the player gains direct control of Bartz. Or at least direct control of the adventurer riding a chocobo. You see, I've been referring to him as Bartz, and that is his canonical name, but this character also serves as somewhat of a self-insert. And as such, he hasn't actually been named yet. And when prompted in the next scene, the player can actually name Bartz whatever they want. For our purposes, I will continue to refer to him as Bartz, but I thought it was interesting considering how Final Fantasy has handled the naming of its playable characters in the entries before this one. In all three of the NES Final Fantasies, you'd name your party members at the start of the game, before even entering into the world map. And in Final Fantasies 1 and 3, your characters don't even really feel like they belong to the world. They're kind of just self-insert avatars meant to restore order. Final Fantasy II has your party members feel like they belong in the world, but they're not really elaborated on as characters, with the exception of Leon becoming the Dark Lord and Guy learning to speak Beaver. I assume this tiny bit of characterization is why the Pixel Remaster of 2 gave the party member their canon names, whereas the Pixel Remasters of 1 and 3 did not. Final Fantasy IV, on the other hand, was the first time that the series tried its hand at a large-scale, in-depth story, and as such, the various party members all had their canon names from the get-go. But it seems that Squaresoft wasn't willing to take away player agency in giving funny names to their party, so almost every town in FF4 features the Moon Rabbit naming way who can help Cecil and co go through the legal hurdles of changing their names. And I suspect this same attitude is why Bartz does not have a fixed name in Final Fantasy V. His personality is also basically just an adventurer who likes to help people and is a good person, so yeah, he's functionally the self-insert avatar. As the avatar, Bartz immediately gets an opportunity to demonstrate his character traits of being a kind, helpful adventurer because Princess Lena has been attacked by goblins. So Bartz fights them off in what is functionally a tutorial battle, and then introduces himself to her, which is the opportunity to name him. After Bartz introduces himself, he explains that he's a wandering adventurer, and he and his chocobo just go wherever the road takes them. For her part, Lena says that she was knocked out by the meteor's impact, and that's how the goblins were able to ambush her. But now that the danger is past, she needs to rush off to the Wind Shrine and check on her father. Although, as Lena is leaving, Bartz hears someone crying for help. As it turns out, the old man from the intro was also knocked out by the meteor's impact. And he's lost all of his memory. Or rather, almost all of his memory. Because he does remember his name, Galuf. But he can't remember any other details about his past or present. At least, he can't remember any details until Lena mentions that she needs to go to the Wind Shrine. And Galuf suddenly realizes that's where he was headed as well. So, despite her protests, he invites himself to tag along with Lena. And I want to pause the recap here to say that Galuf's introduction is really uncomfortable and unfortunately also indicative on the way that Final Fantasy V will treat women for the majority of its runtime. Early Square games weren't exactly great at female representation, and I had a lot of criticism for the way that women were portrayed in FF4, but FF5 seems to take it to a whole other level. There's a lot of comedy scenes where the humor is basically men making women uncomfortable, either by being horny, creepy, or both. And Galuf inviting himself to go on a journey with a woman young enough to be his granddaughter is already kind of uncomfortable, but it's made even worse by the language he uses. He calls her a sweet girl and says he won't let her go all by her lonesome. It just makes me think of old pervs hitting on young women at bars. And throughout our adventure to come, Galuf will lend more and more credence to the old perv theory. He does also get major plot relevance beyond just being a party member, so at the very least he's not a one-note sexist, but it's always uncomfortable when his proclivity for young ladies comes up. Before the duo leave, Lena asks if Bart wishes to accompany them, but he says he doesn't want to be tied down. He's a free spirit wandering around, and while he was willing to save her from the goblin attack, he doesn't really want to commit to a long journey. So they head for the Wind Temple and he heads back to Boko. But Boko can sense that Bartz is conflicted. He's worried about a young woman and an old man traveling on their own. And as it turns out, he had reason to be worried, as there is very quickly an earthquake, seemingly the result of aftershocks from the meteor's impact. With the very ground collapsing around them, Lena and Galuf are once again attacked by goblins, so Bartz has to swoop in and save the day for a second time. He then throws Lena and Galuf's unconscious bodies onto Boko, and they book it. Thankfully, the Chocobo is fast enough to outrun the earthquake, but the group's problems are only just beginning, because the earthquake caused a landslide and blocked the paths to the Wind Shrine. As such, Lena and Galuf are going to have to find some alternate path. And given the dangers they've already run into, Bartz decides he might as well go with them in order to ensure their safety for the journey. He says it was his dad's dying wish that he travel around the world, and he feels like the wind is calling him, so Lena and Galuf might as well be the group that he accompanies. At this point, Galuf, who's been pretending to be unconscious, pipes up that Bartz probably has the hots for Lena. So we can add one to the Galuf being a weird pervert counter, and then the trio heads off to try and find an alternate path to the Wind Shrine. And conveniently, while the earthquake may have blocked the main road, it opened a cave up that might present the answer to the trio's problems. This is the Pirate's Hideout, which is our first proper dungeon of the game. And as we'll be doing combat against bats and crabs with all three party members, I want to take a closer look at them. As low-level freelancers, their stats aren't all that impressive, although even this early on, we can tell that each party member favors a specific stat. Bartz has the highest strength of the group, which means he will deal the most physical damage, and in contrast, Lena has the highest magic, meaning when we have access to mage jobs, she's best suited for them. Galuf, on the other hand, favors stamina, which is the bulk boosting stat. Specifically, stamina is used as part of the HP calculation formula alongside your level. Lastly, our as of yet unrecruited fourth party member favors agility, which is the stat that determines how quickly the ATB bar fills up. Agility is also supposed to impact the damage formula for a lot of weapons like bows and knives, but due to a bug known as the Final Fantasy V agility bug, it actually doesn't impact them. And as such, those weapons are actually a lot weaker than they were intended to be. Or at least that's some people's theory. Because the agility bug wasn't actually fixed in any later versions of FF5, which you would have expected to happen in the GBA, PlayStation, and Pixel remaster ports. After all, other Final Fantasy games, most notably the NES trilogy, had their various bugs fixed when they were released on other platforms. So some people theorize that the agility bug isn't a bug at all, but instead is a purposeful nerf to those weapons under the fear that they would be a bit too powerful if agility did actually factor into their damage formulas. And the logic checks out. In a game where speed is so important since it determines the number of actions you can take, a weapon that additionally scales off of speed has the potential to be quite unbalanced. But whether this was an intentional nerf or just a bug that has never been fixed is a mystery. Square has never actually commented on the agility bug. So regardless of the reason for it, that's how the stat works now in every unmodified version of the game. Anyway, I bring up the character stat specialties because while they're worth knowing if you want to min-max Final Fantasy V in order to get the most out of your party, realistically, the differences are so small that you won't notice them in standard play. Instead, I think the first thing players will notice when making their way through the Pirate Hideout is the difference in starting equipment that Bartz, Lena, and Galuf have. You see, Bartz starts out with a sword, which deals significantly more damage as compared to Lena's knife. However, Lena's knife is more accurate, although this isn't exactly reflected while looking at the weapon stats. You see, all knives have the hidden attribute that they only factor in 50% of an enemy's evasion when calculating accuracy, so they miss far less often than any other weapon type. So while Lena isn't hitting as hard as Bartz is, she is basically always hitting, which is not guaranteed for our low-level freelancers. Our third party member, Galuf, doesn't actually have any starting equipment, so instead he just punches the foes. His barehanded punches will do minimal damage, but at the very least he has the advantage of hitting twice, once with his left hand and once with the right. And while most weapons are incapable of critical hits, Fits are one of the few exceptions. They each have an 8% crit rate, so the idea is you spam a lot of low-powered attacks under the hopes that one of them will be a critical hit and deal massive damage. Despite this, I personally think you should get Galuf a weapon as soon as possible, because his average damage output will increase if he has a sword for consistent damage instead of gambling on fists. On the topic of equipment, as freelancers, our characters can use any equipment they want. However, upon switching into more specialized jobs, we'll be limited to the equipment that is specifically made for that job. So, for example, thieves know how to use knives, but they can't use swords, katanas, or axes. At least, not without some outside assistance. But I'll talk more about that when we get our first jobs. For now, as freelancers, our only real option is to click the attack button. So instead of dwelling on the gameplay, I want to take a look at the story, because there's something interesting going on in the overworld. Despite the fact there isn't any wind, the trio spots a pirate ship that is somehow able to move around and sail at will in this still wind weather. The trio figures it must have some form of propulsion that doesn't depend on the wind, and Lena suggests that they ask the pirate captain if he can ferry them to the Wind Shrine. Galuf and Bartz balk at this naivete, and Galuf suggests that instead they need to go steal the pirate ship themselves. While Bartz initially opposes this plan, he's outvoted 2-1. So in the immortal words of Nathan Ford, we're gonna steal a pirate ship. Thankfully, it's nap time. So all the pirates are honk-snooing, and we can easily tiptoe our way onto the ship. However, once we get there, none of the characters can figure out how to steer the damn thing, and so the boat's captain Farris is easily able to catch them in the act. Lena explains that she's the princess of Tycoon, and she needs to find her father at the Wind Shrine, showing off her talisman as proof of royalty. But Farris is having none of it. He says that the three of them are just dirty thieves, and he's gonna lock them up. And if Lena's a princess, well, that just makes for a better ransom, doesn't it? So, our heroes end up in the brig. Once the pirates tie up our party, we're treated to a pretty funny scene. Galuf is complaining and asking whose stupid idea it was to try and steal a pirate ship, but Bartz says, "Look in the mirror, old man." At which point, Galuf conveniently gets another bout of amnesia and forgets that he was the one who suggested they steal it. Bartz, of course, calls him out on just how convenient this new amnesia spell is, but despite their bickering, we're not any closer to actually worming our way out of this situation. Or are we? Because in the next scene, the pirate captain Farris is wondering to himself about Lena's medallion. You see, he also has the same medallion and wonders if there's some sort of connection between him and the princess. After all, supposedly that necklace was proof of royalty. Could that mean that Farris is also royalty? Lots of questions to ponder. And the only way he's going to be getting any answers is if he helps Lena reunite with the king. So, Farris takes the prisoners out of the brig and has them untied. Then he agrees to sail them to the Wind Shrine, on the condition that they'll let him come with them. And so we get access to our 4th party member, Farris. As I already mentioned, he specializes in agility, and he comes equipped with another knife. So still, it's only Galuf that's dealing with unarmed combat. At this point, you can either sail the point manually, or let the first mate take over and automatically steer a course. Either way, the Wind Shrine is the only destination worth going to, so let's check it out. But wait a minute. With the wind ceasing altogether, how is our sailboat supposed to navigate anywhere? Well, this is where Farris reveals the ace up his sleeve. He doesn't actually need to sail in order to move his boat around, because he has a water drake at his command, Sildra, and she was raised with him like a sibling. We don't really get any sort of elaboration on this, but Farris's relationship with Sildra mirrors Lenna's relationship with the Wind Drake, lending further credence to the possibility of them being secret siblings. But outside of this not-so-subtle foreshadowing, the main purpose of Sildra is to tow our boat around. So, with that out of the way, let's head for our destination. Upon our arrival, it's clear that Lenna's fears were not unfounded. The scholars are huddled in their own room, freaking out over the fact that monsters have started swarming the Wind Temple, and all of the upper floors have been lost to them. Lenna asks after King Tycoon's whereabouts, and the scholars tell her that he went to the upper floors in order to try and figure out what was going on with the Wind Crystal. However, they haven't seen him since. And it's been quite a while, so it's a little bit concerning that he's still absent. Obviously, the next course of action is for us to follow his trail, but that's easier said than done, since we'll have to fight our way through goblins, moldwind, and other beasties in order to reach the crystal chamber. Along the way, there are a few treasure chests so we can finally equip Galuf with either a sword or staff. And since this is our second dungeon as a freelancer, I feel like it's time to talk about level ups. Realistically, you might have leveled up in the Pirate's Grotto, but you're definitely going to in the Wind Shrine. And one thing you might notice is despite your level increasing, most of your stats actually do not. There are 6 core stats in Final Fantasy V. Your HP or hit points is your health, and your MP or mana points controls how many spells you can cast. And upon leveling up, these are the only 2 stats that will increase. Strength, agility, magic, and stamina do not go up no matter how many times you level up. Because of this, increasing your max level doesn't actually make a huge difference in terms of your ability to succeed or fail at overcoming challenges. Instead, if you find yourself walled by a boss, the best course of action is to try a different strategy. Don't get me wrong, there are still reasons to grind in Final Fantasy V. In fact, this might be the grindiest of the Final Fantasies I've played, in large part due to the job system and the incredibly tight economy, both requiring you to overcome dozens of foes if you want to make progress in them. But it is a refreshing change of pace that the solution to life's problems aren't simply grind until number go up. And instead, this strategy game requires that I engage in actual strategic thinking. One other thing worth noting in the Wind Shrine is this contains the game's first checkpoint. The checkpoint system originated in Final Fantasy IV, and the way it works is in dungeons, certain rooms will have mystical circles in them. In those circles, you can save your game, and you're capable of using the tent item for a full party heal. Tents can only be used in checkpoints or outside of dungeons, so the checkpoints basically serve as a way of refreshing your party before facing the dungeon boss. And as such, they usually are located only a few rooms away from the end of the dungeon. Speaking of which, it's time to fight the boss of the Wind Temple, the Wind Raptor. And this is actually a surprisingly difficult tutorial boss. It alternates between fairly powerful attacks and casting the spell Breathwing. And Breathwing is a truly evil ability, especially at this point in the story when you don't have access to a white mage, since it deals 25% of the max HP to every one of your party members. So if the raptor decides to just use Breathwing a few too many times, you can die before you even have the chance to go through your inventory of potions. It's scary stuff, and I don't really like it as a first climactic encounter, but to be honest, any boss you put here would be pretty underwhelming, since you're fighting with a party of 4 freelancers, so your tactical choices really aren't there. Of course, our group unfortunately discovers that the wind crystal has shattered. But upon entering the chamber, each of them is chosen by one of the crystals to be a hero due to the essence they have. Farris has courage, the essence of flame. Lena has devotion, the essence of water. Galuf has hope, the essence of earth. And Bartz has passion, the essence of wind. After receiving the crystal's essences, they then see a phantasmic vision of King Tycoon, who explains to them that they are the 4 warriors of light, and they are bearers of the crystal essences. He therefore instructs the heroes to protect the remaining 3 crystals, as an evil presence is awakening and it threatens to shatter them as well. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, King Tycoon vanishes. And these 6 fragments of the shattered crystals all absorb themselves into the Warriors of Light, giving us access to 6 jobs: the Knight, the Monk, the Thief, the White Mage, the Black Mage, and the Blue Mage. And with that, we finally have an excuse to talk about FF5's main selling point, the job system. If you watched my Final Fantasy III video, you'll be familiar with the basics of this system. Instead of having predefined classes, each character can switch between any number of jobs you've unlocked at any point they wish. So if you decide you want to make someone into a black mage, but change your mind halfway through a dungeon and need a healer more, you can have them reclass into white mage, no problem whatsoever. And choosing the correct job for each task is important because the majority of your stats are determined by your job. As I mentioned, strength, stamina, magic, and agility do not go up on level up. Instead, you get modifiers depending on what job you currently have equipped. I'm sure it sounds pretty simple so far, but Final Fantasy V elevates this system through the addition of ability slots. You see, at the end of battle, in addition to earning EXP and Gil, the game's currency, you also gain some number of ABP, or ability points, and these points contribute towards your job's ability to level up. Different jobs require different amount of points to level up, and at higher levels you need more ABP in a similar vein to needing more experience. However, when jobs level up, they don't actually get stronger themselves. Instead, they give the character new abilities, which can be equipped in your ability slot regardless of what job you are currently in. For example, upon reaching job level 1 as a monk, you gain access to the skill Focus, which allows you to take extra time to launch an attack at higher power. This can be equipped on your monk to give them that extra ability, but it can also be equipped to any other class. So if you want a knight who can deal more damage by focusing, then you need to get 15 ability points on monk in order to reach monk level 1, then reclass to knight and equip focus as your ability of choice. It's worth noting that in addition to stat modifiers, each job has some number of abilities inherent to them, and you don't gain any benefit from doubling up. So, since black mages already can use all 6 levels of black magic, equipping them with black magic level 2 doesn't actually gain you anything. But, in contrast, if you give a white mage black magic level 2, then they become a build-your-own red mage. And there's tons of different combinations to explore, even with just these early 6 jobs. And your creativity only expands as the campaign goes on, since you will eventually have access to 22 different jobs, including Freelancer, or 26 in the Game Boy Advance version. Although, it's worth considering that 2 of those jobs, Mime and Freelancer, work significantly differently from the other 20. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, Freelancer is essentially the absence of a job, and as such, it can use every single weapon type, but doesn't feature any stat modifiers, and as such, is generally weaker than every other specialized job. However, that statement doesn't necessarily hold true for the entirety of the game. You see, whenever you reach a job's final level, it is considered to be mastered. And when a character masters a job, they inherit its positive traits as a Freelancer. This means, depending on how much grinding you're willing to do, Freelancer has the capability of becoming the best job available, since it can theoretically combine the positive attributes of every single job. For example, if we look at the Knight job, it has a positive modifier on Strength of 23, Agility of 1, and Stamina of 20. So if you reach level 6 as a Knight, then your Freelancer will also get the modifier of Strength plus 23, Agility plus 1, and Stamina plus 20. However, it does not inherit the minus 14 magic stat, and instead keeps the Freelancer's modifier of 0. And that's because the Freelancer will default to the highest available modifier it has. So if you master both Knight and Thief, instead of taking the plus 1 modifier from Knight, Freelancer will take the plus 16 modifier from Thief. Pretty cool stuff, and as a result, Freelancer becomes a bit of a stat ball. But believe it or not, things actually get better from there, because Freelancers also inherit the passive skills of any job they mastered. So, once again looking at the Thief, in addition to gaining that 16 agility, Freelancer would have the Find Passages skill, the Sprint skill, and the Vigilance skill. However, it would not gain the ability to steal, since that is an activated command, and the Freelancer doesn't get those for free. Although, it can equip them in its ability slots, because unlike every other job in the game, the Freelancer actually has 2 ability slots. And since it's capable of getting the majority of passive skills for free, those ability slots are often best utilized equipping activated abilities, in order to give your Freelancer even more flexibility. And this is all well and good, but it's worth remembering that getting the fullest potential out of Freelancer is going to take a lot of grinding. Ability points come very slowly in this game, with most non-boss fights giving between 1 to 3. And I found that even without going for Freelancer builds, I needed to do some amount of grinding just to unlock the synergies I had in mind. Most jobs take somewhere between 500 and 700 ability points to master, and the few that take less than that, like Berserker and Bard, give much smaller benefits than these standard expensive jobs. As such, if you want to get the most out of Freelancer, you're going to have to buckle down and grind, and I know that there are some RPG fans that love a good grind, but for me, it doesn't really feel like the sort of thing I want to be doing. So instead of actively building towards an endgame Freelancer, I prefer combining the job synergies with each other, which, while technically weaker than a Freelancer build, is still potent enough to get you through FF5's main campaign. Besides, being in the non-Freelancer jobs means you get cooler outfits as opposed to the default garb of a Freelancer, so that's also a really nice benefit. It is worth noting that since Freelancer always takes the highest stat available, there are some ways you can optimize, especially if you're going for a physical Freelancer, because Monk and Thief have the highest combined strength, agility, and stamina, meaning the only stat you would disregard is magic. And since both of those are wind crystal jobs, it's entirely viable to grab them and stick in throughout the majority of the campaign in order to get Freelancer's stats online as soon as possible. So if you're dead set on a Freelancer build, that would be my personal recommendation. As for mine, we'll talk about that when we get to it, which is much later in the campaign. Just bear in mind going forward that if I mention something about the job system, there is a distinct possibility that that specific trait does not apply to Freelancer and mine. But with that disclaimer out of the way, I want to take a closer look at each of the Wind Crystal jobs. The Knight is a pretty straightforward job. It's a sword and board warrior, so it can equip all sorts of armor, whether heavy or light, as well as swords, shields, and knives. They also get access to a subclass of weapons known as Knight Swords, which only they and Freelancers can equip. These are all powerful late-game swords, each of which has some sort of special effect associated with it. The Flame Tongue and Ice Brand deal fire and ice damage respectively. Meanwhile, the Blood Sword has the Life Drain effect, so it sucks up any damage you deal in order to heal you. Unfortunately, it has an abysmal hit rate of 25, so it's not all that reliable on its own, but there are skills from other jobs you can combine with the Knight in order to work around this. The Defender gives you an additional 25% chance to block or evade single target attacks at you, and it can cast the Protect spell if you use it as an item when it's equipped. Both Excalibur and the Brave Blade boost the wielder's strength by 5, and the Apocalypse Sword boosts your strength by 3 and your stamina by 3. The only Knight Sword that doesn't have an innate special property is Ragnarok. It is just a damn strong sword, and that's pretty good on its own. Most of these Knight Swords come quite late into the game, and so they can be a pretty good reason to take the Knight job off of the bench, especially if you haven't done a high investment Freelancer build. But even if you're not planning on using them late game for Knight Swords, the Knight job has a very useful niche in the early chapters of Final Fantasy V. Since most of your stats don't go up when leveling, the primary way of increasing your bulk is through purchasing better equipment, and the Knight can wield both shields and heavy armor, including gauntlets and helmets. This means if you're willing to spend the money on their gear, the Knight will serve as your primary tank for the early game. Although, as you can expect from an Armor Knight, they will be quite slow and therefore don't get that many turns. You see, equipment in Final Fantasy V has a weight stat, and depending on how heavy your equip load is, you will lose some amount of speed. In older versions of the game, this translates to 1 speed for every 8 weight. However, in the Pixel remaster, the formula was changed, and now every 4 points of weight means you lose 1 point of speed. Don't get me wrong, it's not like the Knight doesn't get any actions, but they are certainly going to be noticeably slower as compared to the other 5 Wind Crystal jobs that use far less equipment than the Knight does. As such, it's probably wise not to have everyone on your team in heavy armor, but at least one Knight makes things a lot easier, in part thanks to their inherent abilities of cover and guard. Cover is a passive skill that means anytime an ally is at critical HP, the Knight will block single target attacks and take the damage for them. So if you have a squishy fella like a white mage or black mage, the Knight can make sure they stay alive and therefore are able to contribute with their magic spells. And the guard command helps to further supplement them in this role, as it will completely absorb the next physical attack they are hit by. So if you just have a Knight wearing the heaviest armor you can find spamming the guard command, they can potentially protect their allies and shrug off all damage on their own. These are also the first 2 abilities that the Knight learns through level up, although I don't think either of them are particularly good when taken to another job, since most of the other jobs are frail enough that you don't want them taking extra damage, or at the very least have some sort of other role in mind that is more proactive and doesn't involve tanking. But all of the Knight's other learned abilities are actually quite useful when taken into other classes. And first and foremost of these is the two-handed support skill. as this allows you to deal double damage with your weapon if you don't have anything in the offhand. For any jobs that don't have the ability to equip shields, this is a no-brainer. But it's also worth noting that some jobs who can equip shields might want to forego them in favor of the extra damage output. Berserker in particular really appreciates two-handed, since its entire purpose is dealing damage with physical attacks. And two-handed comes online relatively early. It costs a grand total of 90 ability points, 10 for cover, 30 for guard, and 50 for two-handed. And this is easily achievable by the end of the early game, so long as you're willing to leave a character in Knight, which is generally a good idea anyway. It is worth noting that two-handed does have a limitation in which weapons can benefit from it. You can only two-hand swords, katanas, axes, knight swords, and hammers. But these weapons tend to be the ones used by the most physically offensive jobs anyway, so the limitation isn't really a big deal, at least in my opinion. However, if you'd rather focus on the tanking skills, the Knight's other abilities are useful in that regard. Equip shields and equip armor, while expensive in terms of ability points, are the premier way of taking a frailer class and turning it into a bulky one. Remember, the characters don't actually have a defense stat depending on their job. The only thing that changes your bulk is your HP and your equipment. So if you want your mages to be able to take hits, getting them to equip shields and perhaps even armor is a great way of improving their survivability. That being said, this feels like a bit of a gimmick to me. Mages have their own set of equipment that they like running that will help to boost their magical prowess. So trading that out for a full set of mithril armor, while it makes them bulkier, isn't necessarily going to make them better at their primary job. And remember, with the weight system, even a utility mage is going to get slowed down by heavy armor. As such, this feels much more like a cool in theory, bad in practice application. Instead, the best way of improving a mage's bulk is to set them in the back row, because characters in the back row deal half damage with physical attacks, but they also take half damage from physical attacks. And since mages are typically slinging spells instead of doing any bonking with their staves, hanging out in the back row is usually a net positive. It's worth noting that the knight might also want to go in the back row if they're just doing cover duty, but personally I like them in the front so that they can slash at something with a sword. Although, speaking of swords, for mastering the knight job, you gain access to equip sword. And with this ability, you can take swords into other jobs. Which is nice, because swords are, in my opinion, one of the better weapon types, since they have a good balance of accuracy and strength. It's worth noting that this only applies to regular swords. The knight swords are still limited to just Freelancer and Knight, alongside Gladiator in the GBA version. There's a decent number of physical jobs that can already use swords, but the ones that can't do appreciate sword access. Although arguably not enough to devote their entire ability slot to it, with the exception of Berserker, which kind of doesn't have anything better to do with its ability slot. And the fact that I've mentioned Berserker twice now for the Knight's abilities might be indicative of a bit of a problem. Outside of two-handed, no high-tier class really wants access to what the Knight has to offer. And as such, rather than being a job you focus on to try to get its super valuable skills, Knight is kind of just a job that you throw someone in when it's convenient for your upcoming dungeon or boss battle. Still, I think it's a solid job that you basically always want, at least until you reach the water crystal. And it's good enough that you can make it a mainstay past that point if you like it. It's hard to find a better tank after all. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the Monk, who is primarily a damage dealer. Although, thanks to its high stamina modifier, Monk can also be much tankier than you would expect from a class without access to heavy armor. And by skipping out on that armor, Monk doesn't have to deal with the weight downside, so their agility modifier of +1 is a little deceptive since they tend to be a lot faster, in part because they're not going to be weighed down by weapons or armor. Although this does naturally lead to a question. If the only gear Monk has are combat hats and light armor, how can they even be a damage dealing class? Don't you need good weapons for that? And the answer lies in their innate ability, Barehanded. This turns their unequipped fists into a weapon with a power equal to double their level +3. And when combined with Monk's really high strength modifier of 26, and the fact that fists hit twice instead of once, alongside the 8% critical hit chance, Monk is very freaking good at deleting single targets. And much like Knight, Monk has an argument to retain this role going later into the campaign, because while you get plenty of other damage-dealing classes at the later crystals, the fact Monk doesn't need much equipment can help your economy a lot if you're not grinding, or let you spend the cash you got from grinding on other powerful things like throwable scrolls or strong weapons for the rest of your team. And if you stick with the Monk long term, you get rewarded with an accessory that is tailor-made for them, as the Kaiser Knuckles boost your unarmed attack by 50 if you have the barehanded skill, which is not only innate to Monk, but also learned through their tree. However, barehanded isn't Monk's only innate property. They also have the counter skill, which gives them a 50% chance to counter anyone who lands a single target attack on them. And so, when combined with the natural 8% crit chance that fists have, Monk is the job that most consistently performs above their weight class if you get lucky. Sure, sometimes they'll fail to counter, and critting is a rare occurrence, but it's the sort of thing that can pull you out from a desperate situation. And it's not like Monk's baseline is bad. They're outputting a lot of damage to single targets, and they even have a way to sweep enemies with the Kick skill. Kick deals damage to everyone on the field as if they had been hit by one of the two Monk fists. So it's less effective than a single target where you would get the 1-2 punch, but it's nice against large groups of targets. Weirdly, Kick is never actually learned while leveling up, so you can only use it as a Monk. Although, this does make a little bit of sense, since it doesn't factor in weapons, and as such, for most classes, it wouldn't be useful since they lack the innate barehanded ability. For Monks, however, I think it's a valuable addition to their toolkit, allowing them to perform as a sort of physical mage, since they can either focus on a single target or spread the damage out. Now, as for the abilities that Monk actually learns, the first of them is Focus, costing only 15 ability points. And this is useful both for the Monk and for other strong physical classes, as it allows you to charge up for extra time in order to launch a double-powered attack. Although this will often translate to more than double damage, since it is doubled before factoring in the enemy's defense. At level 2, you get Barehanded, which, if you equip it on another class, will not only give them the Monk's damage formulas for unarmed attacks, but also the strength modifier of 26 when unarmed. This seems really good, but for the most part, it's not actually that useful on other physical jobs. Most of them can benefit from two-handed, which is a better damage boost than barehanded. However, the few that use weapon types that aren't going to benefit from two-handed still don't really want barehanded, since the minor damage buff isn't really worth an entire ability slot. The main purpose I can see for barehanded is equipping it to a character that doesn't naturally have access to good weapons or a good strength modifier, such as the Black Mage or White Mage. White Mage especially appreciates it because she can't even use daggers. And since barehanded naturally raises your strength modifier to 26, you can create a character that is able to do both physical offense and supportive healing. And this is a much better way of making a pseudo-paladin than what the game suggests, as the job tutorial tells you about giving white magic to a knight, but I've found that isn't super helpful. The Knight has a pretty abysmal magic modifier, so the amount you're healing is not great, and utility spells like Blink and Protect are best used targeting the Knight, not by the Knight. But that's a bit of a tangent. Let's get back to talking about the Monk. Its level 3 skill, Chakra, is pretty underwhelming. It allows you to take some time off in order to heal HP, but the amount of HP healed is pretty paltry, and most teams want a dedicated healer job anyway, so making the Monk take time off from damage in order to self-sustain feels like a waste. Not only does this cost your ability slot, but anytime you use it, you're not dealing damage, which is usually what you want combat jobs to do. The only possible use case I can think of for Chakra is putting it on a Knight who is tanking a bunch, and having them devote their turns to either Guard or Chakra. But I think most of the time you would prefer Guard, and again, if you need healing on your Knight, just have a White Mage do it, or a Chemist, or a Blue Mage with White Wind. If you're desperate, a High Potion will also heal much more than Chakra would. It just doesn't seem all that good to me. Although thankfully, Monk's level 4 skill, Counter, is at least useful. You still have only a 50% chance to counterattack, but throwing this on your primary damage dealer isn't the worst thing in the world you can do. I've personally run it on ninjas and samurais before, but I think Knight probably benefits the most, since with its cover ability, it's going to be protecting a bunch of low HP people, and therefore will take more single target attacks than the rest of your party. So if you set things up properly, you can potentially have the Knight constantly guarding your allies and counterattacking every other foe. And weirdly, the Monk's last set of skills, HP plus 10, 20, and 30%, also all benefit the tanking strategy of the Knight. It's almost as if they gave you these two jobs at the beginning of the game in order to highlight the ways in which they can be synergistic with each other. Although, truth be told, most characters appreciate an HP boost. The only question is whether it's worth the ability slot or not, and for a lot of times it's not, but on a primary tank, absolutely worthwhile. Overall, I quite like the Monk, especially in the short term, although I'm not blown away by it in the long term. I still think it has quite a few useful attributes, in particular Kick and the fact you save money on equipment, and since it has the highest strength and stamina modifiers in the game, mastering it is essential if you want to go the super Freelancer route. But if you're not going for the Freelancer build, I think it's a little bit underwhelming at the higher levels. Even Counter, which is probably its premier skill, is a chance-based ability and oftentimes gets outclassed by something more guaranteed. And as the only physical class that can't benefit from dual wield or two-handed, Monk feels like it hits its ceiling early and tapers off in the endgame. Which, if you think about it that way, kind of makes Monk into the Jagan of Final Fantasy V. The third of our physical jobs is Thief, and this is definitely the most underwhelming of them. In fact, I would argue it's the weakest of the Wind Crystal jobs, and generally one of the more one-dimensional jobs in Final Fantasy V. Looking at Thief's modifiers, you can see that its whole deal is agility. It has a plus 16 agility mod, but only plus 1 to strength, plus 2 to stamina, and a minus 6 to magic. Their equipment list is similarly unimpressive, with only knife, boomerang, combat hat, and light armor access. So, if you try to use them as a pure combat unit, Thief runs into a problem of getting a lot of turns but not doing much with any of them. Instead, Thief is pretty clearly built to be a utility unit, and this is most clearly demonstrated by their innate skills. Passages allows you to see secret passages on the map, so the Thief is useful when you're dungeon crawling if you don't want to miss any secrets. Vigilance, on the other hand, prevents monsters from back attacking you. For the uninitiated, back attacks are a type of random encounter where the enemy gets a turn before you do, and you are out of formation. So your back row characters will be in the front row fully exposed, and your front row characters will be in the back row, meaning they deal less damage. It is pretty devastating even when your party's healthy, and if you have anyone at low HP, a back attack basically guarantees their death with nothing you can do about it. So having Vigilance either equipped on another job or innately as a thief can be useful in case of emergencies or just to make dungeon crawling easier. And the last passive that makes dungeon crawling easier is Sprint, which is a really weird choice to have tied to a specific job. In case you've never played video games before, Sprint is when you hold down a button to make your character move faster. And on the SNES, you are incapable of running without having a thief in the party or another character wasting their ability slot on Sprint. From a modern perspective, this is pretty quaint. Sprinting is typically considered to be a quality of life feature, and as such, all of the remakes, at least the ones that I played, actually add the sprint function as an innate thing that you can just do whenever you want. However, those games retain the sprint skill on Thief, and the way that it works in the Game Boy Advance and Pixel Remaster is if you have sprint equipped or a thief in your party, your run function now has doubled speed, so you can zoom all throughout the world as fast as your heart's content. I think this is a good compromise between touching up the remakes to meet modern standards, while also not losing the quirky spirit of the original. There's something really interesting about locking a quality of life feature behind a specific job, and I don't even think it's necessarily bad game design. Instead, it's more indicative of the strange position Thief finds itself in. I mean, heck, I sort of glanced over it earlier, but the passages skill just shows you information that you could look up on a guide. And as such, it feels similar to paying for hints, which is something you can do in other SNES games such as Earthbound. But none of these quaint bits of utility are the selling point for the Thief job. Instead, that is its fourth innate skill, the Steal ability, which allows you to, well, steal items from enemies. And there are actually quite a few unique pieces of gear you can only acquire through stealing. Although this comes at a bit of a trade-off, since usually this means bringing a thief to a boss fight, which is pretty suboptimal team composition. Additionally, stealing is not guaranteed. By default, it only has a 40% chance of success, in fact. However, you can equip the Thief's Gloves accessory in order to bolster that chance to 80%, which makes it much easier to steal rare items from bosses. Now, in theory, if you didn't want to bring a thief on your team, you could just equip the Steal skill to another job, but only Thief, Freelancer, and Mime can equip the Thief's Gloves, so if you want a decent chance of stealing, chances are Thief is your go-to. And for what it's worth, while the boss weapons are the premier stealables, in this game, I think stealing from random enemies is also pretty worthwhile. Usually you only get a healing item like a potion, high potion, ether, or sometimes even elixir. But this game's economy is pretty tight, as I keep saying, and so Thief topping up your potion supply is a nice way to make sure that you have plenty for every dungeon crawl without spending so much money you can't afford new weapons and armor. The most successful farm I could find was against the zoo enemy right outside of Karnak, where you can get elixir very early in the campaign. But there's plenty of other notable steals, and one of the things I want to do with this video is highlight them as they come up in the campaign. As far as Thief's learned abilities go, we've already talked about over half of them, as Thief has a lot of skills innately. However, Scram is worth highlighting as this is a guaranteed flee, allowing you to escape from encounters when you are weak or just don't feel like fighting them. And again, we run into the theme where Thief's skills feel somewhat close to quality of life stuff. In fact, the Pixel Remaster allows you to turn off encounters altogether, rendering Scram almost useless. The only edge case where Scram could come up is if you encounter something unexpected and need to run away ASAP. Mug, on the other hand, is quite useful, as it is a standard attack with a steal chance attached to it, so it's functionally just better than steal in most situations. Although it's worth noting if you're trying to farm an item from a boss or something similar, you might not want Mug since you don't want to deal damage during your steal attempts and risk potentially killing them. Lastly, Artful Dodger is a very weird ability, and arguably is innate to the Thief, because it gives another job the Thief's ability score of 16. On the surface, this seems like it would be super useful, as speed is probably the most important stat since it determines how many actions you can take. So maxing out your agility modifier with Artful Dodger would mean your damage dealers can attack more often, or your utility units can use their skills more often. However, in practice, I find that Artful Dodger isn't worth it, both because you have to master Thief, which means keeping a character in a suboptimal job for a long amount of time, and you need to equip it in your only ability slot, which means the opportunity cost is huge. A utility unit appreciates getting more utility actions, but they also appreciate a second job command to do different forms of utility. And damage dealers would much rather have other skills that supplement their damage than boost their agility modifier to 16. The only jobs that get multiple ability slots are Mime and Freelancer, and each of these already gets the 16 agility modifier when you master Thief. So it becomes fully redundant for them. I also think if you just want 16 agility on a utility job like Bard or Time Mage, you can master those jobs instead of Thief, and then equip Time Magic or Singing on the Thief job. Not only does this take less time than mastering Thief, but you'll also be in the good utility job for longer. You know, when you're mastering Time Mage, you still get to use Time Magic. Whereas if you're mastering Thief, all you gain access to is the steals, and the steals are much more niche. I don't think they're useless, they do help bolster your economy, but they're a lot less flashy than the other utility roles. And it often feels like you're giving yourself a handicap in combat in order to advance in meta progression. And this can be an interesting choice, but I personally come off thinking less of Thief than the other Wind Crystal jobs as a result of it. The next set of jobs are all mages, so before we discuss them individually, I do need to talk about how magic works in Final Fantasy V, as it's a little bit different from the other abilities. Each school of magic has multiple levels. For example, black and white magic each have 6 levels of spells. And while white mages can cast all 6 levels of white magic inherently, in order for other classes to cast them, you must get the levels of magic one at a time. Once you acquire a specific magic level, you will be able to equip it and all lower levels. So for example, if you get to white magic level 2, then equipping white magic on your knight will allow them to cast white magic spells of level 1 and 2. Or at least it will, so long as you've acquired the spells. Because in addition to having the appropriate level of magic, you need to acquire each spell individually. For most spells, they can be purchased at various magic shops, similar to the NES Final Fantasy games. But there are also some that are found throughout the overworld or even acquired by doing side quests, especially as it comes to the spell list for bards and summoners. Blue mages also have a special way of acquiring their spells, which I will talk about when we get to them. It is worth noting that, unlike in earlier Final Fantasy titles, acquiring a spell gives it to the entire party, so you don't need to purchase fire 4 times if you want everyone to be able to cast the spell. Because of this system, mage jobs do not benefit from grinding as much as other ones would, since you need to reach certain points in the campaign to get access to all of their tools anyway. This is generally balanced out by the fact that magic is incredibly busted in Final Fantasy V. As not only does it hit on an enemy's weaker defensive stat, but it has a lot more flexibility than basically any other ability in the game. The only downside it runs into is spells cost MP to cast, meaning there is a hard limit to how many times you can cast them in between rests. Although this can be worked around if you're willing to purchase or steal ethers and elixirs, which are far more common in this entry than the previous 4. Although ethers and elixirs are incredibly expensive, so if you use a ton of them, it eats into the incredibly tight economy. And as such, I usually preferred using tents and inns to restore my mana, and just being conservative during dungeon crawls. But that's enough preamble. I think we established enough to talk about the mages, so let's dive in with White Mage. White Mage is a support class primarily focused on healing and buffing allies, and as such, their equipment is incredibly limited. They can't equip any armor, and their only weapons are staves, which are amongst the weakest in the game. Although, staves do help White Mages fulfill their utility role, as the healing staff is a fairly early pickup that heals the target instead of damaging it. So, in order to save on MP, the White Mage can target allies with the healing staff in order to restore their HP without needing to cast any spells. This is especially helpful in the early game when your mana pool is more limited. Although it's worth noting, the healing staff is not a full replacement for the cure spells, as you are unable to group cast with the healing staff, so you must use your spell pool for that function. Aside from that, White Mage is remarkably straightforward. Basically everything they learn is white magic, and upon mastery you gain access to MP plus 10%, which is fine, I guess, if you have nothing better to put in the slot, but I don't think it's the best support ability out there. Honestly, in order to really understand how the White Mage functions, I think we need to take a closer look at their spell list. At level 1, White Mage gets Cure, Libra, and Poisona. Cure heals any target of your choosing. Usually you want to target an ally with this, but it can in niche situations be useful to heal an enemy, either because you want to keep them alive for some reason, or because you are trying to kill an undead, because anyone with the undead status takes damage from healing effects instead of being healed by them. Cure is also a spell that can be group cast, meaning you can have it target your entire allied party or the entire enemy party. But if you do, its effect will be weakened than if you cast it on a single individual. Libra is essentially an examine or tattle skill. It lets you see the enemy's HP and any weaknesses that they might have. And Poisona cures poison. Very simple, very straightforward, but very useful. Poison is a debilitating status in the early game, and this saves money on antidotes. Heck, I would argue even later on, poison is still obnoxious because your HP values aren't as high as you would like, even on tankier characters. At level 2, White Mage gets Silence, Protect, and Mini. Silence attempts to inflict the silence status on someone, which prevents them from casting spells. Meanwhile, Protect inflicts the Protect status on someone, which halves all physical damage that would be coming towards them. Typically, you want to silence enemies and protect allies, but you do technically have the option to target whoever you want with them. Although it's worth noting that a lot of bosses are immune from the silence effect, so this has more limited application against them. Mini, on the other hand, is both a status infliction and a status curing spell, as against anyone not inflicted with Mini, it will attempt to make them miniature, but against anyone who is inflicted with Mini, it will restore them to the regular size. When miniaturized, a character's defense drops to 0 and they deal significantly less physical damage. However, magical damage is unaffected, and a mini character has more evasion, in part thanks to the fact they're small. So while you typically don't want to cast any negative statuses on your own party members, in niche situations, you could gamble with a dodge tank by miniaturizing your spellcaster to stop them from getting punched. At level 3, White Mage gets Cura, Raise, and Confuse. Cura is just a stronger version of Cure. It heals for more or damages undead for more, and it can also be group cast. It does cost more MP, but for the most part, once you get Cura, there's not really any reason to click Cure anymore. Raise revives an unconscious ally as if you used a Phoenix down on them. And this is huge in terms of saving money, because Phoenix downs are remarkably expensive. Confuse is a single target status spell that applies the Confuse status to an enemy of your choice. Or I suppose you could target an ally for whatever reason. When a character is confused, they will attack their allies, and if possible, they will even cast healing abilities targeting the enemies. It is worth noting that if a confused character is ever hit by a physical attack, then they will snap out of the status, and sometimes confused characters will attack themselves. After all, they are a member of their own team. So if this happens, the confused character will snap themselves out of confusion. But otherwise, the main way of curing confusion amongst your own party members is to attack them with a weak character, preferably a caster using a physical weapon. Fortunately, the enemies typically aren't smart enough to think of this, but a confused enemy will sometimes attack themselves anyway and thus break out of confusion. And just like with silence, a lot of bosses are immune to this status, and if so, it's useless against them. At level 4, the White Mage gets Blink, Shell, and Isuna. Blink grants the target the Blink status, which prevents the next 2 physical attacks targeting them. Basically, Knight's Guard but on steroids, although it comes much later in the game, so I still think there is utility to Knight in the early game. Shell is basically the magical version of Protect. It gives a target the Shell status, which halves the magical damage they receive instead of their physical damage. And Isuna is a status curing move that can cure basically any status. The only exceptions are the Zombified status and the Doom status. At level 5, the White Mage gets Curaga, Reflect, and Berserk. Curaga is a full heal spell, and while it costs a hefty bit of mana, it is absolutely worth using, and definitely an upgrade over Cure and Cura. Reflect applies the Reflect status to a target of your choice. This status makes it so that any spells targeting them will bounce backwards and hit the enemy team instead. And typically this is a really strong way of protecting from enemy spellcasters. However, there are some other weird applications to it. The major downside is this bounces healing magic towards the enemies, so if you have someone with Reflect, you can never heal them. However, that is also a decent reason to cast Reflect onto an enemy, as if somebody uses a healing spell on the enemy, it will instead backfire and heal your party, which can be the difference between life and death. Berserk is another status that is applicable to inflict on either enemies or allies. Berserk causes the target to go berserked. They get a damage boost, but are unable to do anything other than standard attacks. And in fact, if you berserk an ally, you lose control of them. They will just attack willy-nilly. This is useful for casting on physical allies, such as the aforementioned Knight and Monk, since it will cause them to deal much more physical damage, which is their kind of one-dimensional role. However, it can also be useful if cast against enemy spellcasters, as a berserked spellcaster is a lot less threatening than one who can target you with their spells. And unlike other statuses, even if a boss is immune to Berserk, that doesn't mean the spell is useless, since you can use it to buff your allies. At level 6, White Mage gets Arise, Holy, and Dispel. Arise, similar to Rise, is a revival spell, however, it heals a KO'd ally to full HP, which is incredibly useful. Holy is White Mage's only offensive attacking spell, and the primary way of dealing holy damage to enemies. It is an incredibly powerful attack, and especially good against anyone who is vulnerable to the holy element. Although, in the late game, there's a surprising number of foes that are actually absorbent to the holy element, so your mileage may vary. Lastly, Dispel is used to dispel any magical effects, and can remove positive statuses from enemies. Specifically, it removes the effects of Haste, Shell, Protect, and Reflect, all of which are very annoying to deal with when enemies have them up, as they will severely cut down on your damage or increase the frequency of enemy attacks. You can also potentially use Dispel to remove Reflect from your own characters if you need to heal them and don't have any way of doing so that wouldn't get reflected off of them. Overall, I think the White Mage has a very versatile toolkit and can perform a lot of utility tasks that make it have a spot on the majority of teams. Although they're not as essential as they were in past entries, as you do get access to other jobs that can fulfill the healing role in a different way from the White Mage. If White Mage is your basic utility caster, Black Mage is a much more straightforward offensive caster. And this is even reflected in the weapons they can equip. Black Mage lacks staff access, so they can't use the healing staff, but they can use rods and knives, which are actual weapons to deal damage to foes with standard attacks. And rods in particular oftentimes have special qualities such as boosting specific elemental damage, or potentially casting spells upon use. Black Mage also has a higher magic modifier than White Mage does, and they get MP plus 30% upon mastery instead of MP plus 10%, both of which present the Black Mage as sort of the superior caster. Although it's worth noting their -2 stamina adjustment means they are slightly frailer than the White Mage is. And knives and rods might be actual weapons, but the Black Mage still has a -9 strength modifier, so they're not dealing tons of damage with them. It's just a better option than bonking stuff with staves. Still, the real bread and butter is in the Black Mage's spell list, and this will be a lot faster than the White Mage's. The level 1 spells, Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder, are all just different flavors of the same thing. They are either single target or group cast attacks of Fire, Ice, and Thunder element. The level 2 spells, Poison, Sleep, and Toad, likewise inflict the Poison status, the Sleep status, or the Toad status, although Toad can also be used to cure the Toad status, interestingly enough. Poison causes you to slowly lose HP over time. Sleep makes a target unable to act, although they will be woken up if hit by a physical attack. And Toad turns the character into a frog, which severely reduces their offenses and defenses, stops them from using the majority of special abilities, and, most importantly, makes them have a funny Toad sprite. As with other statuses, be on the lookout to see which bosses are immune from these, but against regular enemies, have at it. They tend to be quite useful. At level 3, Black Mage gets Fyra, Blizzara, and Thundara, which are just upgraded versions of Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder. But at level 4, they get Drain, Break, and Bio. Drain is a non-elemental magical attack that absorbs the target's health in order to heal the Black Mage. Although it is worth noting, if you use Drain against an undead foe, you will heal the undead character and damage the Black Mage, since all healing effects are reversed on undead. Break applies the Petrify status to a foe, which, if successful, turns them into a statue who cannot act, and functionally kind of acts like an Oko move. Although, say it with me, most bosses are immune to this ability, so it has limited application against anything other than standard enemies. And even against standard enemies, the hit chance is going to be questionable. Bio is a strong poison elemental attack that attempts to inflict the sap and poison statuses, each of which cause some damage over time to foes if successful. And since we're talking about damaging spells, level 5 is once again just the Fire, Ice, Thunder trifecta, with Fyraga, Blizzaga, and Thundaga. Your strongest elemental spells of those families, and incredibly powerful moves for taking on the late game. These can be MP intensive to spam, but thankfully level 6 provides an answer, as your level 6 spells are Flare, Death, and Osmose. Osmose is the answer to your MP worries because it is a drain ability that targets the enemy's MP and restores your MP. Any damage inflicted doesn't actually affect the enemy's health, but instead their MP pool. Although this effect is kind of pointless because most enemies have such large MP pools that you're never going to stop them from spellcasting that way. However, if you are going through a dungeon, Osmose is the best way to refill your mana to keep spamming powerful black magic in order to not have to spend a fortune on ethers. Death is a spell that attempts to inflict instant death on foes, although most bosses are immune from this, and a lot of regular enemies are as well. Basically anything with the heavy status is unable to be affected by death spells. And additionally, there are some enemies that are not considered heavy, but do have death immunity, so yeah, this spell's kind of the odd one out. But Flare is a very strong single target non-elemental spell, and it can be useful for getting around enemies with elemental immunities or elemental absorption. Although, once again, Flare is incredibly MP intensive, and I honestly think if you want to deal damage to foes, sticking with the level 5 spells is probably going to give you more bang for your buck. It's also worth noting that Flare cannot be group cast, unlike the Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder families. And while this doesn't matter that much against bosses, against standard enemy encounters, group casting is a big way of dealing damage. Honestly, I love the Black Mage. In both the long and short term, I think they are easily the strongest of the Wind Crystal jobs. Their spells can pierce enemy defenses, potentially inflict statuses, and if they target elemental weaknesses, they get a 1.5 times damage boost. Plus, the ability to group cast helps against weaker encounters or bosses that have adds you want to get rid of. It's also worth noting that the Black Mage can stealthily become a Red Mage if you equip the White Magic ability to it. And while this is also true of the White Mage, since White Mage has lower stats and worse weapon access, I think typically you want your Black Mage to equip White Magic as opposed to having a White Mage equip Black Magic. Of course, there is one other option for combining healing with offenses, and that is the Blue Mage, which is an exceptionally weird job, which is why I wanted to talk about it last. Initially, it most resembles the Red Mage, as it is a magical class capable of wielding swords, shields, and even light armor. It also, for some reason, gets access to the FF3 Scholar skills of Check, which lets you check an enemy's HP, and Scan, which lets you scan their weaknesses. However, unlike the Red Mage, it doesn't have access to white or black magic. Instead, it has its own separate tree known as Blue Magic, and these spells can't be purchased in stores or found in treasure chests. Instead, the way you acquire Blue Magic is by getting hit by specific enemy attacks. There are 30 enemy abilities in FF5 that are considered to be Blue Magic spells, and if anyone with the Learning ability is hit by one of these attacks, you will learn that spell and it'll be added to the Blue Mage's spellbook. As such, the Blue Mage technically has access to more spells than any other caster. And they have a very diverse toolkit, with some spells inflicting statuses, some spells inflicting damage, and one spell arguably being the best healing move in the game. But acquiring these 30 spells is a monumental task, and some of them are particularly difficult to find or even trick enemies into using. I mentioned they have a healing spell, which is White Wind, but in order to acquire it, you need to use a different job to mind control an enemy into casting White Wind on your party. And that's before even factoring in that you need to have someone with the learning skill in order to actually learn the spell. So if you're trying to learn Aurora, but they're not targeting your Blue Mage, you're fresh out of luck. You can, of course, get the learning ability by leveling up Blue Mage and equip that to some other job or all 4 of your party members, but then you're working at another disadvantage because suddenly you can't have any secondary abilities equipped on your team. Because there are so many different Blue Magic spells and you get them at varying points in the campaign, I don't want to go over all of them at this point. Instead, I hope for this video to act as a sort of guide for acquiring the Blue Magic Spellbook, and at the time that we get each new Blue Magic spell, I'll talk about them in turn. And as it so happens, upon getting the Wind Crystal jobs, there are actually 3 different Blue Magic spells easily available to you. Those being Goblin Punch, Aura, and Vampire. Goblin Punch can be gotten from the Black Goblins in the Wind Shrine, or from the regular goblins in the Pirate's Hideout. It's a 0 MP spell that replicates the damage a physical attack would deal using your weapon. It has the bonus effect of multiplying damage by 8 if your level and the enemy's level are identical, which is nice, but the real reason Goblin Punch is useful is because it's a spell that replaces your physical attack. And since it's a spell, it gets a bunch of properties that are different from standard attacks. Even though it factors your weapon's might in, it ignores special effects from them, which is usually a downside as most of these special effects are nice, but sometimes it's an upside. Being able to avoid random dances from the Dancing Dagger, the flee chance from the Chicken Knife, or the damage negation of Excalibur are all instances where Goblin Punch is super useful. But even outside of these synergies, Goblin Punch just inherently ignores what row you're in because it's treated like a magical attack. And for that matter, its accuracy is treated like it's magic, so you can use an inaccurate weapon and not worry about the terrible hit rates. And because it costs 0 MP, there's really no reason to use your standard attack anytime you know Goblin Punch. It's almost always a strict upgrade. Arrow, which you can get from Moldwind, also in the Wind Shrine, is a first level wind spell. Basically the equivalent to Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder that the Black Mage gets, only instead of being Fire Elemental, Water Elemental, or Electric Elemental, it is Wind Elemental. There's not actually that many enemies with Wind weakness, but this works as a sort of bread and butter standard spell on your Blue Mage. So it's decent to grab, although not essential. Lastly, if you backtrack to the Pirate's Hideout and fight the Steel Bats, you can get Vampire. And this is an incredibly effective self-healing tool. You deal damage to target enemy equal to half of your missing HP, or on the Game Boy Advance version, the entirety of your missing HP, and then you heal the amount of damage dealt. So, on the Game Boy Advance version, this is literally just a full heal button. But even in the SNES and Pixel Remaster versions, where it only deals half of your missing HP, it's still a pretty significant self-heal and a good way to do fixed damage against high defense enemies. The best part is, because this doesn't rely on your magic stat, if you have blue magic equipped to a non-magical job, they can still heal themselves pretty effectively with this spell. And at only 2 MP per cast, it's an absolute steal. This is stealthily one of the more powerful tools in the Blue Mage's kit, at least in my opinion. Now, normally with each Final Fantasy video, I include a companion piece on my side channel, Ice Rider, that is a tier list or character ranking of that specific Final Fantasy. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, if you want to see my tier list of the FF3 jobs or my ranking of the FF2 companions, they are on Ice Rider. I just don't think they would appeal to as many people, so I didn't want them clogging up people's algorithms. Link down below, though, if you're interested. However, in this case, because the FF5 video is going to be diving so deep into the mechanics of this game, I think it just makes sense to include the tier list in this video. After all, I'd kind of just be repeating myself if I made another video ranking these jobs after going in depth on all of them in this video. So, checking in on the tier list post Wind Crystal, I've got the Black Mage and Blue Mage in S tier. Although I have Black Mage slightly above Blue Mage because while Blue Mage does have a more versatile kit, it also requires a lot of work to get to its full potential, and I think that's something that's valid to penalize it for. Meanwhile, Black Mage can do its job basically for free. It just casts really strong spells, and as it turns out, that's good enough in Final Fantasy V. In A tier, I've got the Knight and the White Mage. Knight is a solid carry in the early game, and I think it has long-term potential more than many of the other physical jobs, especially since this is where you get two-handed from. So if you want to pivot into a different physical job, it's still worth your time to spend a little bit of ADP on Knight. White Mage, similarly, is super useful early on as your only healer for the first 2 crystals, but even once you get access to other forms of healing like Chemist, Nightingale, or Whitewind, I don't think any of them strictly outclass White Mage, and instead, at best, feel like a side grade. Especially when you factor in White Mage's other powerful utility spells of Berserk, Shell, and Protect. In B tier, I have the Monk, for similar reasons to Knight, as it is a physical job that peaks early. However, unlike the Knight, I don't think it scales particularly well into the mid or end game. Having the highest strength and stamina is nice for potential Freelancer builds, and Focus is a genuinely useful skill, but other than that, I'm not a huge fan of anything Monk brings to the table after you get out of the first world. I guess Barehanded has some niche applications since it is the earliest equipment and it gives Monk super high strength modifier, so if you're trying to master a high ADP job such as Red Mage, it can be nice just to replace your basic attack with a slightly stronger one, but even this feels like a pretty big edge case. Honestly, Monk kind of is the Jagan of Final Fantasy V, but at least it's in a better position than Thief, which is the only Wind Crystal job I've ranked at C, although I do still think it's useful. Obviously, the high agility is nice if you're trying to do a Freelancer build, but Steel is also sometimes a little bit slept on. Early on, it can help your economy, and later, Steel is necessary for some unique items. Additionally, Thief's utility skills are nice in adding quality of life to your playthrough. Sprint in particular is helpful during the self-destructing castle sequence if you want to get all the optional treasures, and preventing back attacks or auto-fleeing from foes is a godsend anytime your party is at low HP. In remakes, thanks to the inclusion of encounter toggles or automatic sprinting, the Thief does get a little bit worse, but even there, I don't think I would rank it as low as D tier. It does bring enough to the table to justify an inclusion outside of memes. Lastly, I just want to note I'm not going to be ranking Freelancer on this list. It's a super weird job whose strength really depends on your willingness to grind. It's not quite Onion Knight level, where I think it's never actually worth it, but it not only requires a lot of game knowledge, but also a decent amount of patience if you want to make the most of it on your playthrough. It also naturally just gets better in the Pixel Remaster remake, since you can turn on ABP multipliers and master jobs a lot faster than intended, which further throws a wrench in the spanner and makes it kind of annoying to rank, so I've decided to avoid that pitfall altogether. But with that being said, we will periodically check in on this tier list as we get access to new jobs and I rank them. But for now, after what feels like ages, we can get back to talking about the story. We learn that the reason the Wind Crystal exploded is it was hooked up to a machine meant to amplify its power. However, the machine worked too well and overloaded the crystal, causing it to explode. The water and fire crystals are hooked up to similar machines, so we need to warn neighboring kingdoms in order to protect the other crystals. Unfortunately, the only way forward is blocked to us, as the Torna Canal, which would get us out of this inner sea, is locked up tight. So we head to the nearby village of Tule in order to see if we can get the key from Zoc, a family friend of Lena's. Once we arrive, all the pirates unload and go to the pub, and Farris decides to join his crew, which temporarily removes him from the party. As for Tule itself, it serves as the game's starting village, as it's the first place where you can purchase weapons and items, as well as getting the level 1 spells for White and Black Mage. Tule also features a facility called the Greenhorn Club, and here, new adventurers can go through a series of tutorials in order to learn the mechanics of FF5, which is pretty neat. Although it's worth remembering that the earlier Final Fantasies didn't have tutorials in large part because those games came with instruction manuals which conveyed all of the information that the Green Horde Club does today. Once we're done with all of our shopping, there are two major locations we can go to advance the story. Our first option is to travel to the pub in order to check on Farris, and this leads to an incredibly strange scene. Both Bartz and Galuf check on Farris, who is asleep, and each of them get really fucking horny while seeing Farris sleeping. This is meant to foreshadow a twist that comes in a little bit, revealing that Farris is not actually a boy, but a girl disguised as a boy. However, during that twist, both Galuf and Bartz are still surprised. Neither of them figured out that Farris was a girl based on the fact that they got horny in this scene. So, presumably accidentally, the devs implied that our two male party members are both bisexual. Which is something I would call based if it weren't done in such a creepy way. Like, this absolutely falls into the pantheon of Final Fantasy V and early Final Fantasy in general, treating women extremely grossly. In fact, this might be the worst of those scenes so far. Remember, we're just having the only two male party members watch a sleeping woman and get super horny as a comedy beat. It's really fucking uncomfortable. And Farris clearly isn't okay with it either. When she emerges from the bedroom and notices that both Galuf and Bartz are horny, she gets super uncomfortable and decides to leave the party again. I will elaborate on the Farris gender stuff in a little bit when the twist is fully revealed to us, the audience, but for now, I think we have to add one to the counter of Galuf being creepy to women. Don't worry though, the misogyny moments aren't over yet, because before leaving the pub, we can get a lap dance from 3 women at the same time as each other. And this wasn't even just an Easter egg for the Gooners of the 90s. This is actually a mandatory step in a side quest for upgrading our piano skills. Because before the lap dance, the dancers are blocking your way to the piano, but afterwards they just stay on the same stool that they lap danced you in. As for the piano skills, there are 8 pianos scattered throughout Final Fantasy V, and every time we play a new one, the party gets slightly better at piano playing. This will actually have a concrete gameplay reward later down the line once we get access to the bard job. So in every single pub, you're going to want to find the piano and play it if you can. One neat detail is as we gather more and more piano skills, we are treated to our party playing more and more complex sounds, reinforcing through audio that our characters are actually improving at the piano. Here for this first one, we just get a very basic finger exercise. We've clearly got quite a ways to go before we're piano masters. The only thing left is to ask Zoc for the key to the canal. However, he is unwilling to give it to us. He feeds us some lie about having lost the key, but it's very obvious that he just doesn't want to give it to Lena because he's afraid that she won't be able to stand up against the monster in the canal. Zoc does, however, invite us to stay at his house overnight, and without the key, we're kind of at a loss as to what to do, so the party accepts his gracious invitation. Bartz is restless that night, however, so he steps outside and has a flashback about his parents. When he was much younger, he overheard a conversation where his father talked about how it's his responsibility to protect the crystals. And inside the house, Lena is sleep-talking about the same topic, as she is clearly having a dream about her desire to protect the crystals. Upon hearing this, Zoc decides that her determination is enough to overcome any obstacles in her way. So he gives Bartz the key and apologizes for his duplicity. As we get ready to leave town, Farris rejoins our party, but dismisses the pirate crew. Her stated reason is she needs someone to guard the hideout, and while that's likely true to some extent, I suspect the main reason that Farris dismissed her crew was to keep them away while she seeks out the truth about her parentage. After all, she's kept her gender a secret from the crew, and this quest to discover whether she truly is Lena's sister is likely to not only reveal that, but possibly other secrets that she would rather not have out in the open. Also, very important to note that if you go back to the pirate hideout after this point, you'll get a very cute scene of the pirates nursing Boko back to health, since he got injured chasing after Bartz after they didn't return from the pirates' hideout. The Canal functions as a sort of mini dungeon, and is the first chance to try out all of the Wind Crystal jobs, each of which perform pretty well against the Octokraken and Suckers. Monk's Kick or Black Mage's Thunder are particularly effective at dispatching them, but these enemies are weak enough that they can even trick you into thinking Thief is good, so it doesn't really matter what your team makeup is. Well, at least it doesn't matter until the end of this mini dungeon. Because before exiting the canal, our ship gets sucked into a whirlpool, and the monstrous Carlibos tries to sink our vessel, so the heroes alike need to fight him off. Despite being a pretty straightforward boss fight, Byblos has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Tail Screw is a special ability that will reduce one of your party members' HP to single digits, making them extremely vulnerable to a killing blow if not healed quickly. And to make things worse, he can also paralyze party members with his Feeler technique, which will temporarily take one of our heroes out of the fight. And if used in combination, paralyzing the white mage and lowering the HP of someone else can be a deadly technique. Still, after just a few hits and spells, we defeat Calabros fairly easily. Once we do, the ship stays afloat and is able to steer out of the whirlpool, but Sildra isn't as lucky. The Sea Drake gets sucked down into the depths as Farris watches in horror. The others have to actually hold her back, or she would have cast herself in a vain attempt to save the sea dragon. Lena reassures Farris that Sildra will be alright, after all, she's strong, but Farris doesn't believe it. Although we don't really have time to dwell on the Sea Drake's tragic fate, as there's a bigger problem for our heroes. Without Sildra's help, they've suddenly become trapped adrift with no way of steering, just dragged around by the tides. Our boat eventually washes up at the final destination for all ships, the ship graveyard. And in order to get out, we must fight our way through hordes of undead pirates and lost souls. This is yet another time for Black and White Mage to shine, as White Mage's healing magic will actually deal damage to the undead, and fire is of course especially effective against the skeletons. I also want to comment on just how much of a step up this dungeon is, even compared to FF4's standard dungeons. We alternate between inside and outside of ships, hop on rocks in order to get from vessel to vessel, and even have to go down floors either by ladder or falling in pits in order to get some of the optional treasure. It is presentationally and mechanically much more complex than anything the previous 4 games had. And FF5 holds itself to the standard for basically every major dungeon from here on out. But that's not the only major innovation that the ship graveyard has to offer, as this is where we get access to our first world map. The map works basically how you expect. If you press start, you can view the entire world. This is a market upgrade from the previous standard, where the map was locked behind a cheat code of Select B, or required you to purchase the consumable item Gnomish Bread. Now, in Final Fantasy V, anytime you get lost, you can freely check the map with no worries whatsoever. And it not only shows your current location, but the locations of any towns you've visited and any vehicles you've parked. This is a huge convenience for me, as I would oftentimes forget where I left my Chocobo or Wyvern if I left the game alone for a couple of days. And this way, I always know where I left my rideable companions. But perhaps the most interesting thing to happen in the ship graveyard has nothing to do with the mechanics, and instead is centered on the story. as this is where the gang finally discovers that Farris is secretly a woman disguised as a man, as they all need to wade through some deep water and the water clings to her clothes, revealing her womanly features. Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, isn't it? But ignoring that, I want to take this opportunity to take a look at the potential gender implications around Farris's assumption of a male identity. Because trans people are so underrepresented in media, oftentimes if we want to find trans stories, the best course of action is to map the trans experience onto a tale that fits it nicely. Sometimes this is explicitly about gender reversal, such as Mulan from Mulan or Viola from the 12th Night. In other cases, it can be more abstract and include elements like discomfort in one's body or transformation, such as Fiona from Shrek or Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters. With Farris's gender disguise, it feels like she could fit into this pantheon as a potential trans man headcanon. And if that's the way you want to view her, it's perfectly valid. But I want to dive a little bit deeper into that, because not all stories about gender disguise map onto the trans experience equally well. Of the examples I listed, Mulan feels like it has the most explicit parallels to the experiences of a transmasculine individual. Mulan has femininity forced on her at the beginning of the story and is only able to really embrace herself upon donning the disguise of Fa Ping and joining the all-male Chinese army. There's even a musical number about Mulan being uncomfortable with her reflection and wanting it to reflect who she truly is inside, which, I mean, that's a dysphoria song, right? You can't tell me that's not a gender dysphoria song. The film is so transmasc coded that it honestly feels a little bit wrong to use she/her pronouns for Mulan. Viola from 12th Night, on the other hand, doesn't really fit from a transmasculine read, but I think her story maps cleanly onto the trans feminine experience, despite the fact that she is a cis woman in the story. You see, at the beginning of the play, for her own safety, she's forced to assume a disguise as a man. But this male identity brings her nothing but grief, and in fact is the cause of many of the play's conflicts due to a awkward love triangle where a woman loves her but she loves a man, and can't confess that love because she's disguised as a man. The moment she's able to break out of her male disguise is presented as a major source of relief, both to her and the audience, and resolves almost all of the issues that had come up during the 5 acts. This parallels trans women being forced to disguise themselves as men for some amount of time before finally being able to embrace their own identity and have that massive surge of relief. And similarly, both Rumi and Fiona are forced by a parental figure to disguise portions of themselves and are only able to self-actualize at the end of the story when they embrace that hidden trait. This last example doesn't necessarily have anything gendered to it, and as such maps onto not only the queer experience, but other marginalized identities as well, such as neurodivergent folks masking or people of color abandoning their culture in order to mimic whiteness. My point in bringing up these examples is, while you can headcanon any character you want as trans, some of them definitely work more and have more textual evidence than others. And when looking at Farris, well, there's a little bit there. She did obviously disguise herself as the opposite gender, which can be read either as a trans-feminine or trans-masculine story, depending on which identity you want to say is the real Farris. And when their secret is outed, Farris sort of struggles with using the correct pronouns to refer to herself. When telling the story, she stumbles over words and says, "When I was a lad, I mean lass," potentially indicating some amount of discomfort with the idea of being a lass. Yet at the same time, Farris continues to refer to herself as a sister and woman throughout the rest of the story, and the gender identity stuff never comes up again. It's just touched on in this early beginning conversation. So, without wanting to discount anyone's headcanons, I personally don't think there's a ton of evidence for transgender Farris. And in fact, the idea of a woman disguising herself as a male pirate is instead referential to some genuine historical figures. Specifically, Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Mary Read and Anne Bonny were two women that disguised themselves as men in order to serve as pirates under Captain John Rackham. Or at least that's how the common story goes. Much of what we know about them comes from Charles Johnson's account, A General History of Pirates, which, of course, means that everything is going to be slightly slanted by his own perspective, as well as potentially some exaggerations or outright fictional elements that he added, since Johnson is widely considered by historians to be a fairly unreliable source. From what we can tell, when Mary was very young, her brother died, and since she was the daughter of a single mother, she disguised herself as her deceased brother in order to make a significant living and keep them off the streets. Anne Bonny, on the other hand, lived most of her early life as a woman, and is said to only have assumed the male disguise upon becoming a pirate. The two of them ended up serving on the same ship, and it's said that Anne made a pass at Mary, but Mary revealed that she was also a woman, so the two of them didn't end up getting together. Although this tale is sometimes used by scholars to suggest that they were lesbian lovers with each other, an assertion that has no other evidence, and the story of Anne hitting on Mary is also very likely fabricated, because we have reason to believe that the pirates aboard the ship knew that Anne and Mary were both women. And in fact, there's some amount of evidence that Anne and Mary didn't hide their gender whatsoever. Wanted proclamations at the time explicitly name both Anne and Mary. And when the two of them were in the gallows ready to be executed, they each pretended to be pregnant in order to avoid the death sentence. Something that would be fairly hard to do were they disguised as men still. Honestly, I suspect that the duo never actually disguised themselves as men, or if they did, it was only short-lived. And instead, the stories of them disguising their genders are conflating these pirates with the many women who disguise themselves as men to become sailors on legitimate non-pirate vessels. I know that some people will probably take issue with that read because the duo have been held up as queer or even trans icons, but I really don't think there's enough evidence to support speculating on these real people's gender. Unlike with fictional characters, you can't really have a headcanon about genuine historical figures. And I recognize that oftentimes the evidence for trans people in history, especially transmasculine individuals, is held to a far higher standard than it should be, but I just don't think the evidence is there for these two in the same way it is for people like Mother George, Emilia Rabezzavilla, or even Jeanne d'Arc. There are plenty of trans people in history, and it's possible that these two are amongst them, but without any definitive evidence, I think it's irresponsible to claim that they are. I hope y'all found that sidebar to be educational or at least somewhat entertaining, because unfortunately, most of FF5's story doesn't have the level of depth that will warrant those sorts of literary comparisons. So I wanted to make the most of Farris while I could. But now that we're done with that, it's time to see if we can escape this graveyard once and for all. And there's only really one obstacle in our way: the Siren. She is, however, a formidable foe, and she's able to conjure up an apparition of King Tycoon in order to distract Farris and Lena, as well as an apparition of Bartz's parents, which distracts him. However, when it comes time to hypnotize Galuf, she conjures some little girl who calls Galuf Grandpa, but thanks to his amnesia, he's unaffected by this. And he snaps the other party members out of their trance, allowing them all to team up and take on the area boss. As a battle, Siren has a really cool gimmick. She alternates between two forms, one where she is a normal Siren and one where she is undead. As a normal Siren, she has incredibly high magic defense, but zero physical defense, meaning all of your physical jobs can hammer away no problem. Meanwhile, as an undead, the inverse is true. Her physical defense is through the roof, but her magic defense zeroes out, and she's vulnerable to healing spells since she's undead. This means the best way to take on Siren is to have an even mix of physical and magical jobs and alternate who is support versus who is dealing damage. Also, interestingly, Siren drops a different item depending on whether you land the killing blow on her undead form or her normal form. As a normal Siren, she will drop bronze armor, but as an undead, she'll drop a bronze shield instead. Both of these items are useful for a knight, although personally I'm more partial to shields than armor, but either way you can purchase whichever one you're missing at the nearby town of Carwen. In addition to the armor, we can pick up the sleep and protect spells, find an ice rod in a treasure chest, and go to our second piano to increase our skills. Sounding pretty good. We'll be piano masters in no time. But hold on, I want to rewind for a second, because we just acquired our first elemental rod. And traditionally, in Final Fantasy, these rods are usable in combat in order to cast a spell without spending any mana, which is pretty useful for our mages who can have trouble juggling their MP pool. In the case of this ice rod, it's capable of casting the spell Blizzaga for free. But Blizzaga is a level 5 black mage spell, and it, along with Firaga and Thundaga, make up the core of the black mage's late game toolkit. So having free access to it this early is incredibly overpowered, right? Well, yes, it is. This is an easy way to shred through bosses with thousands of damage unchecked. But the rod is consumable. If you use it, it breaks. So you can either leave it equipped on your caster in order to boost their magic stat, or cash it in for a one-time superpowered spell. In theory, this could make for an interesting choice, but in practice, breaking these rods to get high-level spells early is always the correct choice. If you find a boss with an elemental weakness to ice, thunder, or fire, it's basically a free win button. And even at neutral, this deals a lot of damage, so it makes fights easier at the very least. This strategy is commonly referred to as rod breaking, and at least I think it's one of the strongest things FF5 has to offer. Although I'm sure there are some players who dislike it, since it permanently destroys the item, and that can go against the hoarding tendency that tends to infect the average JRPG player's brain. And I'm including myself in that category. I'm very bad about hoarding. Still, if you can get past the mental block, I would encourage you to try breaking the frost rod, or at the very least start breaking rods once they are infinitely purchasable, which should be the case fairly soon after this. Eventually, this damage does fall off, as once you get access to the Aga spells yourself, you can cast them multiple times without breaking your economy, but for the early and mid-game stretch of the game, don't sleep on rod breaking. With that being said, our next destination is the creatively named North Mountain, as there are reports of a sighting of a wind drake, and Lena thinks it might be where her father went after the Wind Shrine. This dungeon is all about status. There are purple flowers scattered throughout the outside of the mountain, and if you ever step on them, the entire party gets poisoned. So it's best practice to stock up on antidotes, or just have a white mage with the poisonous spell in order to cure everyone if you make a misstep. Of course, even if you're perfectly capable of dodging the terrain, you have to deal with the possibility of petrification from the enemy cockatrice. And since there's no spell to cure this debilitating status, you need to stock up on gold needles, because petrification persists after battle and turns your party member into a useless statue until cure. Rock slugs will similarly inflict a brand new status in the form of their Slimer attack, which inflicts the target with both slow and sap. Sap, as you may recall from my FF4 video, slowly drains your HP over time according to the ATB system. And slow is pretty self-explanatory. It slows down your character, so their gauge fills at, well, a slower pace. With all of these enemy statuses coming for your party, it can feel a bit overwhelming. You can, however, turn the tables on your foes and inflict them with status, either by using the new black spell Sleep, or by acquiring a brand new blue spell in the form of Flash. Although doing this is a bit more complicated than the last three were. You see, the enemy headstones are capable of casting the Flash spell and inflicting blindness on your party. However, they do not have any MP to start out. So, if you want them to be able to cast this spell without failing, and therefore hit your blue mage and add it to your repertoire, you're going to have to use an ether on them. And while this is a pretty precious resource to waste healing an enemy instead of an ally, it's absolutely worth it, because Flash is a premier part of the blue mage's kit. For the low cost of 7 MP, it attempts to inflict the blind status on all enemies. And while that's not very useful against boss fights, against regular foes, it's a godsend, as blindness is a hugely debilitating status that drastically cuts the affected character's accuracy. So, against groups of entirely physical enemies, it can feel like an automatic win at times. That being said, if you're still not willing to use an ether on an enemy, that's fine. This isn't the last chance to acquire Flash, and you can get it for free against other enemies that already have MP, such as the crew dust in the fire-powered ship. So ultimately it's up to you, but I think this is the best use of the ether you find in Pirate Hideout. But after finishing the trek up the mountain, Lena finds her father's helmet, a sure sign that he was here. However, before we have time to investigate further, she is shot from off-screen by a poisoned arrow. As it turns out, the poacher Magisha is up here, also hunting the Wind Drake, although she plans to kill it and sell its corpse in the black market. But while a Wind Drake is valuable, a princess is even more so, so Lena is her new quarry. And thusly, we launch into the area boss fight. And in a cute bit of gameplay story consonance, Lena actually starts this fight poisoned, which could go from a minor inconvenience to potentially hugely debilitating depending on what jobs you've got everyone in. Magisha is a relatively frail but pretty obnoxious spellcaster, as she will spam your party with fire, blizzard, thunder, and arrow spells. Although, interestingly, unlike most later bosses, she's not actually immune to silence. So if you manage to inflict her with it, she can only use her relatively weak physical attacks, and will sometimes even waste turns attempting to cast spells uselessly. Of course, like any good bounty hunter, she doesn't work alone, and a little ways into the fight, she calls for backup from her physically inclined friend Forza. He is much stronger both offensively and defensively, and she enchants him with the regen spell, meaning his health slowly ticks back up if you don't focus fire him down. However, much like Magisha, Forza is lacking in a critical status immunity to blindness, so the newly acquired Flash spell can be of good use here. Of course, if you think the statuses aren't cheesy enough, there's also the Frost Rod we just acquired, which, if broken, will instantly kill both husband and wife. Are these two husband and wife, or are they just co-workers? I can't really tell. Whatever their relationship, my point is the two of them go down pretty easy. And with that obstacle out of the way, all that's left is to proceed to the summit, where instead of finding Lena's father, we find his abandoned Wind Drake. And the Wind Drake is sick. He needs dragon herbs to survive. But the only way to get those herbs is to cross a field of poisoned flowers. So Lena selflessly disregards her own safety in order to grab the dragon grass, then has to be healed up alongside her pet Drake. Lena's main character traits are selflessness and caring about animals. And while this makes for a rather flat character, it's enough that the game centers a couple of scenes around it, including this one. But with the Drake all healed up, we can now fly on his back and explore a greater portion of the world map. Our Drake's mobility is somewhat limited. He flies low, so he can cross over bodies of water, but not mountains. Still, it's enough to get to either our next destination of Walse, or to take a detour and return to Tycoon, where there's a little bit of optional story content and a bonus boss. Personally, I made a beeline for Tycoon because I was curious to see what would come from Lena having left against her father's orders. In the opening cutscene, he told Lena she needed to stay behind in order to protect the kingdom. And when I first showed up and ran into a suspicious chancellor, I thought that maybe it was to stop him from grabbing power. But no, he's trustworthy, he's just running the kingdom in our absence. There's not really anything interesting in terms of Lena's absence leading to consequences for Tycoon. Instead, the main story stuff here is around Lena and Farris's relationship. Lena talks to Farris at night and confronts her over the fact that they are secretly sisters, but Farris denies it. It's a decent enough scene, but I also see why it was relegated to bonus content. It doesn't really add any new information, and the characters aren't deep enough for me to care that much about their relationship. We do get another instance of Farris struggling with gender, referring to herself as a princess, so take that for what it's worth in terms of headcanon stuff. But otherwise, I think it's best we continue with the main story. We travel to the Kingdom of Walse and warn the king that he needs to turn off the machine amplifying the water crystal, but he scoffs at our concerns. He claims we can't possibly know the machine is what shattered the wind crystal, and even if it were, it's probably just an exception and not the start of a pattern. He can't turn off the machine because the production of water is what makes Walse profitable. However, as if the universe is conspiring to show this climate change denier he's a fucking idiot, as soon as the king finishes telling us things are safe, a soldier comes in and tells us that the water crystal is in danger. A meteor just crashed next to the tower it's stored in, and monsters are swarming the place. So that's our cue. We need to go to the Walse Tower in order to try to turn off the machine and protect the water crystal. Although technically at this point we could go on a mini side quest into the dungeon of Walse Castle in order to try and acquire the blue mage spell Moon Flute from Jackanapes. I personally wouldn't recommend this, not only because Moon Flute is a pretty bad spell, having the effect of turning your entire party berserk, but also because the Jackanapes are just way too strong for you to deal with at this point in the story. These are enemies that naturally show up towards the end of World 2, so here in World 1, there's not that much we can do against them. They have super high evasion, and will oftentimes just kill a party member in a single attack because we're so low level. If you really want to utilize Moon Flute strategies, I think it's best to wait until the Library of Ancients, where it is much more easily accessible. But thankfully, Moon Flute isn't the only blue mage spell we can get at this point, because in Walse Tower, we can get access to Pawn's Chorus from the Elf Toad enemies. Pawn's Chorus is a single target spell that attempts to inflict an enemy with the Toad status. Although it's worth noting it can also be used on an ally who has been toaded in order to cure the Toad status. Functionally, it just works like a cheaper version of the spell Toad, which we can't even acquire at this point in the story. So it's a useful upgrade. It is worth noting that Elf Toad AI is hard-coded to not use Pawn's Chorus unless it is the last enemy alive, which makes this one slightly more complicated to acquire than other blue spells, but not hugely so. As for the rest of the tower, this is a dungeon based around verticality, and so you'll be climbing up staircases and vines and dropping down pits in order to get bonus treasure chests or even just progress through the tower. Upon reaching the apex, we encounter the boss, Garula, a previously docile monster that has suddenly become enraged and is trying to destroy the crystal. And what's cool about this is you're not only told that Garula should be docile, but you've also the opportunity to experience it in gameplay. You see, if we explore Walse Village, you can find that there's a little girl with a pet Garula, who, despite being a monster, doesn't attack her. And if you wander around the overworld near Walse Tower, you can actually encounter wild Garula yourself, but they never attack you and instead just try to flee. This one in the tower, however, is different. Something has possessed it and turned it raving mad. And as a boss fight, it's actually kind of challenging. It does purely physical attacks, so blind is one way of cheesing it, but if you didn't get access to that spell on North Mountain, then Garula kind of hits like a truck and can be a big danger to your mages or other squishy fighters. However, since all of Garula's attacks are physical, a knight with cover and counter can potentially cheese him pretty hard. But speaking of counter, Garula introduces Final Fantasy V's counter system. And just like in all of the other Final Fantasies, I think this is implemented pretty poorly. It's not really telegraphed when an enemy is countering you versus when they are just taking their turn because of the ATB bar, and counters often trigger off of a variety of different effects, so it can be hard to nail things down without looking it up for yourself. In Garula's case, they get an extra attack anytime they take damage at low HP. Pretty annoying stuff, and I honestly wish the game communicated better, such as by having an indicator that says counter or something like that. But the fact this wasn't changed in any of the remakes tells me it wasn't a limitation of the SNES, but a conscious choice to hide the counter information from you. Which, I mean, I guess I respect it, but I don't have to like it. Unfortunately, despite our efforts, the water crystals still shatter. And as we stand there mourning our victory, one of the dying soldiers recognizes Galuf and apologizes for failing, addressing him as either Sir Galuf or Lord Galuf, depending on the translation. Either way, it's a noble title that is higher than what Galuf is used to being addressed as. And he begs the man for answers, but to no avail. The soldier already died. And if we don't hurry, we'll be joining him. Because as it turns out, the water crystal was the only thing keeping this tower from sinking into the sea. So we need to get out of here. We scramble to grab the fragments of the crystals and get new jobs, but are only able to get 5 out of 6 of them. Before we can grab the final one, the tower sinks and us with it. Just as it seems all hope is lost, the gang is rescued by a familiar face. It's Sildra! Although, this isn't exactly a happy reunion, as Sildra is using the last of her strength to rescue Farris and her friends, which means, just as soon as the pirate captain was reunited with her lifelong friend, the two of them are once again torn apart, this time permanently. It's a sad moment, and despite Sildra not being human, her death is treated with the same level of dignity as all of the other self-sacrifices in previous Final Fantasies like 2 and 4. And personally, I appreciate that. Farris said they were like siblings, so this death is like losing a sibling. As such, let's give her a few moments to grieve and go over the 5 new jobs we acquired from the water crystal. This time around, our only physical class is the Berserker, and it's a strange one. With high stamina and high strength, Berserker seems like a straightforward bruiser similar to Monk or Knight. However, thanks to its only innate ability Berserk, it is permanently outside of the player's control. That's because at the start of battle, the Berserk status is applied to the Berserker, and it never wears off and cannot be cured or it will immediately reapply itself. When a unit is berserked, they will constantly do their standard attack at a random enemy every time their ATB bar fills up. However, in exchange for this, the berserked unit gains a 50% increase to the damage they deal. As such, despite the berserker's strength modifier only being plus 21, they deal the most with standard physical attacks out of any of the basic physical jobs. And while the permanent berserk status might seem like a bit of a downside, if we're being realistic, just clicking attack is the sort of thing that your monk and knight do for a lot of fights. The main downsides of the perma-berserk, therefore, are really just the inability to pick targets, which can sometimes be a problem, and the fact you can't pivot your berserker to throw out a high potion or phoenix down in case of emergency. As such, I think that this initially off-putting job is actually a little bit underrated, but that's not to say it doesn't have its limitations. Physical jobs scale more and more poorly the longer the game goes on, and since Berserker is the most simplistic of them, it's oftentimes going to be amongst the first to have a major falloff. Not only that, but Berserker's agility modifier of -9 is really unfortunate for a job that just wants to attack as frequently as possible. It's worth noting that in the SNES and GBA versions, there is a bug associated with the Berserker that makes its ATB gauge fill up far less than it should. But even with the Pixel Remaster, or my fan translation, which I later learned also included some bug fixes, the Berserker's going to get less turns than your other party members for the most part. But by far the biggest issue Berserker has to contend with is in regards to its unique weapon types, axes, and hammers. These are, as you might expect, amongst the strongest weapons in the game, but they're also some of the least accurate ones. The game's two accuracy boosting skills, aim and X attack, are both command abilities, which means they are off limits to the Berserker. And as such, you are going to see the miss icon appear above their heads more often than other jobs. But if that's not enough RNG for you, the damage calculations for axes and hammers have an inherent bit of RNG as well, as they can deal anywhere from 50% to 150% of their calculated damage. This means sometimes the Berserker hits really hard, but in other occasions, they hit like a wet noodle, and much less hard than you would expect them to, as well as less hard compared to other physical jobs. So between the random target, the random accuracy, and the random damage, Berserker is a gambler's wet dream. But I also think it comes early enough that it can still be useful in the upcoming dungeons, especially if you're willing to work with them by giving them a skill like two-handed or equip swords. Although, ironically, the knight and monk jobs might just make for a better Berserker, since you can just give them the Berserk skill after you inherit it from Berserker, and not have to deal with any of the axe nonsense while still getting all of the upsides of a perma-berserked party member. While Berserker is the only purely physical job in this lot, Mystic Knight functions as a sort of hybrid between the magical and physical jobs. In fact, it's one of only 2 jobs with entirely positive modifiers for all 4 core stats. Although, as you might expect, this results in not exactly stellar stats in any particular area. 14 strength makes its physical attack decent, but certainly not comparable to other physical classes, and a magic modifier of 1 might as well be nothing. Sure, it's technically better than being in the negative, but just barely. Any spells you fire off are going to be incredibly weak. But I would encourage you not to write this class off on its stats alone, as the Mystic Knight comes with one of the stronger abilities in the game. No, not Auto Shell, that's kind of weird and not really useful. It casts the Shell spell targeting yourself whenever you hit low HP, but honestly, I found that even with Shell, the next spell would kill me because my HP was that low. Instead, I think the most powerful part of Mystic Knight's toolkit is its active command, Spellblade. Spellblade almost entirely copies Black Magic's spell list, with the only differences being Toad at level 2 is replaced by Silence from White Mage, and Death at level 6 is replaced with Holy, also from White Magic. However, rather than targeting the enemy with these spells, Spellblade enchants your weapon with the chosen element or spell attribute. This overwrites potential elemental damage that is innate to your weapon, and instead gives a brand new effect depending on what spell you cast. For Break, Poison, Silence, and Sleep, you will deal your regular damage and be guaranteed to inflict the status of either Petrification, Poison, Sleep, or Silence. assuming, of course, your target isn't immune to that status condition. For the attacking spells, things get a lot more interesting. You imbue your weapon with the element of choice, being fire, ice, thunder, poison, or holy, and as such, for purposes of dealing effective damage, it is treated as that element, which can be either an upside or a downside. If you enchant your blade with fire and you are attacking something fire weak, you deal extra damage, but if you enchant your blade with fire and attack something fire immune or fire absorbent, then instead you'll deal no damage or potentially even heal it. However, the way this damage is calculated is different from other forms of elemental weakness, as the multiplier for dealing effective damage goes up depending on which tier of spell you cast. I'm getting these numbers from the fandom wiki, so take it with a grain of salt, but for the tier 1 spells, being fire, blizzard, thunder, and poison, effective damage is treated as a 2x multiplier. For the tier 2 spells, Fyra, Blizzara, and Thundara, effective damage is a 3x multiplier. For the tier 3 spells, it gets a little bit complicated, and depends on whether or not the enemy is classified as heavy, which is a modifier given to most bosses and a lot of standard enemies. Heavy enemies will instantly die if hit by a specific weakness from Bio, Fyraga, Blizzaga, Thundaga, or Holy. And this will actually pierce through, otherwise being immune to instant death. However, it does not kill any heavy classified enemies. Instead, heavy enemies will take 4 times effective damage if hit by one of their weaknesses. The Drain Spellblade is basically what you expect. It turns all of your attacks into a vampiric force, so you will heal up any damage you deal, which is especially powerful and can make your Spellblade feel nearly immortal. Flare just deals a bunch of extra non-elemental damage to the target, and it can be used to reset your Spellblade if you've accidentally set up a fire Spellblade to someone who is immune to fire, since it removes all elemental properties from the Spellblade in question. Meanwhile, the Osmose spell steals MP from the target. However, unlike you would expect, it doesn't steal the MP equal to how much damage you dealt. Instead, if you deal any damage, it steals 1/4 of the target's MP, meaning you can completely zero out a target's MP by hitting them with 4 Osmose Spellblades, and therefore shut off any spellcasters basically entirely. Obviously, Spellblade is very powerful, and I would argue it's usually better than straight-up black magic. However, it gets even better once you realize that the spells themselves are cheaper to cast as a Spellblade than as a black mage. For example, looking at the tier 1 spells, Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder each cost 5 MP to cast. However, if you use them as a Spellblade, they're only 2 MP apiece. And this pattern continues with the higher level spells, with almost every Spellblade being about 50% the price of casting the same spell as a black mage. I assume the reason for this is the devs thought having to wait an extra turn makes it less powerful, and against weak enemies that is certainly the case, but against strong foes that you're going to want to hit with multiple attacks, Spellblade is absolutely the better option. And that's before thinking of the synergies with things like dual wield, X attack, and other attack boosting commands. This is truly a stupidly strong job. Although it's not even my favorite of the water crystal jobs, because Time Mage is an incredibly powerful support job. The main appeal here is time magic, although it's worth noting upon mastering Time Mage, you gain access to equip rods. Although realistically, this ability is equip rods and staves, as it gives you access to both of the mage's go-to weapons. Still, that's not why I'm personally such a big fan of Time Mage. No, instead that's because time magic as a school has some really stellar utility spells, specifically as it comes to speed manipulation. They can inflict the slow status on enemies with slow, which is single target, or slow-ga, which targets everyone, and cuts the rate at which your ATB bar fills up in half. Alternatively, they can speed up allies with Haste, which is a single target spell, or Hastka, which targets the entire party, and, as you can expect, doubles the rate at which your ATB bar fills up. And these 4 spells alone are phenomenal, as they basically give you double or even quadruple the number of actions you normally would, if you manage to slow down the enemy and haste your entire team. But it gets better, because Time Mage also has access to a suite of situational but useful support spells. The Regen spell applies the regen effect to an ally of your choice, causing them to slowly regain health over time. Not as effective as a White Mage or other healers, but it can be a nice top-off, and especially if the battle goes long, does more work than you would expect. Meanwhile, Float gives an ally the Float status, granting them immunity to all Earth-based elemental attacks. Again, quite situational, but useful when it comes up. Silence attempts to inflict an enemy with the Silence status, which prevents them from spellcasting. And Silence can be group cast, although this lowers the success rate of inflicting the status. Stop is an incredibly powerful status effect, which, well, stops the enemy. It stops them from being able to do any attacks, and lowers their evasion to 0, meaning that all attacks will be perfectly accurate. However, it's worth noting a lot of foes are immune to this status, but when you can get it off, it is incredibly potent. And similarly, the old status is super debilitating if you can inflict it, as anyone affected by old will slowly have their level tick down over time. While your level doesn't impact your basic stats, it is factored into calculation when it comes to damage, so inflicting someone with old will very quickly turn them from a massive threat into a baby pecking away at you with pathetic attacks. Banish attempts to cast an enemy out of battle, basically instantly killing them, although since it isn't the death status, this does get around death immunity. Worth noting, however, that Banish does not work against heavy targets, and as such, most bosses won't be effective. Banish's inverse spell, Teleport, allows you to flee from a battle for free, and it can be used from the overworld in order to teleport out of a dungeon, which is useful if your team is running low on health or items. The 2 weirdest spells in the Time Mage's arsenal are Speed and Return, sometimes referred to as Reset. Speed adjusts the battle speed to the maximum of 5, which is something you can normally do in the menu anyway, but if you wanted to adjust battle speed using a spell, I guess this works. I can't really see a use case for it, but if anything, it serves as a kind of interesting artifact of the weirdness around Final Fantasy V, still figuring out how various mechanics and QOL would fit into their gameplay systems. And a similar thing can be said about Return, which resets a battle to the starting point, restoring all items, HP, MP, etc. that you've used up. So it basically is a do-over that you can cast as a Time Mage in case something went wrong in a random encounter or a boss fight and you didn't save anytime recently. Again, this feels like the sort of thing that would normally be thought of as a QOL or even easy mode feature, but it's just part of the Time Mage's toolkit, which is weird but kind of cool and sort of a sign of the times. Gravity and Graviga are the 2 main damage-dealing spells Time Mage gets, with Gravity dealing 1/8 of its current HP, and Graviga dealing half of its current HP. Although, before you get too excited, these don't work on heavy targets, so say it with me, against most bosses these will be useless. Instead, if you want your Time Mage to deal damage to them, Comet and Meteor are non-elemental damage, with Comet being single target and Meteor being multi-target. Although the damage these spells deal is entirely random, and as such can be pretty low or pretty high, depending on how lucky you get. Personally, if I'm trying to deal damage, I like more reliable sources like physical attackers, black mages, and summoners, but if you're a gambling addict, this could be just the thing you want. Although, I've saved the best spell on the Time Mage's list for last, because Quick is an incredibly potent, if expensive, utility spell, as it immediately gives you 2 additional free turns once you cast it. It's 77 MP, so you can't exactly spam Quick whenever you want, but if you use it at the right time, it can absolutely turn the tide of battle, either letting you clench victory from the jaws of defeat, or pushing you over the finish line against an incredibly difficult foe. Most of my audience is familiar with dancers in Fire Emblem, so I probably don't have to explain this, but extra actions are one of the most powerful things you can do in an RPG. And they're super flexible at that. Getting 2, even with the exorbitant mana cost, is a huge boon. And Quick, in combination with the power of speed manipulation, is a big part of why I personally think Time Mage is the best job in the game. I guess spoilers for the tier list. But before we can look at the tier list, we have 2 more jobs to talk about. And I want to cover Summoner next, because while Time Mage is a premier utility mage, Summoner is a premier damage-dealing mage. It feels like something of a hybrid between the Black Mage and the Blue Mage, as, like the Black Mage, its spells are usually focused on attacking, and get divided up into 5 different spell levels, but like the Blue Mage, fully filling out your summon spellbook feels like something of a side quest that lasts almost the entire game. You can purchase the first 3 spells, Chocobo, Sylph, and Remora, but all of the other ones are going to require you to do some sort of side quest or reach a specific point in the main story. As such, I'll be treating this job like the Blue Mage and highlighting the ways in which we can acquire new summons when we reach them. And instead of going over all of these summons in the game at this juncture, I'll cover them when we acquire them. Although with that in mind, I do want to talk about the 3 purchasable summons, Chocobo, Sylph, and Remora, which make up the Summoner's level 1 spellbook. Chocobo is a single target spell which deals non-elemental damage against the target. However, it has an RNG chance of summoning the Fat Chocobo instead, which will attack all enemies instead of just one, still dealing non-elemental damage, but considerably more of it than the individual Chocobo would. Sylph deals non-elemental damage to one target enemy as well. However, its secondary effect isn't RNG. Instead, it heals the party for the amount of damage dealt. This is usually a rather small heal, but it's useful at topping up party members and keeping the party consistently healthy if you are attacking with Sylph over and over again. And Remora is a status-inflicting attack which attempts to paralyze one enemy. Paralysis takes an enemy out of the fight temporarily, meaning they can't do any attacks or even fill up their ATB bar, which is pretty useful if you can inflict it, although many bosses are immune to this status effect. I personally don't think the level 1 spells are particularly standout, but they're a nice baseline to get your summoner started, and as I said, moving forward, I will attempt to guide you into filling out the summon spellbook entirely. Although, it's worth noting that thanks to the summoner's final ability, Call, you might not actually want to fill out your entire summon spellbook, because Call costs 0 MP and summons a random summon of the ones that you have. So if you only acquire a few specific summons, you can more definitively boost the odds of Call being exactly what you want in your favor. This, of course, limits the flexibility that the summoner has, as part of the benefits of the summon job is it's able to inflict elemental damage with a wide variety of elements. It has access to fire, ice, lightning, earth, water, wind, and non-elemental damage, alongside some status-inflicting and utility moves. And all of these are incredibly powerful attacks, but they also cost a lot of MP. And as such, especially when going against regular enemies in a dungeon, the Black Mage often feels preferable to the Summoner, unless you have a very specific build laid out which compensates for the MP cost. After 3 extremely powerful spellcasters, the last job from the Water Crystal feels pretty underwhelming. And that's because it's the classic Red Mage. And Red Mage doesn't really work under Final Fantasy V's job system. You see, the idea behind Red Mage is combining black magic and white magic alongside decent physical attack into one package. So you have a party member who's not great at anything, but is okay at a few different things. And while this can be a decent form of role compression in the first few Final Fantasies, in FF5, it's not really needed. If you want someone to do both black and white magic, you can just utilize the job system to give a black mage white magic, or vice versa. And in that case, you wouldn't have to deal with the red mage's abysmal stats, or the fact they can only cast spells up to level 3. This does give a decent selection for the mid-game, with the aura spells, raise, and cura all being available, but you miss out on crucial things in the late game, like the Aga spells Esuna or Arise. And as far as being a physical attacker goes, the Red Mage is worse at that than basically any other physical job. From this description, it might seem like Red Mage is useless, and I do think it's a pretty bad job, but it does at least have one selling point, and that is the skill you get upon mastering Red Mage: Dual Cast. Dual Cast allows you to cast 2 spells back to back for your turn. So it's similar to Time Mage's Quick in giving you extra actions, although it's less flexible. The ideal use case for Dual Cast is to use 2 very strong attacking spells back to back. Although you can also use a strong attack and a heal, or multiple healing spells if those are more situationally useful. But despite how powerful Dual Cast is, I'm not sure it does enough to salvage the Red Mage. Mastering Red Mage takes a lot of work, and you're either going to do a ton of grinding, or get Dual Cast very late into the game. Which is not terrible, having Dual Cast for the late game bosses is super useful, but it means compromising the early and mid game by having a Red Mage as one of your party members. And while Red Mage is not useless, they're certainly underwhelming as compared to the other job options. This also limits your team's flexibility, as a large part of tackling the challenges FF5 throws at you is changing up your team composition. But if you are desperately trying to get Dual Cast as quickly as possible, you're going to want to leave the same character in Red Mage for basically their entire career. And as such, once they come out of Red Mage, they'll also have less flexible options for the late game, with basically Dual Cast being the only tool in their toolkit worth using. Although Dual Cast itself is very strong and can probably outclass a multi-tool. It's for that reason I've got Red Mage in C tier. It's never a job you especially want to be in, it's just one you have to be in for a very long time if you want the payoff of Dual Cast. Dual Cast itself is very strong, but I think that there are other broken things you can do that require a lot less effort than mastering Red Mage. And many of those broken things come from the Water Crystal, which is why Summoner, Time Mage, and Mystic Knight all make their way into S tier. Which might give you an indication as to just how strong the jobs in this game are, as S tier is by far the most crowded tier and we're only 2 crystals deep. Sure, there's a few stinkers we're gonna run into, but for the most part, the jobs in Final Fantasy V are incredibly powerful. Even Berserker, which has noticeable and significant drawbacks, I only have as low as B tier. Because I think it is useful at the time you get it. Sure, physical jobs fall off eventually, and Berserker is completely out of your control, but like I said during the overview, just clicking attack is what Knight and Monk do 90% of the time anyway. So Berserker being berserked isn't as much of a downside as it initially seems. Their real issue is being stuck with axes, which are a mediocre weapon type at best. I'm sure having them in the bottom of B tier is going to raise some eyebrows, but it's a stance that I'm sticking with. Berserker is overhated, but with the tier list squared away, we can get back to business. Because while the wind and water crystal may be lost, we still have the capability of saving fire and earth from similar fates. Our next course of action is to go inside the meteor that landed in Walse Kingdom. This cave is remarkably similar to the one Galuf was inside at the opening cinematic, and it even has a teleportation portal similar to what he saw, although it will teleport us to a meteor in the Kingdom of Karnak. And since Karnak is the home of the fire crystal, it's our obvious next destination. Although, before doing this, there is a bit of side questing to be done. And the first of them is to gather our next summon. You see, Shiva, a classic Final Fantasy summon, awaits below Walse Castle. And if we can defeat her in a somewhat challenging boss fight, we can add her to our summon repertoire. When summoned, she uses the ability Diamond Dust, which deals ice elemental damage to all foes. This damage is a little bit less than the Black Mage's current ice spell, Blizzara, but since it hits all foes, it's better against random encounters, while worse against single target foes such as boss fights. There's also a new blue spell to acquire, the question mark spell. This deals damage equal to your missing HP and can be acquired from Wild Knack, although you don't get a notification when the Wild Knack attacks you with this ability. As a spell in the player's hands, it's also pretty weak. You don't typically want to be at low enough HP for this to deal meaningful damage, and even if you feel reckless, player HP values are so much lower than enemy ones that the question mark is just a less efficient way of clicking the regular attack button. Honestly, the most noteworthy thing about this spell is how freaking weird it is, even by blue magic standards. I suspect something about its inclusion has to do with glitches, whether that be its name or the fact it's even acquirable. But it is technically something you can add to your spellbook. And, of course, in addition to getting these new spells, since we have access to a whole new town in Karnak, we can load up on a bunch of new weapons and armor that help out any of our martial classes. Here is our first opportunity to purchase the Fire, Frost, and Thunder rods if we want to do some rod breaking strategies. And there's some Mithril tier weapons for the Bruisers. Except for when we go to try to purchase an item, we get immediately confronted by the city guard, because they saw us coming out of the meteor and assume that we're in league with the monsters, so we get thrown in the dungeon. In jail, we meet Sid, who is actually the scientist that invented the machines that amplify the crystal's power, and as such is kind of the cause of the crystals overloading and exploding as of late. He says that he realized his mistake and tried to convince the Queen of Karnak to turn off the machine amplifying the fire crystal, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. In fact, Sid was fed the same excuses that we were back in Wales. There's no way of knowing that the machine is what's affecting the crystals, and it's probable that the water and wind crystals were isolated incidents. Besides, Karnak's economy depends on the fire crystal, so if we shut off the machine, we'd make less money. And I know I made a joke about this earlier, but I really do think that the machines amplifying the crystals are a metaphor for climate change. Which is crazy to say about a game that came out in 1992, but it fits perfectly. The idea of those in power refusing to listen to scientific evidence and dismissing things as just isolated incidents in order to justify keeping these machines running so that they can make more money, even though the machines are literally destroying the environment. That's climate change. That's a climate change story. And before anyone says it, we did know about man-made climate change in 1992. It only really entered the popular zeitgeist with 2006's movie An Inconvenient Truth, but within the scientific community, it was a big talking point in the 1970s. And in fact, it was something that we were aware of even before that, The term greenhouse effect was first coined in 1901. And it's not like this would be the only Final Fantasy to bring up environmental themes. One of the few things I know about Final Fantasy VII is you play as a bunch of eco-terrorists, and there is very much a theme of environmentalism throughout the story of 7. With a climate change reading in mind, there's some earlier scenes that get a lot more ominous, such as Lena talking about how the wind dying is only the beginning, and soon the air will be too poisonous and kill off all the birds. And this parallels how, in our own world, ecological collapse is leading to more and more species going extinct. Honestly, I found this portion of the story, where we're foiled not by an evil wizard, but by the greed of world leaders, to be much more interesting than everything else Final Fantasy V has going on. But unfortunately, this portion of the story doesn't last, as we're about to pivot into a much more straightforward fantasy tale. You see, the Chancellor comes to free Cid, and by extension us, as it turns out Cid was right all along. The fire crystal cracked and is likely at risk of shattering. And even though the amplifier got turned off, it is somehow still getting more and more powerful. Cid suspects that this is because of the fire-powered ship docked outside of Karnak. So it's up to us to rush through the ship and see if we can save the fire crystal. And thus begins one of the cooler dungeons in the game. The fire-powered ship is all mechanical, and involves us crawling through vents, navigating conveyor belts, and moving platforms with levers in order to get extra treasures or even just advance throughout the ship. This dungeon also does a great job of showing just how technologically advanced the Kingdom of Karnak is as compared to its neighbors, in large part thanks to Cid's inventions, which the fire-powered ship is one of. This dungeon also features another Blue Mage spell, Self-Destruct, although acquiring it is the most complex we've had to deal with yet. You see, Self-Destruct can only be used by the enemy's motor traps. However, motor traps are not encountered by running around the overworld the way you would expect for other foes. Instead, you need to find the enemy named Defeater, and kill it last. If it is the last enemy to die, it will spawn 2 motor traps. But motor traps don't actually naturally use the ability Self-Destruct. Instead, you need to target a motor trap with the Thunder spell, and it specifically needs to be a Thunder spell, not Thunder on a spell blade. Upon targeting them with Thunder, a motor trap will short circuit and trigger the Self-Destruct ability. And if they happen to target a blue mage or someone with the learning ability, then you will get the Self-Destruct spell for yourself. For all that trouble, you would expect it to be something powerful, right? But it's not. Self-Destruct is hilariously probably one of the worst blue mage spells out there. It deals damage equal to the caster's HP and then kills the caster. And the ironic thing is killing the caster is not even the entire cost. This costs 1 MP, which means you can deal less damage than Goblin Punch for more mana and kill the caster while you're at it. This thing's fucking awful. I'm sure there are some gimmick builds that abuse Phoenix Down and Arise or whatever other number of things to try and make Self-Destruct work, but it really isn't worth it. Player HP values are just too low for this to deal significant damage. It's not worth it whatsoever. Even if it didn't kill you, this would be an underwhelming spell, but since it kills the caster, it's pretty awful. Worth noting, this is also the first opportunity to grab the spell Flash if you didn't want to spend an ether back on North Mountain. The crew dust enemies located throughout the ship will spam it, so you probably want to load up on eye drops as well, even if you've already got the Flash spell yourself. After navigating through the ship and grabbing the Thief's Gloves, we come to the engine room, where we are confronted by Queen Karnak? For some reason, she doesn't want us to save the fire crystal. She seems to be possessed by some sort of evil force. But before we can do anything about that, she summons a liquid flame to battle us. And this boss fight is pretty interesting, as the liquid flame will switch between 3 different forms. One shaped like a human, one shaped like a hand, and one shaped like a tornado. And each of these forms have different attack strategies that you'll need to respond to. The human form uses a rush attack, which not only ignores evasion, but also ignores defense, so deals a lot of physical damage to whoever it chooses. Meanwhile, the hand form shoots out paralyzing rays in order to stop you in your tracks. And the tornado can use the power of magnets to pull back row characters into the front, making them far more vulnerable to the standard attacks that all three forms wield. Complicating things further, the forms also have different weaknesses. While the human and tornado form are weak to ice, the hand form is actually immune to it. So you'll have to juggle between dealing damage with your spellcasters and your physical attackers. And just like with Siren, each form drops a different item, although they're all fire related. The human drops a fire scroll to be used by the ninja job, the hand drops an ever valuable flame rod, and the tornado drops a flame bow, which can't be used by anyone but the ranger and freelancer. It's, in my opinion, best to get the flame rod, not only because you actually have the job that uses that, but also because it's the most valuable of the items, and can be used for powerful rod breaking strategies. But no matter what you get, it will be useful eventually, at least if you're fully exploring the game's job system. Once the liquid flame is banished, Queen Karnak collapses and explains that she was being possessed by some evil force that wants to destroy the crystals so that it can awaken. She begs us, therefore, to save the fire crystal, and we rush ahead to the fire crystal chamber. But we're not the only ones there. A werewolf breaks into the crystal room and says, "Oh, thank goodness it's intact." However, it's at this time that Bartz decides to show off one of his random character traits, and it turns out, in addition to being afraid of heights, he is also racist against werewolves for some reason, and strangely this will actually come up at multiple points in the story. The werewolf claims he's not our enemy and says that he actually recognizes Galuf, but Bartz isn't buying it, and he wants to fight the werewolf to the death. However, Galuf holds him back, being the reasonable one for once. And he starts struggling to try and remember this werewolf's identity, but a soldier enters the room suddenly and turns on the amplifier. It turns out he was also possessed by whatever evil had been controlling Queen Karnak. And with the machine revving up to destroy the fire crystal, the werewolf sacrifices himself to protect our heroes and instructs them to save the Earth Crystal, as it is the last of the 4 crystals left. Then, the floor collapses and our party falls into the basement, the fire crystal explodes, and the werewolf dies. Tragic stuff. But there's no time to mourn our furry friend, as the castle was only held together by the power of the fire crystal, and now that the crystal has shattered, the castle is going to self-destruct, so we need to get out of here. What follows is a really interesting sequence where we have 10 real-life minutes to escape Karnak Castle before it self-destructs. And this task is actually very easy to accomplish. The 10-minute timer is not tight at all if you're just trying to beeline for the exit. However, that 10-minute timer becomes a lot tighter if we go for some of the side objectives. There's a large number of chests with collectible elixirs, which are rare at this point in the campaign. And some of the treasure also is exclusive items, specifically the Elf Cape and Main Goosh, which are a valuable accessory and dagger respectively, giving the dodge chance shields normally would give, thusly boosting your defense without necessarily being a piece of armor. There's also a few blue spells we can earn. The Gigas located inside some of the treasure chests have the Era spell, which is the tier 2 wind magic. Although this side objective I wouldn't worry about too much since you can get it in the next dungeon much more easily. Instead, the creme de la creme of blue magic spells is what's acquired from this area's boss, Iron Claw. This, fittingly enough, is the Death Claw move, which reduces the target's HP to single digits and paralyzes them. And it is probably the strongest offensive tool in the Blue Mage's arsenal. While it predictably isn't very helpful against bosses, against standard enemies, it is nearly an instant kill button. As while Deathclaw itself is never lethal, it does reduce enemies to the point where any other attack will be, and since it paralyzes them, they can be ignored for a little bit safely. Getting reduced to single-digit HP is also useful if you're going for any capture strategies with the Beastmaster, although we'll talk about that later. Lastly, the sequence gives you early and free access to Esuna, which is a valuable part of any White Mage's toolkit, and though you can get it later, it's quite nice to get it here for a cost of 0 gold. Overall, I really like this sequence. I like that the timer is not actually strict if you just want to beat the game, but the high-value treasures scattered throughout the castle create a great risk-reward incentive. And since you don't really have time to go back and save after getting any of the treasures, if you've got a really good run going but push your luck too far and end up wiping, you have to do it all over again, which feels nice and punishing while not actually taking away too much time. At most, you lose 10 in real-life minutes. Whoop-de-doo. This is also a portion of the game where Thief really shines, especially in the SNES version, as the ability to flee guaranteed from random battles is super helpful in cutting down on your time. And in the SNES version, if you want to be able to access Sprint, you need a Thief in your party, meaning its utility is highlighted in multiple ways. Which is also why I think the decision to add Sprint quality of life in the Pixel Remaster is ultimately kind of a mixed bag. I know that Sprint quality of life is the sort of thing that is standard to remakes these days, and I do like that they added it in most scenarios, but I feel similarly about Sprint as I do about rearranging deployment slots in Thracia. There's clearly a portion of the game designed with the absence of that quality of life in mind. In Thracia Chapter 19, you can trivialize the map by rearranging your deployment such that all of the units on the bottom of the map are people you don't care about. And similarly, in Final Fantasy V, if you have Sprint, you don't actually need a Thief in order to zoom around the castle and get all of the treasures with relative ease. Sure, having a Thief still makes you run even faster in the remakes, but that extra speed really isn't needed. Just the innate sprint button is enough. Meanwhile, in the original SNES version, unless you're super familiar with the castle's layout, you're going to really want access to the Thief's Sprint in order to get the best goodies. It's a nice reminder that adding a standard quality of life feature sometimes takes away the flavor and character of an original game. Regardless, once we escape the castle, it explodes behind us. And, lucky for us, 3 of the Fire Crystal Shards land right at our feet. So we gain access to 3 more jobs: the Geomancer, the Beastmaster, and the Ninja. The Geomancer is another class with all 4 positive modifiers, although unlike the Mystic Knight, its stats are much more min-maxed, with a 24 magic modifier and everything else being single digits. As such, you can probably guess that the Geomancer is a mage class, although it functions much differently from the other magical jobs. And this is most prominently seen in its equipment, as it's incapable of equipping either rods or stabs. And the latter is especially relevant because that means, along with the White Mage, it's one of the only magical classes that can't use rod breaking. Instead, they have access to probably the most neglected weapon type, bells. There's a grand total of 4 bells available in the game, although for the majority of the campaign you only have access to 1, the Diamond Bell. The remaining 3 do not become available until you have access to the final dungeon in the game. Because of this level of neglect, it's probably unsurprising that the Geomancer doesn't actually get an equip ability for its weapon type. In fact, leveling up the Geomancer doesn't give you much. You get 2 dungeon exploration abilities, Find Pits, which lets you see upcoming pitfalls, and Light Step, which prevents you from falling into them. But neither of these are huge selling points for the job as a whole. Instead, its premier ability is its school of magic, Gaia, or terrain magic, depending on the translation. Although, referring to this as a school of magic may be a little bit misleading, as it doesn't function like any of the other schools. You don't purchase or collect your spells for terrain magic. Instead, anytime you select the Gaia command, your Geomancer will cast a random spell which is pulled from a pool determined by your current geographical location. There are 23 total of these spells, although each given location has between 1 to 4 that it can pull from. And these effects can vary widely in potency. For example, looking at the forest terrain, Geomancer has 4 very different spells. Bindweed is functionally a free copy of Sloaga, whereas Branch Arrow and Branch Spear are just physical attacks of varying power. Meanwhile, Leaf Swirl is a wind elemental attack that attempts to inflict the blind status on all enemies. Because you don't know which of these 4 effects your Geomancer is going to cast, you can't really plan around things, and instead have to adjust to the RNG. Which can be a fun playstyle if that's what you're looking for, but it is an undeniably weaker playstyle than having carefully planned lines with spells whose effects you know. Although there is one major advantage the Geomancer gets in exchange for its random spells, and that is all terrain magic costs 0 MP. You don't know what spell you're going to get, but you know you won't be paying anything for it. And as such, Gaia can be a valuable tool if running through dungeons and fighting hordes of random encounters. While black mages and summoners need to conserve their mana if they want to be useful against the boss, a Geomancer faces no such obstacles. And since Gaia is the first skill you inherit from Geomancer, it's fairly easy to slap it on a black mage, white mage, or any other caster in order to give them something to do on turns where their more potent spellcasting isn't needed. And in most dungeons, the Geomancers have a spell that is at least neutral against the majority of enemies. So it's not like all of their attacks will uselessly be absorbed because they're using fire magic in a volcano or something. Rather than spend the next 20 minutes going over every spell in the Geomancer's arsenal and detailing where in the world you can cast each of them, I'm instead going to bring up the Geomancer's spells when I think they are particularly relevant for a dungeon or boss encounter, either because they are potent or because they are useless. If I don't say anything, it's safe to assume that the Geomancer just has okay spells. Good enough for random encounters, but rarely of the caliber you want for a crucial boss fight. In a similar vein as the Geomancer, the Beastmaster has a lot of theoretical possibilities in its moveset, but in practice, it's limited by the implementation of its capture mechanic. You see, the keystone ability of the Beastmaster, Catch, allows them to capture an enemy who is at 1/8 or lower HP. Then, either in this battle or a later one, they can release their captured enemy in order to do a special attack. Usually, this attack is just a standard damage-dealing move, although it tends to be far more powerful than what you could do with your standard attacks. But certain captured abilities are even better, as instead of using the standard strong attack, they'll use one of their special abilities. For example, if you backtrack to the Wind Shrine and capture one of the wizards there, you can actually gain super early access to the Death spell. And this is a black magic spell that is normally only accessible in the later stretches of the game. And even if you're not willing to go to the wiki and find all of the best captures, it's generally safe to assume that if you capture a monster that does a standard attack, they're gonna hit hard and it's gonna be a worthwhile use of your action. It's just a matter of doing the preparation. And unfortunately, that's where Beastmaster fails. because reducing an enemy to 1/8 HP without accidentally killing them is a surprisingly difficult task. And this is made even more difficult by the fact that enemy HP values are not displayed, so unless you can do quick math, you kinda gotta wing it and go off of vibes. Technically, using percentage-based attacks like harps and gravity help you reduce things with a more precise, non-lethal edge. And there is a side quest you can do in the mid-game for an accessory which changes the criteria from 1/8 HP to 1/2. Which is much easier to meet. But at that point, you have to wonder if the exorbitant amount of preparation you're doing is even worth it for the payoff you receive. Especially since, presumably due to hardware limitations, each character can only have one captured monster at a time. Once you capture a monster, the catch command is replaced with release. And of course, once you release a monster and use its ability, you then are able to capture a new one, but that means you're in the preparation stage all over again. And it also means if you're trying to use Beastmaster for a difficult encounter, such as a boss fight, you're going to have at most 4 uses of the release command, and that's only if you have every single character in Beastmaster. Don't get me wrong, there are absolutely some useful captures, and I'll try to point out a few here and there as we go through the rest of the campaign, but in general I find the extensive amount of preparation needed alongside the monster limit of 1 turns catch into a much more niche command than anything else you have access to. But thankfully, catch isn't all the Beastmaster brings to the table. As arguably more important than catch is their level 2 ability, Control. This allows the Beastmaster to attempt to take control of an enemy on the battlefield. Initially, they have a 40% success rate, but much like with capture, there's an associated accessory which improves the odds up to 75%. And when you take control of an enemy, on the Beastmaster's turn, instead of them attacking or choosing an action, you can direct the controlled enemy to choose an action of your liking. The most obvious application of this is turning your enemy's powerful moves against them. However, you can also use it as an easy way of learning blue magic. It's particularly helpful for the support spells that enemies normally wouldn't use on you. But I also found that Control was a nice time saver in order to help enemies target the blue mage instead of some of my non-learning party members. It's worth noting that Control works similarly to the Confuse or Sleep statuses, in that it can be interrupted if the enemy is ever hit by a physical attack. But other than that, Control lasts until the end of battle. The last ability Beastmaster gets through level up is Calm, which is basically its own version of the Stop spell. It only works against magical beasts, but will always be successful against them, so that's kind of cool, but personally, I'll stick with Time Mage for my Stop shenanigans. Before moving on, I should also talk about Beastmaster's unique weapon type, the Whips. These ignore row like other ranged weapons, and have a chance to paralyze. In theory, this is cool, and it gives the Beastmaster something to do once they've used up their catch in a boss fight, but in practice, I find that their combat is still pretty abysmal, even with whips factored in. Personally, I'd much rather just go for consistent damage instead of gamble on Paralyze, a status which many enemies are immune to. On that topic, let's talk about the ninja, who's probably the best character at launching basic attacks, in large part due to its innate ability Dual Wield. Dual Wield allows you to hold a weapon in both hands. And, much like unarmed attacks, you get to hit the enemy twice with each attack. Once with your left-hand weapon, and once with your right-hand weapon. And this means, on average, in comparison to other classes, the ninja will be dealing twice as much damage. Although, oftentimes the math is even more generous in the ninja's favor, because they have an incredibly high agility modifier of 14, only 2 less than the thief's maximum of 16. So not only will they be launching 2 attacks every turn, but their turns come around more often than the average job. And their unique weapon type, short swords, lean into this by boosting agility when equipped. So if you dual wield short swords, not only do you launch 2 powerful attacks per turn, but your turns come around more often than any other character. And that damage stacks up over the course of a long battle. And even in random encounters, this speed advantage is useful, especially alongside Ninja's other passive, First Strike, which increases your chances of getting advantage on random enemy encounters. If all Ninja could do was attack really well, I still think they would be worth using. But what really elevates them to a high tier job is the flexibility they get with their various activated commands. There's 3 of these in total: Smoke, Image, and Throw. Smoke is identical to Thief's Flee, in that it lets you freely escape a random encounter. And Image is a 0 MP version of the White Mage's Blink spell. It's probably unnecessary if you have a dedicated White Mage in the party, but if you don't, Blink is still a pretty good status effect, so it's nice to have another way to apply it. Still, the real star of the show is Throw, which Ninja has innately and learns at level 4. This allows them to throw a weapon at the enemy for massive damage. There's a slightly convoluted damage formula that results in higher damage with higher might weapons, but regardless of what you throw, you're typically going to be dealing more damage than you would with a standard attack. And as such, this is a nice way of turning those lower tier weapons you've grown out of into big damage numbers against bosses. But it actually gets even better than that, because FF5 features some dedicated throwables, namely shurikens and the elemental scrolls. If you throw a shuriken, it does massive damage, far outscaling any other throwable you have. And as such, it's typically going to be best reserved for really difficult encounters. Especially since purchasing shurikens in Bartz's hometown is very expensive. You do find some throughout the overworld, and they can be useful if you hoard them for a particularly dreadful fight, but otherwise, if you want to get full mileage out of shurikens, it's going to require a lot of gil. Thankfully, that statement doesn't apply to the elemental scrolls, as these are a mere 200 gil each, and they are a way of giving the ninja an area attack. These deal elemental damage to all foes, as either fire, water, or lightning depending on which scroll you purchase. Interestingly, water and ice are considered different elements for the sake of effectiveness. But outside of Geomancy, scrolls are the only way of dealing water damage, and as such, the water scroll covers an interesting niche in terms of effectiveness. But one interesting thing is that scrolls actually calculate their damage depending upon your magic stat, and since the ninja has a negative magic modifier, you might expect them to be pretty bad in the ninja's hands. But that's not actually the case. The ninja deals genuinely decent AoE damage with these scrolls. And I assume that the reason they're so powerful is to account for the ninja's innate magic bane. But it means if you equip Throw on a magical class like Black Mage or Summoner, you can throw scrolls instead of casting spells and deal massive damage without wasting your MP. And depending on the point in the game you're at, this might actually just be better damage than the spells you would normally access. My main point though is that throwing scrolls gives Ninja an additional bit of flexibility, and alongside dual wield and their high agility score, means that Ninja is almost always going to have something useful they can do. As for the tier list, I'm putting Ninja at the top of A tier. It's phenomenal at single target attacks, and pretty good at multi-target ones too, but in comparison to the S-rank jobs, it just has a little bit less going on. Smoke, Image, and First Strike aren't useless, but they're more niche than anything. It is, however, far better than both the Geomancer and Beastmaster, which I'm placing in C tier. Beastmaster has a lot of options, but is limited by the single monster capture limit and takes way more setup than it's worth, at least in my opinion. Its main utility, therefore, is enabling blue magic, which is nice and is the easiest way to get some of the more powerful tools, but it always feels like a burden to have a Beastmaster on the team while you're hunting down a new blue spell. Geomancer I have in C tier because its gimmick is a little bit too unreliable. Don't get me wrong, it's nice for saving NP, and in the situations where it's outstanding, it is outstanding. But too often it feels like a worse and less consistent version of Summoner or Black Mage. And once you get the ability to buy scrolls, it's outclassed by Ninja as well. But moving back to the story, with the Fire Crystal destroyed, Cid slumps into a depressive state. He blames himself for the crystal's destruction. And in fairness, he's not entirely wrong. But he can't be reasoned with in this state. So we should leave him and try to find a way to protect the Earth Crystal. That means our next destination is the Library of Ancients, as this was where Cid uncovered the schematics for the machines. They were initially created by an ancient civilization, the Kingdom of Rhonka, which specifically housed the Earth Crystal. So our hope is that somewhere in those texts is the location of it, or at least some information to help us protect it. Along the way, we pass by a rather dangerous desert, and here there's the Dorm Chimera, which can teach us the blue mage spell Aqua Breath. Aqua Breath is a non-elemental attack that hits all enemies for decent damage and deals double damage against anyone in the desert. In theory, this could be situationally useful, but in practice, not so much. There's not a lot of deserts to traverse in Final Fantasy V, and the few times we are required to go there, Aqua Breath is still not dealing nearly enough damage to justify the hefty cost of 38 MP. This is such a high value that I actually double-checked to make sure I hadn't typoed 28, which would still be exorbitant for the effect Aqua Breath gives, but at the very least is better than 38. But no, this costs nearly 40 MP and has an incredibly underwhelming effect. It's worth picking up for the Sandworm boss fight coming up in a few hours, but otherwise I would say basically never touch it. You've always got a better option in the Blue Mage spell kit than this. Potentially more useful is the ability Transfusion, wherein the Blue Mage sacrifices themselves in order to fully heal a target's HP and MP. This can be acquired from Mithril Dragons, however, because it's a support move, they're not naturally going to use it targeting your Blue Mage. Instead, you need to either confuse them or use the control ability on Beastmaster. In theory, with some grinding, Transfusion can be gotten before entering the Library of Ancients, but in practice, the Beastmaster is unlikely to have control at this point since you just got access to the job. And as such, this ability is more likely going to come after the book dungeon than before it. As for how useful it is, a full heal is very nice, and the fact this targets MP and HP is a good bonus, but sacrificing your Blue Mage's life is a pretty hefty cost. You can revive them with something like Phoenix Down or Raise, but then you're eating into other resources and taking up someone else's turn. In which case, it might just have been better to use an Ether or Elixir than Transfusion. Of course, Transfusion isn't the only spell you can get once Beastmaster learns control, as if you backtrack to the fire-powered ship, the Mortar Traps have another blue spell you can learn, Missile. And this is a very straightforward effect. It reduces the target's HP to 1/4 of its current value. For only 7 MP, that feels like a steal. It's not capable of lethal damage, and it fails against most bosses, but against bulky enemies? Yeah, that's a pretty big game changer. And it's a nice option to reduce enemy HP safely so that Beastmasters can catch them. It is, of course, outclassed by Deathclaw, which you can get before it, but if you missed out on the opportunity during the castle escape sequence, Missile is here as a bit of a backup option or consolation prize. While we're backtracking, I should probably go over everything available in Karnak, which I kind of breezed over since we got arrested. Here, we can purchase the Tier 3 black and white spells, as well as the second tier of time magic. And in the weapon shop, we have access to buyable rods of either the fire, frost, or thunder flavor. So rod breaking is now only limited by the amount of capital you have. Karnak also houses the third piano, so we can hone our skills even further. That's enough playing around though. The library awaits. Although it's not as peaceful here as you would expect in a palace full of books, as the Library of Ancients has been overrun by monsters in the form of possessed books. Worse still, Sid's grandson, Mid, is trapped somewhere in the basement, so we're going to have to delve deep in order to reach him. And thus begins the library's basement, one of the cooler dungeon designs, both in terms of the overworld and the enemies you fight within. The dungeon itself has the gimmick of ever-shifting bookshelves, which you need to move around in order to slip through holes or walk on top of them and reach new areas. The enemies you fight within, however, are even more gimmicky, as each encounter has some number of pages. These page monsters will fight you one at a time, and when you defeat a page, it will flip to the next one, and then the next one, and the next one, although they don't necessarily go in numerical order. Each page is a power of 2, so we have page 32, 64, 128, and 256. And each of these pages have entirely different movesets, but they don't necessarily fight you in ascending order. All of the encounters have multiple pages, but the order within them varies, and sometimes you even fight the same page multiple times. After you defeat it, it just pops back up. One thing I think is kind of cool is that the Library of Ancient is set to show off the strengths of both the Geomancer and the Beastmaster, kind of niche jobs that we recently received. Using the Gaia ability in the library has a very high chance of calling the spell Ignis Fatuus. It's a single target fire attack which attempts to confuse the enemy. And as you might expect, the pages, being in books, are weak to the fire element. Beastmaster, on the other hand, gets some good mileage out of both control and capture. Control functions as something of an auto-win button against single-target enemies, and it's useful for learning the blue magic that the various page enemies know. Capture, on the other hand, has a bit more degenerate utility. The page 32 enemy, which is a very common enemy variant, will cast the high-level time magic Banish upon release. And since this ignores instant death immunity, it can actually be used to cheese some of the upcoming bosses, including the boss of this area, Byblos. Although, before tackling him, I do want to go over the various blue spells you can learn in the library's basement. If you missed the area spell in the Karnak escape sequence, you can grab it here via page 32. And similarly, page 256 has the Moon Flute ability. Page 256 also has a new blue spell, Off Guard, which cuts the target's defense in half for 19 MP. This is obviously a very strong support tool, especially as you get later in the game and enemies have more and more defense. Off Guard, being percentage based, is going to be more effective. However, acquiring it can be a little bit cumbersome, because page 256 really likes using Moonflute, and once your party is berserked, they're going to kill it indiscriminately. So, while control isn't strictly necessary to get off guard, I find that it makes the process a lot less annoying. The last piece of blue magic we can get from the page enemies is level 5 death. And this is the first of our level spells. The way that level spells work is they only affect foes who have a level divisible by a specific number. In the case of level 5 death, it affects foes with a level divisible by 5. So, for only 22 mana, this will instantly kill anyone who's level 5, 10, 15, etc. And since you can manipulate enemies' levels with other pieces of blue magic or even the time magic old, you can potentially get people into a sweet spot where level 5 death kills those who otherwise wouldn't be. Bosses, of course, have instant death immunity, but there's nothing stopping you from taking down hordes of foes with this spell, which is available much earlier than the actual black magic death. The only problem is that in order to get it, you need to be hit by it. And that means you need to have your blue mage at a level divisible by 5, while also not having the rest of your party in that level range, since they would all die and then you would get a game over. Still, while this spell is trickier to acquire than most other blue magic, it's well worth the effort. Nothing kills an enemy deader than the literal spell death. And this one has the advantage of inherently being multi-target, provided that all of the targets are of the appropriate level. So if you happen to fight through the library and don't have anyone at around level 15 or 20, I would recommend coming back later and seeking out page 64 to have it cast this spell on you ASAP. Of course, Blue Mage isn't the only one getting new toys in the Library of Ancients, because there is a mandatory mini-boss against Ifrit, who, once defeated, will become a summon for the summoner. As a boss fight, Ifrit can actually be pretty tricky, although if you have Shiva or Blizzaga, you've definitely got the upper hand. But once you get him for yourself, Ifrit is a decently powerful summon. For only 11 MP, he hits all foes with a powerful fire attack, meaning that just like Geomancer, he's sort of set up for success in the library. And with him under our command, there's nothing to stop a good old-fashioned book burning. So let's move on to the area boss, Byblos. Byblos is the first boss who feels like a genuine spellcaster, as he uses a lot of powerful magic against your party. The web spell inflicts the slow status on whoever he chooses, and the discord spell cuts your level in half, severely reducing damage output. Confuse will cause party members to attack each other, and Windslash is just good air-based magical damage. But the spells that really throw you off are all counterattacks. If he's attacked physically, Byblos will use Protect in order to up his physical defense. Meanwhile, if he's attacked magically, he'll use Toad in order to turn the entire party into frogs incapable of casting magic. And while at low HP, he sometimes counters with the Drain spell to help heal himself back up out of danger. Because of his propensity to use the Protect spell as well as his weakness to fire, it seems pretty obvious that spellcasters are the solution to your woes. However, Byblos has the answer to that as well, in the form of Magic Hammer, a spell that cuts your MP down to half. And while this may sound devastating, you actually probably want him to cast it since it's blue magic and it's quite useful on its own. Since against other spellcasters, using Magic Hammer is basically the only reliable way to inflict meaningful MP damage, since their mana pools are too high for Osmose to functionally work. Missing out on Magic Hammer is the downside to using the available cheese strategies of Page 32 or Fire Rod Breaking, since the fight ends too soon for him to use his blue magic spell. But if you try fighting things more legitimately, you also face a pretty challenging wizard duel. And as such, Byblos is kind of a highlight when it comes to Final Fantasy V bosses. The fact that he is cheesable in multiple ways rewards deep game knowledge, but the fact that he has access to powerful blue magic means cheesing him isn't entirely free, and there's a trade-off to be had. Byblos also has an interesting mechanic where his death quote is different if you get the finishing blow with Ifrit. Although either way, he swears his master is going to return soon. And upon being vanquished, you can finally talk to Mid, who was so preoccupied reading a book that he didn't even notice the boss fight happening 5 feet away from him. Honestly, fucking relatable. Once we return to the library proper, Mid informs us that during his research, he found a way to restore the fire-powered ship even though the crystal is shattered. He says he's going to deliver this information to Sid so the two of them can work on it, but we inform him that Sid has kind of given up and succumbed to depression, at which point Mid rushes off in the hopes of cheering up his gloomy grandfather. We can follow him, but first, I do want to draw our attention to one of the scholars in the library who's looking at a book that they can't quite translate. He says it's weird. It seems as though half of the pages are missing. This is foreshadowing for something that'll come up much later in the story. But that's enough foreshadowing. Let's focus on the present, because Mid is here to try and snap Sid out of his depression, which he does by literally smacking some sense into him. And surprisingly, this works. Although I personally wouldn't advise punching your depressed friends in real life. It's usually more harm than help. With Sid successfully out of his stupor, the duo decide to start working on the upgrades Mid discovered. And while they're working on the fire-powered ship, something interesting happens with Galuf. Seeing Mid interact with his grandfather unlocked a memory of Galuf interacting with his granddaughter. And with that, the rest of his memories start flooding forward. Galuf is in fact not from this planet. Instead, he's from an entirely different world, and he traveled here on a meteor in order to check on the crystals. Because decades ago, Galuf sealed an evil wizard named Exdeath on this planet using the power of its elemental crystals. However, Exdeath is currently trying to break free and revive himself. So Galuf, alongside some others from his planet, such as the soldier and werewolf, came here to check on them and stop Exdeath. This is an absolutely wild lore dump, and it's kind of reminiscent of the Lunarians in Final Fantasy IV, although I think it's handled a little bit less elegantly. Final Fantasy IV sort of eases you into the sci-fi elements with robotic towers and airships before dumping a whole voyage to the moon in the final act. Meanwhile, Galuf being from an alien planet just sort of comes out of nowhere. In fairness, the prologue makes it clear Galuf is somehow associated with the meteors, but the idea of them being essentially spacecraft is just bizarre. It's also worth noting that the existence of these two planets plays into a later plot twist towards the beginning of Act 3. As such, I think it makes sense to delay the discussion of these planets' relationship until all of the lore has been revealed, but I just want to state here for the record, I'm not a huge fan of the lore. There are a few elements that I like, but for the most part, it feels both convoluted and inadequately explored. But the extra planet isn't the only bit of lore we got, as this is the first time we've been told the antagonist's name, Exdeath. And I'll be honest, I kind of wish we still didn't know his name. Exdeath has gotta be the lamest villain name in Final Fantasy history, right? It sounds like something an edgy 14-year-old would write in their story, not a multi-million-dollar company. Similar to the Bye Bye Man, calling your villain Exdeath makes it impossible for me to take them seriously. And even if he were named something more appropriate, Exdeath's lore is incredibly silly. It's hidden from the player for the majority of the narrative, and I suspect that's because they knew just how much people would laugh at it. As much as I try to stay blind to Final Fantasy for the sake of this retrospective, I did know going in that FF5 is considered to have one of the weaker stories in the franchise. And I'll admit, I was confused at this in the beginning. As I mentioned, the idea with the crystal machines breaking them was genuinely intriguing to me, and I was excited to see what they did with it. But unfortunately, they kind of didn't do anything with it, and the introduction of Exdeath not only eliminates the most interesting aspect from the plot, that being the global warming metaphor, but also introduces a bunch of uninteresting lore and soon some boring characters. It's not all duds from here forward. There are a few moments in the story that I do quite like yet to come, but I also entirely see why this is considered the gameplay Final Fantasy, but not the story one. And I gotta say, I am disappointed coming off of the highs of FF4. With the firepower ship repaired, we now have the ability to explore most of the world, although Sid and Mid recommend we head for the Crescent Island, as that might contain some clues as to how to access the Earth Crystal. If the crew beelines there, we are unfortunately surprised by an earthquake, which causes a whirlpool to swallow up the fire-powered ship and keyhauls us on the Crescent Island. And this is not necessarily the safest location. There's a town with basic facilities like an inn and shops, but there's also very dangerous enemies on the outside. Black Flame enemies will use the ability Darkspark against us, which cuts our level in half, severely reducing both our offensive and defensive stats. Although this is a double-edged sword because Darkspark is actually blue magic, and acquiring it for ourselves can make tricky bosses or even generic enemies much easier to deal with going into the mid and late game. Unfortunately, the Black Flames rarely travel alone, and are often accompanied by other dangerous foes, particularly the Bio-Soldier, which has one of the nastiest counters in the game. If they're ever hit by a physical attack, they will cast the Bio spell. Also notable are the Harvester enemies, which are not necessarily super dangerous, but have a chance at dropping one of the more valuable axes in the game, the Death Sickle. It's only a 6% drop rate, so it's gonna take some grinding if you want to get one, but it's well worth the time sink, as this has a 1/3 chance to just instantly kill any enemy struck by it. And this is part of why the Berserker manages to keep up even as other physical jobs start to fall off. Against bosses, it's not going to be super useful since most of them are immune to instant death, but let's be honest, you're not bringing the character you literally can't control into many boss fights anyway. Instead, the Berserker shines in random battles, and the Death Sickle is the embodiment of that, being useless against bosses, but invaluable against generic enemies. At least until we get into the late game, and even they start to have death immunity. But if we want to reach that end game, we're gonna have to find a way off of the island. And aside from the town, there's really only one other location to visit, the forest in the south. And here we find a black chocobo, which is a species previously thought to be extinct. Not only is this an amazing discovery from an ecological perspective, but it's also exactly what our team needs, because black chocobo are capable of flying. So while sea travel may be off the menu, air travel is absolutely on the agenda now. Or at least it would be if this black chocobo could actually fly, but something's stopping it. Bartz, the chocobo whisperer, goes to see what's wrong, and we find out that it's actually swallowed 2 of the crystal shards from the fire crystal. That explosion must have blasted them halfway across the world. But these crystal shards are interfering with the chocobo's biology and stopping it from flying. Once it spits them out, it instantly feels better and we can ride it off of this island. But better still, the crystal shards give us access to 2 more fire crystal jobs, the Ranger and the Bard. So while Bartz is washing his hand, let's go over how these 2 somewhat deep jobs work. Ranger has seen a major glow up from Final Fantasy III, as bows no longer consume arrows, and Ranger has their own unique skills they can bring to the table, in the form of animals, aim, and rapid fire. Aim is a substitute for a basic attack, which guarantees the hit will always land. And this is particularly nice with bows since they tend to have pretty bad accuracy. Although it is worth noting any secondary effects of your weapon will not go off if you're using aim, which is usually a downside, although it can be beneficial if you're using a weapon with a negative secondary effect such as the dancing dagger or the chicken knife. More on those later. The Ranger's mastery skill, Rapid Fire, has the perfect accuracy of aim, but launches 4 attacks instead of 1, albeit each attack is at half damage. The targets for each attack are chosen at random, but even so, you're dealing twice as much damage as you normally would. And that's before factoring in the other strong synergies you can use to make rapid fire even more broken. Spellblade is particularly good with rapid fire, as you can enchant your weapon before launching an attack against every foe. Rapid fire therefore allows you to spread status moves like sleep or poison to all foes. And if they're vulnerable, things like death and break are also really strong options. Or you could just go with the classic and use Drain plus 4 attacks to make your Spellblade basically immortal. Alternatively, if you combine rapid fire with dual wielding, then you launch 8 attacks total instead of just 4. But even if you're not combining it with some of these strong synergies, rapid fire itself is just really strong. It's extra damage and perfect accuracy, both of which are really desirable traits on physical classes that can otherwise struggle going into the late game. The main downside is because the targets are random, you might target back row enemies and end up dealing less damage than you should, but the Ranger kind of naturally works around this problem with their unique weapon type of bows. I already mentioned that bows are fairly inaccurate, presumably to make up for the guaranteed accuracy of aim and rapid fire, but that's not the only notable quality about them. Bows are two-handed, so you can't dual wield them or equip a shield no matter what job you're in. In exchange, however, they ignore row restrictions, meaning that you can put the Ranger in the back row and they end up surprisingly bulky as a light armor wielding back row attacker. And most of the bows you get access to have some special attribute associated with them. Unfortunately, aim and rapid fire override most of those attributes, but at least the starting 3 bows you get have elemental affinities of fire, ice, and thunder, which can potentially allow the Ranger to prey on enemies' elemental weaknesses, an interesting and unique attribute for a physical attacker. The last ability that Ranger gets access to is animals, which allows them to call animal companions that perform a variety of helpful actions. However, much like Geomancy, these animals are chosen at random. However, this time, the pool of possibilities is not dependent on your environment, but instead dependent upon your level. You see, anytime you call for animals, the game rolls a random number between 0 and your current level, and depending on what number is rolled, it will call a different animal. This means the higher your level is, the more animals you have access to, but also the more likely it is that they will call a powerful animal. As if you are only level 10, there is just one roll that calls Nightingale. But if you're level 20, there are 10 total rolls that call Nightingale. And many of these animal effects are actually quite powerful. The first 2 kind of feel like failures, since the Mysidian Rabbit literally does nothing and the Squirrel deals some minor damage to a grounded foe, but once you get to the Beastworm, things start feeling a lot better. It deals a decent chunk of non-elemental damage to all enemies, and Nightingale is a huge party-wide heal that also has the bonus of curing blindness and poison. The Flying Squirrel gives you a chance to paralyze all foes, which is a pretty debilitating status ailment, and Falcon deals 3/4 of an enemy's remaining HP, similar to a super buff gravity spell. If you do an absurd amount of grinding, you can also get access to Skunk, Wild Boar, and Unicorn, each of which have very powerful effects. Skunk inflicts blindness and poison, Wild Boar is like Squirrel on steroids, dealing a ton of damage to a single grounded enemy, and Unicorn is Nightingale's upgrade, as it simultaneously heals the entire party and deals massive damage to the foes, reducing them to single-digit HP. Although, if I'm being real, if you've grinded all the way up to level 60, you probably have things more powerful than Unicorn. Still, despite its randomness, I do find animals to be quite useful, especially Nightingale and Beastworm, for the emergency heal and the party-wide damage, coming at levels where those things are relatively rare even amongst the other jobs. I don't think it's worth running in the late game over other powerful abilities, but since it comes so early on Ranger, I can definitely see a justification for it immediately after the Ranger's unlock. It just compresses a lot of really strong abilities into a single slot, albeit including a touch of randomness that not everyone is gonna want to engage with. And if that's you, then the Bard is kind of the perfect solution to your aversion of randomness, since it also has a bunch of varying abilities, albeit mostly support ones, compressed into a single skill slot, that being Sing. I think technically the Bard is supposed to be a mage, which would make songs its spellbook. They're listed as such in the main menu, but none of them can be used from the overworld and all of them cost 0 MP. So it feels kind of like a middle ground between a martial and magical unit. And their equipment is reflective of this. They're unable to wield any physical weapons other than knives, but they also don't get access to staves or rods, which are typical mage fare. Instead, they have their own unique weapon type, the harps. And with one exception, harps deal percentage-based damage instead of a flat number. Much like bows, harps need to be wielded with 2 hands, so you can't dual wield or have a shield, but this is less of a problem for the Bard since it's not really a tanky class anyway. Instead, the harps mostly serve as a free way to deal minor chip damage when the Bard isn't doing anything else useful with their turn. Although, I personally find the Bard's wasted turns don't come up super often, which might surprise you given the way that Edward worked in Final Fantasy IV. Oftentimes, the best thing Edward could do was use the hide command to remove himself from battle, and therefore stop wasting your time with his ATB gauge. And Bards do get access to the hide ability, but that feels mostly like an Easter egg, rather than something that's meant to actually be useful, because there's no situations I can think of in Final Fantasy V where you want to actively remove a party member from your team. In fact, it's so detrimental that some enemies will actively force you to have a party member removed in the late game. That being said, while Hide may be useless, Bard's other ability Sing certainly is not. There are 10 songs in the game with varying effects, and each of them costs 0 MP. Much like with summons, the Bard gathers songs by traveling around the world and completing side quests. And there's actually a few of these available for us right now. Although, before moving on to our side quests, I do want to quickly check in with the tier list, since we have 2 new jobs to put on it. Despite gassing up animals, I do still think Ranger is a C tier job. The main thing you get out of it is rapid fire, which is phenomenal for any physical job, but much like with the Red Mage, when your mastery skill is your main selling point, I think it says some negative stuff about you as a job. Unlike Red Mage, you don't feel overly burdened with a Ranger while you're building towards rapid fire, but I also think rapid fire is less impactful than dual cast, mostly because physical jobs just tend to be weaker than magical ones. Meanwhile, Bard I have at the top of B tier. I don't think you should underestimate the versatility and power of its support kit, but it's also worth noting that much of that kit gets filled out later in the game than other mages. And at times, Bard can feel like a niche option rather than a generalist. There are some matchups where Bard feels phenomenal, but there's also times when it just feels like a downgrade compared to the other support jobs. Okay, but with the tier list taken care of, let's dive into some side questing. As I alluded to, there are some Bard songs we can get immediately, and the first of them is actually here on the Crescent. Because in addition to shops and inns, the nearby town has a Bard's house. In that house is the 4th piano. So, you know what to do by now. Impressive. But now's probably a good time to mention that we're not just leveling up our piano skills for no reason. The bard in this house gives us 3 separate songs when we get a certain number of pianos. We don't have enough piano skill for that yet, but he does at least have a freebie for us, Mighty March. Mighty March is pretty simple if underwhelming. It gives regen to the entire party. And this is not the most flashy effect, but over the course of long battles, especially against bosses, the ticks can help. And since the amount of health regenerated depends on your level, if you do level manipulation, which the bard later gets access to, then you can make it so regen ticks basically give you a full heal every turn. Overall, I think this is one of the weaker songs, but it still can be useful in certain situations, which says something about just how nice the bard is. The next bard song is Romeo's Ballad, which is located in the optional town of Istory. Technically, Istory and Jekyll were accessible using the fire-powered ship, but I wanted to save all the side quests for this one segment to knock them out at once. In Istory, there's a little girl who warns you about an angry sheep, and if you talk to the sheep, he'll kick you over the fence, which seems like an inconvenience, but actually lets you talk to a bard, who will teach you Romeo's Ballad. And while Romeo's Ballad sounds like it would have something to do with charm or confusion, it instead inflicts the status of Stop, which is normally restricted to time magic. Stop is a useful ability, and since Romeo's Ballad hits every enemy, it's pretty darn good. Although the bard isn't the only one who gets access to Stop here, as both Gravity and Stop can be purchased in the magic shop. There's also a hidden toad who will teach you the black magic spell Toad that otherwise would be restricted till the end of the game. And much like Stop, Toad is a powerful status, so you don't want to pass this one up either. Lastly, Istory's armor shop doesn't actually sell any conventional armor. Instead, it has 3 extremely expensive accessories: the Flame Ring, the Coral Ring, and the Angel Ring at 50,000 gil each. The Flame Ring makes it so you absorb fire damage, are immune to ice damage, but weak to water damage. Meanwhile, the Coral Ring does the opposite. You absorb water damage, are immune to fire damage, but are weak to lightning damage. The Angel Ring, on the other hand, grants you status immunities to both Old and Zombie, each of which can be debilitating. Zombie, in particular, is a devastating status that comes up in quite a few mandatory fights. And while you can cure it with holy water, having immunity is obviously better than being forced to take a turn off. Unfortunately, if you want any of these powerful rings, you're going to have to grind for them. I already think the economy is quite tight in Final Fantasy V, but even by this game's standards, 50,000 gil at this point in the campaign is frankly absurd. Whether or not you think these rings are worth the amount of your life that it takes to get them is a personal decision, but it's important to remember that unlike the characters in this SNES game, we all play on permadeath. And with that in mind, I personally decided not to purchase these rings early. Before moving on to the other 2 side quest locations, there is an optional boss we can fight outside of Istory, and that is the lightning elemental Ramuh. I suspect that Ramuh is the reason that Istory doesn't sell any lightning rings, as all of the villagers must have bought them up, knowing that they could be attacked at any point by this force of nature. And he is certainly challenging. I think at this point in the campaign, there's a decent chance that anyone without a properly planned team is going to wipe to him. Although, much like Byblos, you can use page 32 in order to cheese this fight entirely. You could also try to use Mystic Knight's auto shell to your advantage if you drop down to low HP and then heal up in order to resist his electrical attacks, or you could try to blitz Ramuh with your strongest attackers. With access to Ninja, it's not unreasonable to hold A for attack until Ramuh dies. Or rather surrenders, because Ramuh is a summon, and when you reduce his HP to 0, he actually recognizes Ifrit, who is already on your side, and decides that because he and Ifrit are not enemies, he will also join you as a summonable monster. As you might expect from a boss that launched tons of electric attacks at you, Ramuh casts group-wide lightning damage. And so, alongside Shiva and Ifrit, you have finally completed the elemental trio for the summoner. Of course, if you find yourself a little bit underpowered in the Ramuh fight, there is some good gear to be got in Jakol, the next of our optional villages. The only real notable weapon here is the Mage Masher, a dagger that has a chance to inflict silence. Although you can't silence Ramuh, so this is really only useful for the upcoming magical enemies we'll face. More universally relevant are the new pieces of armor available: the Green Beret, Ninja Suit, and Sage's Surplice. Green Beret is a helmet that boosts strength, and Ninja Robe is an armor that boosts agility. And these are actually both acquirable in earlier dungeons, although this store lets us get one for each party member if we desire a team full of fast attackers. The Sage's Surplice, however, grants immunity to silence, which is exceptionally useful on our magical jobs, as silence basically shuts them down. Of course, while shopping is nice, the real reason we're visiting Jakul is to play our 5th piano. This is the first time our piano song has actually been a song. The other 4 were all finger exercises, but this is actually the first of Franz Schubert's 3 Marches Militares, and I can virtually guarantee you've heard it before, as it's one of the most famous pieces of music out there. Not only is it frequently played in orchestral shows and military marches, but it's also often incorporated into other pieces of music. And as such an iconic public domain tune, it makes sense that it would be incorporated into Final Fantasy V's piano sequence. But it's not just the popularity that made the devs choose this song. You see, Schubert's 3 marches were originally written for his students that he was tutoring. They were meant to be intentionally simple works, and while the first one has become famous enough to be repeated by some of the most skilled musicians out there, at its core, the march is not all that difficult to perform. So it makes a certain amount of sense for this to be the first real tune that Bartz was able to play on his own. And it's this kind of attention to detail that makes me appreciate the world and characters of Final Fantasy V. I'm still turned off by large portions of the main story, but I don't think this is a Fire Emblem Fates situation where all of the dialogue is better off being ignored. There's some good nuggets here if you're willing to look for them. And on that topic, there is another really cool story moment in the cave outside of Jakul, an entirely optional area. If you're willing to fight through some ridiculously strong enemies, you can find a couple of optional treasure chests, and one of them contains the Blitz Whip, which is a pretty underwhelming Beastmaster weapon. It's technically thunder aligned, but it doesn't deal elemental damage in the way that the Thunderbow does. Instead, anytime you attack with it, it has a 33% chance to cast the Thunder spell. Not Thundara, not Thundaga, but Thunder. You know, the thing that is outclassed by the time you get Beastmaster. Not a particularly standout weapon, and certainly not worth the hassle of fighting through some pretty ridiculous foes, or if we're being realistic, fleeing with a thief or ninja. As such, you might be wondering why I'm even drawing attention to this mediocre weapon. After all, I haven't talked about any of the other unique but underwhelming weapons that we've had access to so far. By way of explanation, allow me to go on a short tangent about From Software's confusingly titled Demon's Souls. As you might expect from Dark Souls' younger brother, Demon's Souls is a game that prides itself on difficulty. You're constantly fighting an uphill battle through a hostile world, and even the NPCs that don't outright try to kill you are oftentimes mean and snide to you. Vendors will mock you for even trying to overcome challenges, and basically everyone's a dickhead. Which is why it comes as such a relief when you rescue the NPC Yurt the Silent Chieftain from the Tower of Latria, and he is legitimately thankful and nice to you. However, once he heads back to the Nexus, this game's hub world, things take a turn, as slowly but surely dead bodies start turning up. You see, Yurt is secretly a mass murderer. He starts with a couple of unnamed NPCs, but if you don't deal with him quickly, he will slowly but surely eliminate every vendor available to you. And this is a From Software game, so you can bet your booty that these NPCs do not respawn. If you let Yurt kill them, they're gone forever. The only way to stop his massacre is to confront him and kill him yourself. But if you spend too much time not returning to the Nexus, or just don't notice that the NPCs are getting picked off, you can find yourself screwed out of resources permanently. It's a really cool moment, and while it's arguably somewhat hostile design, I don't think it's actually that bad, since it's pretty easy to figure out the new guy is the one killing people. Heck, he actually stands near the corpses of the two NPCs and just doesn't comment on them, which is super sus behavior. As you might have started to suspect, the reason I'm talking about Yurt the Silent Chieftain is there's a Yurt archetype in Final Fantasy V, Lone Wolf the Pickpocket. He's imprisoned in Walse Castle, and if you let him out under the false impression that all werewolves are your friends, he will go around the world and steal from 5 treasure chests in order to prevent you from getting their contents. This is obviously a lot less extreme than losing access to every single vendor in the game, but I still think it's a really cool moment, and I honestly wish the devs went a little bit farther. 4 out of the 5 chests are just cottages, which is a consumable item that you can purchase infinitely. The only unique gear that you lose access to is the Blitz Whip, which, as I mentioned, kinda sucks. Although, I guess it's better for Lone Wolf to be pretty unimpactful than for him to take away too much good treasure and end up feeling bad for any blind players who let him out, like myself. The last of our optional side quest locations is the town of Lix, which is actually Bartz's hometown. And as such, much of the side content here revolves around Bartz. For example, the item shop gives you a 50% discount on everything available because Bartz's dad used to help out the owner. And the inn lets you stay there for free. The first time you stay will also result in a cutscene where Bartz lays flowers at his father and mother's graves, and Farris talks to him, reminiscing about how she wishes that she had gotten to know her father. And while I'm not a huge fan of the story overall, I do think it's cool to see these two characters open up to each other about their parallel traumas. Speaking of which, the main thing you get from your visit to Lix is the 3rd song in the Bard's repertoire. In order to acquire it, you have to go to Bartz's childhood home. It's now occupied by a bard, but he says you can look around at anything that conjures up memories, and one of those things is a music box, where Bartz remembers the night his mother died in front of him. Pretty horrifying stuff for a child. And after viewing this traumatic memory, you're given access to the song Alluring Air, which is a very powerful tool in the Bard's arsenal. It inflicts confuse on all enemies, which means they will fight each other instead of fighting you. Confuse is cured when they're hit by a physical attack, so against large groups, not everyone will stay confused for long, but this still helps to take the pressure off, and can be used for acquiring blue magic that otherwise wouldn't be accessible. From my experience, this also seems to have a higher success rate than Control from the Beastmaster, so I think it is a more reliable way of acquiring things like Mighty Guard and White Wind. Although, it's possible that I'm entirely wrong about that. I tried looking up information on status hit rates, and I got a bunch of kind of incomprehensible formulas, so someone smarter than me down in the comments can tell me if I'm right or wrong about this. Aside from being Bartz's hometown, Blix is also kind of the ninja town, because this is where you can first purchase the throwable shuriken, throwable scrolls, and your first short sword, the kunai. I already talked about how good throwables are in the ninja overview, but in case you forgot, throwables are really good. So this is a worthy detour. But I think that's all of our errands taken care of. So we should probably check in with Sid and Mid and see if they have any more directions on where we can go. As it turns out, our way forward is through the Desert of Shifting Sands, which is a dungeon with a ton of conveyor belt type quicksand. Although there's a problem. All of the quicksand conveyor belts point away from the direction we want to go. So we are kinda trapped getting infinitely pushed backwards. However, Sid and Mid have the most bonkers solution to this problem. If they summon a sandworm and we kill it, we can walk on the sandworm's corpse in order to avoid the quicksand conveyor belts. So they call up a monster for us to fight. And Sandworm is a kind of interesting gimmick boss. It plays a game of whack-a-mole with you, popping in and out of 3 different holes, each of which you can target. And if you ever target the incorrect hole, it will counter with some gravity spells targeting 2 of your party members. This fight is probably the coolest and most creative use of the ATB system I've seen in either Final Fantasy IV or Final Fantasy V, and requires you to pay actual attention to where Sandworm is in order to avoid taking a hefty amount of counter damage. So this is also the first time I don't mind the counters, as you're pretty clearly getting punished for incorrect targets. However, Sandworm is also extremely cheesable. Since he's the only boss that lives in the desert, he is the main reason to have your blue mage learn Aqua Breath or to capture the Chimera with your Beastmaster. And either way, you can basically one-tap him, which means you not only don't have to worry about the gimmick, but kinda just don't have to worry about the boss fight whatsoever. Although, this too is neat, as it shows that Final Fantasy V isn't afraid to let you cheese bosses with a knowledge check rather than duking them out in a long-term fight. It makes repeat playthroughs a lot less of a slog. I fought Sandworm legitimately the first time, but upon learning about how Aqua Breath worked, I used it for the later 2 fights, and it was satisfying because it rewarded my knowledge of the game's mechanics and depth. Before we venture further into the desert, I want to comment on the fact that using the sandworm's carcass to cross it feels a bit like a reference to the sci-fi classic Dune. You see, in Dune, the Fremen tame the sandworms, referred to as makers, and use them to cross the desert in ways that their enemies can't. And while our party doesn't so much tame the sandworm as kill it, it still feels analogous since we have to summon it to our location and then battle it in order to make our way through the sands. As a series, Final Fantasy loves its references, and FF4 made numerous references to science fiction, particularly Star Trek and Star Wars. So having a Dune reference in the sequel just makes sense. But regardless of that, in a reversal of the standard RPG formula, after defeating the boss, we must now cross through its dungeon. And as I mentioned, this dungeon has some conveyor belt type quicksand that scoots you around in different directions like you're invading Team Rocket's HQ in Pokemon Red. But honestly, it's not a super noteworthy dungeon otherwise. It's incredibly short, and every enemy can be blasted with Aqua Breath, which is basically all the usage you're gonna get out of this spell. 38 MP is truly fucking ridiculous. The reason we're crossing this desert is so we can reach the ruins of Gohn, which is an incredibly simple pun I'm embarrassed to say I only figured out on my 3rd playthrough. The kingdom is named Gohn because it's gone. I fucking hate that. Anyway, in the ruins of Gohn, we find a mysterious figure. It turns out King Tycoon came here, and he's running around mysteriously. After chasing him for a little while like it's a Scooby-Doo cartoon, we finally corner him at a dead end. At which point, Lenna's father opens a trap door and the four heroes fall down through it. This pit leads to a weird mechanical chamber. And it's here the party has to come to terms with the fact that something weird is happening with King Tycoon. Lenna feels heartbroken that her father betrayed her, and so does Farris, who's finally willing to admit that she is actually the daughter of King Tycoon, or son depending on your interpretation. This scene always stuck out to me as a little bit weird because we only recently saw the Queen of Karnak was possessed by Exdeath. So shouldn't the party assume that that's what's happening with King Tycoon? And spoilers, that's what's happening with King Tycoon. Despite my nitpick, however, the group gets ready to head out, at which point they notice Galuf is missing. You see, he fell into a separate smaller chamber, and he's actually pounding on the walls trying to get their help, but none of the party can hear him. Because they can't find their elderly companion, Bartz suggests that they just leave him behind. And so the party decides to head off on their quest without Galuf's help. But at this point, Galuf panics and is able to break out of his containment by climbing along the walls over a pit. He then chastises his friends for how quickly they were willing to leave him behind. Which, fair enough. It's a little bit odd that all of them thought they were capable of fighting Exdeath without Galuf's help.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
While making their way through the new mechanical dungeon, the group stumbles upon a teleporter that brings them to yet another underground chamber. And then we get a cutscene where Sid and Mid use the black chocobo to fly back to the Crescent, presumably trying to do some more research on the Earth Crystal. However, their stay in Chocobo Forest is interrupted as the ground collapses underneath them and they fall down into the same chamber that our party just teleported into. As it turns out, we've found more ruins of the Gohn Empire, specifically an underground airship port known as the Catapult. And it's directly under the Crescent Isle, which is actually what's been causing the whirlpool that sucks up boats, as we can see from the fire-powered ship which has landed in the airship dock. There's also an airship left over here, and with Sid and Mid's help, we can get it fixed up and in flying condition, so we can really explore the world with no limitations. And now we enter into a portion of the game that acts like a mini boss rush, as we're about to fight 3 bosses back to back to back with no dungeon exploration or enemies in between. And the first of these is Crayclaw. But honestly, I don't have anything to say about this boss. He's just a reskin of Karabalos from earlier in the campaign, and he goes down very easily. Just hit him with whatever thunder spells you have access to. Black Mage, Summoner, Spellblade, even Ninja, it doesn't matter. Electricity fries this fish. We then need to go get some adamantium from Galuf's meteor so that the airship can fly high enough to access the Rhonka Ruins, which are floating in the air, powered by the Earth Crystal. I'm not entirely sure of the mechanics of how the Earth Crystal gets the ruins to float. I guess it could have something to do with gravity, but we had to already destroy the Wind Crystal earlier, so I'll give them a pass. Upon retrieving the adamantium, we are attacked by a magical turtle known as the Adamantite. And this is actually a very difficult boss fight. It automatically has both Protect and Shell, which means the amount of damage you deal to it is going to be severely reduced, whether you're going physically or magically. It's weak to ice, so your Spellblade can potentially get in there, but otherwise, it's going to be a fight by inches. And while you're whittling away at its massive HP bar, the turtle can hit you very hard with some strong physical damage. So you better have a healer on staff, or a blue mage. Because, as it turns out, Adamantoise is level 20. And you might remember, 20 is divisible by 5, which means we can kill it with level 5 death. Now, Adamantoise isn't instant death immune or heavy type. However, the funny thing about level 5 death is that doesn't actually matter. You can use level 5 death to kill a death immune enemy as long as their level is divisible by 5. There's not many bosses that are naturally vulnerable to it, but you can do level manipulation with things like Dark Spark and Old. And this means Libra can be a genuinely useful spell even outside of the initial information gathering, as it lets you check on an enemy's current level and see when to pull the trigger on your level-based spells. Although none of those fancy shenanigans are required for Adamantoise, because as I mentioned, he's already naturally vulnerable to level 5 death. And much like with Sandworm, I actually like this detail, because it's something you're unlikely to try in a first playthrough. At least I didn't try it in a first playthrough or a second playthrough. I only did it in the third playthrough because I realized how strong level 5 death was and decided to try and see which bosses were vulnerable to it. As it turns out, this one is. But there's still one more boss to fight before we can access the next dungeon, the Rhonka Ruins. Well, technically one boss and 4 mini-bosses, because we need to take down the defenses on the Rhonka Ruins in order to access it at all. This means we're going to have to fight 4 flamethrowers, and these flamethrowers can attack us with the flamethrower ability, which is, as you might expect, a single target fire-based ability. So if you saved up for flame rings, this is the time to bring them out. Although, even if you don't have a flame ring, you probably want to get hit by flamethrower, because it's blue magic. And this is just a nice tool for the blue mage to have. Fire is a pretty common weakness, and so having access to it, even in just single target form, is nice. We could technically have gotten this while side questing, because there's a few random islands with extremely strong prototype enemies that can use the flamethrower attack against you, but much like getting Moon Flute from the Jackanapes, I don't think prototype is worth the hassle, especially since the 4 mandatory flamethrowers come so soon after it. These fights are also kind of big W's for the Geomancer, as being in the sky, it is guaranteed to call Wind Slash, which is pretty effective against the pair of flamers that each encounter entails. However, the Geomancer doesn't fare very well against the actual boss, the Soul Cannon, as it is immune to the wind element, so now Gaia is useless and the Geomancer is fucked. The Soul Cannon is an interesting boss, however. It has 2 launchers on its back, which will shoot out missiles and try to inflict uld on you, but these can be taken care of with some sort of group lightning attack or by using level 5 death. Because as it turns out, the launchers are also divisible by 5. And you want to kill these launchers as quickly as possible, because without them, the Soul Cannon is a very slow and predictable boss. It has a powerful attack that hits your entire party for half of their max HP and inflicts the sap status, but this attack takes a long time to wind up, and the Soul Cannon constantly announces the percentage that it's warmed up, so you always know when you need to heal and when you can unload damage. Much like Sandworm, this is a fight that takes full advantage of the ATB system. And while I'm still not a fan of its implementation overall, I think it's done a lot better in FF5 than it was in FF4. In FF4, the timer felt like something of an afterthought. Meanwhile, in FF5, it's something that you can constantly interact with, and plenty of bosses take advantage of the real-time nature of boss fights to have interesting gimmicks and allow you creative solutions to their fights. It feels to me that Final Fantasy IV, despite being the first game with ATB, was still somewhat stuck on the turn-based mentality, as many of the fights just sort of played out like regular turn-based RPGs, with everyone getting to take turns in order depending on their agility stat. Meanwhile, here in Final Fantasy V, not only are there characters who can be fast enough to take multiple turns before someone gets even one, but there's also plenty of enemies and especially bosses who take advantage of the ticking timer. Sure, for the most part this results in gimmick fights, but a gimmick itself isn't inherently bad, and I think Wave Cannon kind of demonstrates this perfectly. But with the cannon fully obliterated, our party can now enter the floating Rhonka Ruins, and hopefully arrive in time to save the Earth Crystal from the same fate as its counterparts. The Rhonka Ruins is a very cool mechanical looking dungeon, and I generally find its aesthetics to be quite neat. The gimmick here is also pretty neat. There's a ton of invisible walkways, and you can spot them by looking at the border and finding out where it stops. Anywhere a border is absent, there's going to be an invisible walkway. From a gameplay perspective, this dungeon also represents a huge upgrade for the Blue Mage. One of the items here is the Ancient Sword, which is a blade that has a 33% chance to apply Old, making level manipulation much easier. Obviously, this is good for level 5 death, but the Blue Mage also gets an additional level skill here, as the Gidra enemies will teach you level 4 Graviga. As you can probably expect, this casts the Graviga spell on any foes whose level is divisible by 4, which means it's a slightly wider range than level 5 death for a slightly weaker effect. But Graviga is still very strong, as it reduces the target's HP to 1/8 of their current value. And if you're going for Beastmaster strategies, this could potentially be more useful than an instant kill, since it brings an enemy down into catch range. Of course, not every enemy you want to catch is gonna be divisible by 4. So if you want another blue magic spell that synergizes with the Beastmaster, there's Thousand Needles, which you can learn from the Lamia enemies. Although, interestingly, despite this being an offensive attack, the Lamia doesn't use it naturally. So if you want to teach it to your Blue Mage, the best course of action is to have a Beastmaster control a Lamia. This attack is quite useful though, as it deals 1,000 damage fixed. So if you know an enemy's HP value, you can use Thousand Needles to manipulate it into catch range without having to deal with damage variance. That being said, it's also quite useful just as a damage source for the Blue Mage. 1,000 is a pretty big number for this point in the game, and while it does fall off later, this can be an efficient alternative to other single target spells depending on how high level you are. While these offensive spells are nice for the Blue Mage, I personally think the biggest glow up it gets here is access to its first support spell, and arguably its most powerful one, White Wind. For only 28 MP, White Wind will heal the entire party by the current HP value of the Blue Mage. And this is usually significantly more than a Cura would do. Unlike other sources of healing, there's no reduction for the group cast. You just get the flat number of the Blue Mage's HP. So while this can be pretty MP intensive, it is still probably your most efficient heal, both in terms of mana and turn counts. The only downside is, of course, if the Blue Mage gets knocked down to low HP, it's not going to heal that much. But you can get around this by using high potions or elixirs on your Blue Mage before they use White Wind. This way, you kind of convert a single target healing item into a group target one, because now the Blue Mage will heal everyone for the amount they were healed, plus their previous HP. Much like with Thousand Needles, acquiring White Wind is a little bit complicated, as the enemy is not naturally going to use it targeting your Blue Mage. So instead, you need to either control or confuse the enchanted fan enemy. But thankfully, we just got access to the Bard's Confuse song, which is not only party-wide, but much more reliable than the Beastmaster's control. So I would argue that getting White Wind is actually easier than grabbing Thousand Needles. And ironically, White Wind is also just a stronger spell than Thousand Needles. While Thousand Needles falls off as your damage numbers go up, White Wind is basically always useful. Sure, it's gonna be worse than Curaga once you get that, but coming for free alongside the other Blue Mage talents is a nice enough upside that I would consider them to be roughly equal. At the end of the dungeon, our party encounters King Tycoon again, but rather than confronting him about his obvious brainwashing, they instead decide to fight a monster on his behalf. Surely this has no chance of backfiring. At least it's a satisfying boss fight, as Archaeovegas, the boss of the Rhonka Ruins, is also effectively the final boss of World 1. And he's a fittingly epic conclusion for the first act of Final Fantasy V, as he consistently launches strong elemental attacks that hit the entire party. Since he has very high defense, it's typically best to hit him with spells, although this too comes with a little bit of a downside. As in addition to always being immune to Earth since he's flying, Archaeovegas has one element that he will absorb, although which element it is depends on how much HP he has left. He starts out being able to absorb any wind damage, but as the fight continues, he will at varying points gain ice, fire, and thunder absorption. And there's not really any good indicators as to what stage of the fight you're on, so it's very possible for you to accidentally heal him by launching an element that he was previously vulnerable to. This feels similar to Hein from Final Fantasy II, who shifted weaknesses and required you to scan them with a scholar. However, since Archaeovegas does not actually have any elemental weaknesses, scanning him with Libra doesn't actually help. Or at least it doesn't help for the majority of the fight, because after you work your way through his first health bar and knock him out, Archaeovegas revives himself. And if at this point you were to happen to Libra him, you would find that he has a level divisible by 5. And well, you know what that means, level 5 death is your best friend. But with the foul beast Archaeovegas slain, our party proceeds to the crystal alongside King Tycoon, and then, suddenly King Tycoon betrays us because as it turns out he's possessed.
I'm shocked.
Bartz and Galuf prepare to attack the king, but Lena and Farris stand in the way. They want to protect their father. And I get it, they care about their dad, but also he's possessed and threatening to destroy the world by bringing back Exdeath. This really isn't the time. Besides, we already know that you can break the possession by attacking someone, as that's what happened with the Queen. I might sympathize more with the sisters if these characters felt more fleshed out, but considering how one-note most of the party feels, I have trouble identifying with them, and as such, am just frustrated that they got in the way. Especially since immediately after this, King Tycoon declares his intent to destroy all 4 of them. But thankfully, at the last minute, this plan is interrupted by another meteor, which crashes near the Rhonka Ruins, and in comes blasting a little girl? Well, she's clearly more sensible than the rest of our party because she immediately zaps King Tycoon and breaks the possession spell without harming him. It's then revealed that this is Galuf's granddaughter, Krylie. And so we have 2 happy family reunions. Galuf has reunited with his granddaughter, and Farris has finally reconnected with her father. Unfortunately, the joyous occasion is cut short by the Earth Crystal shattering. As it turns out, Krylie was too late. And so, with all 4 crystals shattered, there's nothing holding back Exdeath now. Exdeath enters the scene with arguably one of the most badass villain lines out there. Galuf, it's good to see you again, for it means I have returned! This is very over the top and edgy in a way that my inner 14-year-old loves, but I think that tone is absolutely appropriate for an antagonist named Exdeath. And if this attitude wasn't enough to immediately establish Exdeath as a threat, he then takes control of the Earth Crystal fragments. Previously, these have all aligned themselves to our party, and they kinda went in the back of my head as just a mechanical convenience. Whenever a crystal gets shattered, we get some new jobs. But here, the tables are turned. The crystal has shattered, but we're not the ones being powered up. Exdeath is. And he uses the power of the crystals to basically wipe the floor with our party, including the newly added Krylie and King Tycoon. Knowing that without the crystals, it's only a matter of time until this world is doomed, Exdeath decides to focus his effort on Galuf's homeworld. So he teleports to that planet and says he's going to destroy it. Exdeath wasn't on screen for long, but he definitely left a strong impression with that limited screen time. And appropriately for entering Act 2, it feels like the stakes have been cranked up tenfold. We now have an actual antagonist instead of just the vague presence of one looming in the background. I personally still prefer the more complicated storytelling from the start of the game, but if we're going to descend into a binary good versus evil setup, at the very least this does a great job of establishing the evil villain as, well, evil. Of course, another important element of raising the stakes is having at least one casualty to emphasize the new villain is a threat. And Final Fantasy V does this as well, because King Tycoon sacrifices himself in order to restore the Crystal Shard's power so that our group can get the Earth Crystal jobs. He knows that we're going to have to continue on our journey and stop Exdeath, and so, probably partially out of guilt, he lets the Earth Crystal feed on his energy until it restores itself to the righteous and pure form that it was initially in. This is, of course, heartbreaking for Farris and Lena, so let's give them a moment to grieve while we review the Earth Crystal jobs. I'll start with Dragoon, as it's a pretty straightforward job that feels out of place amongst the more complicated Earth Crystal ones. Dragoon is, for all intents and purposes, just another standard attacking job similar to the Monk, Berserker, and Knight. Its weapon of choice are spears, which are relatively underwhelming as regular attacking options, but combo nicely with the Dragoon's inherent ability of jump. Jump allows a Dragoon to jump high up in the air and eventually come plummeting down, landing an attack on an enemy of their choice. While the Dragoon is airborne, no attacks or abilities can affect them, and this is sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword, because an airborne Dragoon cannot be affected by party-wide buffs and heals, so White Wind and Hasteга will miss them. But at the same time, an airborne Dragoon is great at avoiding enemy AoE attacks. The power of the jump attack depends on your equipped weapon. If you have a spear equipped, it will be double your standard attack, but if you don't, it's just the same might. And considering Jump's hang time, it's really only worthwhile if you have a spear. And since Dragoons are the only class that can natively wield spears, Jump isn't actually all that useful outside of the Dragoon specifically. And unfortunately, that's kind of their defining factor, because the only other ability Dragoon gets is Lance, and this is an incredibly lame attack. It drains a little bit of HP and a little bit of MP, but not nearly enough to justify having it fill your ability slot. This is especially worthless on Dragoon since they don't natively have any abilities to use MP. And if you really care about the HP draining effect, there's Vampire from Blue Mage or the Drain spell from Black Mage, both of which are only one small part of the job's entire kit. Aside from that, there's not much to say about the Dragoon job. Jump does have some niche applications, but considering this is one of the last jobs you get, there's almost always going to be several better tools for any given situation. At least underwhelming jobs like Monk and Berserker exist at a point where your options are more limited, so they might genuinely be the tool you're looking for. But Dragoon always feels like I'm intentionally handicapping myself. Although, it's definitely not the worst Earth Crystal job, as that award pretty definitively goes to Dancer. Dancer at least has more options than Dragoon does, but most of its options are pretty worthless. Its innate ability Dance is RNG dependent, as it has a 1 in 4 chance of either doing Tempting Tango, Jitterbug Duet, Mystery Waltz, or the Sword Dance. And each of these have different effects. The Jitterbug Duet is an HP draining attack, whereas the Mystery Waltz is an MP draining attack, but both of these are incredibly weak thanks to the Dancer's poor magic stat. Tempting Tango, on the other hand, applies the Confuse status to the target enemy. This can be situationally useful, as Confusion is nice for learning blue magic or just having enemies fight each other, but since there's only a 1 in 4 chance of pulling off the effect, it's not going to come up when you want it to. And if you really desire a Confusion effect, the Bard gets one for free that is party-wide and more reliable. This means in most situations, the only useful dance is Sword Dance, which is just a powerful attack, roughly 4 times the strength of your regular attack. Although on Dancer, that's still not going to be great. Dancer doesn't have particularly good combat stats. Its strength modifier is only +5, and it can only wield daggers, which do have some nice options. But since daggers can be used by almost every job, you've probably got a stronger attacker who's using your best daggers as opposed to the Dancer. Especially since Swords Dance only has a 1 in 4 success chance. So over a long enough period of time, you're not really benefiting from that 4 times damage if 3 out of every 4 turns result in a dud. You can boost the odds of getting a Swords Dance up to 50% by equipping either the Rainbow Dress, Red Slippers, or Lamia's Tiara, but even then, your Dancer's turn is going to be spent flipping a coin to determine whether or not they actually do something you care about. And since this is the point in the game where other jobs start getting access to their premier tools, it feels very underwhelming to have Dancers still relying on RNG. It would be like if Ranger was still using animals instead of going into rapid fire. Dancer's other learned ability, Flirt, is also not particularly good. It's a single target ability that attempts to cause the enemy to skip their next turn. And much like Tempting Tango, this is once again outclassed by the Bard already having access to Stop Song, which is party-wide and also free. At least Flirt doesn't rely on any RNG, but it's ineffective against bosses, which would be the main use case for shutting down a single enemy. Because of how underwhelming Flirt and Charm are, I think the only useful thing about the Dancer is its mastery skill, Equip Ribbons. Ribbons are not a standard type of equipment. Instead, they consist of the Knife Maneater, the Headgear Ribbon, the Armor Rainbow Dress, and the accessory Red Slippers. The Rainbow Dress and Red Slippers aren't particularly good, but I think the Maneater and especially Ribbons are noteworthy enough that you might want to master Dancer for them. Maneater is a relatively weak late-game knife, but it deals effective damage to humans and boosts your strength, stamina, agility, and magic by 2 points each. It is also, for some reason, treated like a spear for Dragoon's jump attack. So if you want to do some Dragoon gaming, the Maneater is a potentially viable option. More noteworthy is the Ribbon, which provides immunity to a large number of status conditions. Specifically, Instant Death, Petrification, Toad, Poison, Blindness, Old, Berserk, and Silence. It also boosts all 4 basic stats by 5 apiece. Personally, I think it's in contention for the best piece of headgear in the game. but natively it can only be used by freelancers and dancers. So if you don't have anything else you'd rather put in the ability slot, equip ribbons can potentially be useful just for getting access to the ribbon headgear. That being said, an ability slot is still a pretty big cost. So I don't think this is the same level as something like Ranger or Red Mage, where you master it just to get access to this super powerful ability. Equip ribbons is nice, but it's not so nice to salvage the Dancer's otherwise abysmal toolkit. And I personally think Dancer is the worst job in Final Fantasy V. With those two stinkers out of the way, we can now talk about the good Earth Crystal jobs. And I want to start out with Samurai, because it's a pretty good contrast to Dragoon, showing why I feel so underwhelmed by the spear job. Just at a base level, Samurai does good combat, as it has decent physical stats, and its unique weapon type, katanas, are generally good. Not only are katanas on par with or stronger than most other weapons from a statistical standpoint, but they're also all capable of landing critical hits, which, as I mentioned with fists, is not a guarantee on all other weapons. Most katana have a 12% crit chance, although there's a few with even higher critical hit rates, so it's not an uncommon occurrence for your samurai to swing in and deal twice as much damage as usual. The only downside that katana have is, for some reason, they're not compatible with Spellblade. Which is weird because Spellblade usually can affect all other bladed weapons. I suspect the reason for Katana's disclusion was the fact they have a critical hit rate, as it's possible the extra damage from a critical hit and the extra damage from a Spellblade effectiveness would interact in weird and unintended ways. But regardless of the reason, not being able to be enchanted does suck, but it is more than made up for by Katana's everything else being great. The neat thing about Samurai is that in addition to being just a very good generic attacker, they have a pretty deep toolkit you can choose from. Unfortunately, unlike spellcasters, they can only equip one of these abilities at a time, but learning so many powers from leveling up Samurai means the job feels quite flexible and it can adjust to a variety of different situations. The flashiest of Samurai's abilities is its innate one, Zenniage, where you throw money at the enemy in order to deal damage to them. The damage dealt and money spent are both fixed and depend upon your character's level. And if you're not careful, Zenniage can drain your coffers pretty quickly, as it is almost always going to cost you more money than you make up by killing the enemies. But with fixed damage and huge numbers, Zenniage is probably the most efficient way of killing foes. So, in the late game, when you care much more about your EXP and ABP than you do about your gil, or against bosses where you just want to deal huge chunks of damage, this can be a useful way of converting your excess finances into excess damage. Definitely a good exchange. Of course, if you want to deal damage to a ton of enemies without spending your gil, you can also use Samurai's Ianiuki, which attempts to inflict instant death on all enemies. There's a charge-up time, sure, and it won't work against heavy bosses or anyone with death immunity, but it's still a nice way of clearing screens and can help you grind up if you don't have all the money in the world to throw away. It's also just a good alternative to running away when going through dungeons, as some encounters can't be run from but can be killed. Although it's worth noting, since Ianiuki has a charge time, you're probably going to take a hit or two while relying on it if it's your only way of killing people. Samurai's last activated ability is Mineuchi, which is a normal attack that has a chance to inflict paralysis. And as such, much like aim, this functions as just an upgrade to the standard attack if you have it equipped. Although it's worth noting that unlike standard attacks, Mineuchi will not cure someone of confusion or sleep. Therefore, this ability works pretty well in tandem with a Black Mage or Bard, as you can inflict debilitating statuses on your foes and then wail away without risk of curing those statuses. Similarly, if you have a Beastmaster controlling the foe, Miniuchi will not break their control. I think this is probably the weakest of Samurai's abilities, but it still has some niche applications where it can be useful. Lastly, Samurai does get one passive ability that is both innate and learned, and that is Shira Hadori. With Shira Hadori equipped, you have a 25% chance to block enemy physical attacks, similar to if you had a shield equipped. And this is a pretty huge defensive glow-up. Shields are a very powerful piece of equipment, but not every job can or even wants to equip them, as dual wielding or having bows can sometimes be preferable. The fact that Samurai can get the shield benefit without needing to devote one of their hand slots to it is not to be understated. And I would argue anytime you have a build that isn't using shields, it's worth considering this for your ability slot. It's that strong. Lastly, Chemist is another utility job. Its stats are pretty bad, but it still manages to be useful thanks to its passive ability Pharmacology, which doubles the potency of potions and ethers. This might not seem like much on the surface, but changing a high potion from being 500 HP to 1000 is actually kind of huge in the late game when your HP values hover around the 1000 to 1500 mark. And of course, taking Ether's 40 MP to 80 is also a very big deal for mages. It means they have to heal up less often. Chemist's innate activated ability, Drink, is also pretty useful. You see, there are 5 consumable items that can't actually be used in the items menu. Those being Goliath Tonic, Power Drink, Speed Shake, Iron Draft, and Hero Cocktail. And each of these give beneficial effects to the user when consumed. Goliath Tonic doubles your max HP, although it doesn't actually heal you, so you're going to need to devote a turn to healing up if you want. Power Drink increases your attack. Speed Shake gives you the Haste status, Iron Draft gives you the Protect status, and Hero Cocktail raises your level by 10, thusly impacting any calculations that take your level into account. And these are all useful effects. The Speed Shake in particular is useful on the Chemist as it lets it do its healing job much more often, but any of them are helpful if you give Drink to an actual combat class. Which is why it feels weird that Drink is the innate ability of the Chemist as opposed to any of its other wonderful activated abilities. You see, it also gets Revive, which lets it heal a KO'd party member similar to Phoenix Down, although with less HP, and Recover, which is a free heal from Blind, Mini, Toad, Silence, Confusion, Paralysis, Old, and Sleep. These are, of course, similar to Isuna and Raise from the White Magic tree, but since they don't cost any MP, the trade-off is a lack of flexibility for more freedom in casting. However, if you are looking for that flexibility, nothing quite encapsulates it like Chemist's final activated ability, Mix, which allows you to combine 2 items for beneficial effects. I could be here all day talking about the various combinations that Mix has, cause it goes pretty deep, but instead I'll highlight a few of my favorites. Combining a Phoenix Down with a potion or ether will fully heal the revived ally instead of just getting them to critical HP. Combining a Phoenix Down with a turtle shell removes a ton of detrimental status effects, including stuff like petrification or old, which are otherwise pretty difficult to remove. Combining 2 turtle shells gives you the equivalent to the protect and shell spells, meaning it is a more efficient way to protect from mixed attackers than anything White Mage has, and combining turtle shell with holy water gives the berserk status to the target, which again means that Mix can somewhat serve as a pseudo White Mage replacement instead of spending MP spending inventory items. Heck, it can also replace the Time Mage, because by combining the turtle shell with eye drops, you can cast haste on someone. And Mix has utility beyond that, because you can also apply elemental absorption to targets, something that is otherwise limited to equipment slots, and very expensive ones at that. Or you can combine the Maiden's Kiss with the Drakenfane to make someone into the heavy type, granting them the sorts of immunities bosses get for free. You can boost an ally's level, or bring their HP to the max of 9999, and you can even use Mix offensively, trying to inflict statuses, or have a Mix that replicates the effects of Deathclaw. The main limitation of Mix is, of course, you need to have the items to perform it, and since all these items are consumable and not all of them are purchasable, some amount of grinding and farming is required if you want to make use of Mix long term. Although you do get some number of Dragon Fangs for free, and it's pretty easy to farm them in an upcoming area. The other limitation of Mix is the game never really explains the depth of the combinations. Some of them are very straightforward. I figured out Potion plus Phoenix Down myself because it just seemed like a natural fit. But others are kind of nonsensical. A Turtle Shell plus Antidote divides the target's defense in half, which doesn't seem like the sort of thing that combination would do. As such, this is the sort of ability that's at its best if you have an external resource such as a wiki open in another window. Although, I would argue even without knowing all of the possibilities, Mix is still incredibly useful if you just stick to the 4 or 5 that you like situationally. Personally, in my 3 playthroughs, I never went into the offensive branches of Mix and instead just used Chemist as a go-to healer, and it proved itself to be incredibly useful. Full revives, status curing, and doubling up on potion heals were more than enough to elevate this job to a spot on my team. With that, I think it's time to check on the tier list again. But it's worth noting that now we've gotten the Earth Crystal jobs, that's every normal job in Final Fantasy V. The only ones remaining are Mime, which is a pseudo-freelancer adjacent job, and the GBA jobs. So rather than just talking about the 4 jobs we got and why I placed them where I did, I want to briefly review everyone on the tier list in order. At the very top, I have the Time Mage, mostly on the strength of haste, as speed is a very important stat when it determines how many actions you can take, but quick is also a phenomenal top-end spell, especially since, when combined with another spellcasting school, you can get off multiple strong attacks without needing to deal with Red Mage for dual cast. Alternatively, a dual cast Time Mage can use Quick and get access to 2 dual cast turns. Gravity, Meteor, and Slow are also useful, and the Time Mage is just a well-rounded job. I really like it. Right below it, I have Mystic Knight and Black Mage, and I've honestly debated the order between these two, as I think they're about even as the 2 best damage dealers in the game. I gave Mystic Knight the edge as it is more MP efficient, but Black Mage is able to do group attacks when necessary, and since it's a Wind Crystal job, it's around the entire campaign, so it gets a little bit of bonus points for early game availability. Which is also something that I give to the Blue Mage, although I'll be honest, the Blue Mage doesn't need that in order to end up in S tier. There's honestly an argument for Blue Mage as the best job in the game, since the combination of White Wind and Deathclaw alone are huge boons to your damage output, and all of the other blue magic spells are just gravy on top. But personally, I penalize it a little bit for how much of a pain in the ass it is to get all of the blue magic you want. You don't need a full collection for it to be useful, but it still takes a little bit of effort to get online, and that is sometimes an annoyance. Rounding out the S tier, I have Summoner, who's basically just a more mana-hungry version of Black Mage, who doesn't really outdamage it until the endgame. Still, being a discount version of the Black Mage for 3/4 of the game is pretty nice, and you gotta respect that endgame Summoner Bahamut gaming. Plus, since Summoner has the highest magic stat, it is technically optimal for rod breaking, scroll throwing, and mime mastery. Moving on to the A tier, I have Ninja at the very top, and I genuinely considered Ninja for S tier, as it's probably the best job for just spamming the attack command. Dual Wield and Throw are also just very desirable abilities, but I ultimately felt like the magical classes were a tier above any of the physical ones, so Ninja, despite being the best physical job, is still only in A tier. Also in A tier, I have Chemist and White Mage, which are phenomenal utility jobs, with Chemist bringing Mix to the table and White Mage having all of the cure magic in the game. The main thing stopping either of the healers from getting into S tier is that White Wind kind of outclasses them, since it's just stapled to the Blue Mage incidentally. Lastly, at the bottom of A tier, I have Knight. It's just a solid class. Basically the go-to if you want someone to be tanky, and it's very nice in the early game getting two-handed as sort of a discount version of Dual Wield. Long-term, Knight does have some niche use cases with access to Knight Swords, although personally, I don't think this is enough to salvage its late-game performance. Still, the early and mid-game are nice for Knight, so I think it's good enough to be in A tier. At the top of B tier, I have Bard and Samurai, which are weirdly similar jobs from my perspective. They both have kind of wide toolkits, but each of their tools has a fairly niche application. I don't love Samurai as a standard attacking class, mostly because I'm not a huge fan of critical hit strategies, but killing your enemies with money or having a shield in your ability slot are both very nice aspects of the job. And as for Bard, killing the undead or applying statuses to enemies is nice, and buffing your allies is pretty good, but comes online quite late. I don't think I would call either of them outright bad, but they're more situational jobs as opposed to all-arounders. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Monk and Berserker, the bottom two B tier jobs, and they basically exist just to click the attack button. I mean, Berserker literally only clicks the attack button. They're fine if you just want another melee attacker, although they're outclassed by Ninja once you get it. Ultimately, I gave Monk the edge both because it's available earlier and you can actually control it, which is an annoyance of Berserkers, but one that I think is sometimes exaggerated. At the top of C tier, I have Thief, and this is a weird job to rank since so much of it is out of battle utility. Stealing items to help with meta progression, fleeing from enemies when you're in danger, sprinting during castle escape so you can get more treasures. It's all nice, but in combat, Thief is not very good. I do like the fact it has the highest agility score, but Ninja being second highest means that Thief is rarely actually needed, except for if you want to have a Thief do mixing. Dragoon is also down in C tier. I have it on the high end because technically it can be just another damage dealing class, similar to Monk and Barbarian, but I think it's noticeably worse than them because it never exists at a point that you don't have Ninja. There's just not really a reason to use Dragoon over Ninja if you want a physical attacker. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't feel like you're handicapping yourself by putting a Dragoon on your team, but it also doesn't feel like you're gaining anything from it. And that is just an underwhelming feeling from an Earth Crystal job. Red Mage and Ranger are down here for the same reason. They each have a really strong ability if you master them in Dual Cast and X Attack, but they feel like a burden the entire time they're in your party. Animals is neat, but it's too RNG reliant to actually be good. And in that same vein, Geomancer is too RNG reliant to get anywhere above low C tier. Although I do at least like it better than Beastmaster, since you can use Gaia multiple times per battle, whereas a Beastmaster's catch and release is a one-time trick. It's a pretty wide toolkit, and the more game knowledge you have, the better catch and release are. And of course, Control is a very useful ability if you're trying to gather up all of the blue magic, but I don't think that's enough to elevate it out of C tier. In fact, I see the argument for dropping both Geomancer and Beastmaster to D tier. But for now, the only job I have in there is Dancer, fittingly enough. Equip Ribbons is nice, don't get me wrong, but you're using your ability slot and an equipment slot in order to get its full effect. And I think at the end of the day, that's just not worth the amount of time you spend in Dancer, since Dancer is kind of a worthless class. And that's part of why it has a tier all to itself. It's the only job that legitimately feels pointless. Even Dragoon, which I just recently chastised for not having a purpose, you can do some neat jump stuff with. Dancer, on the other hand, really offers you nothing, both in the party and in terms of meta progression. Equip Ribbons is just not getting it there for me, I'm sorry. And I think Dancer being in a tier of its own highlights something kind of cool about the Final Fantasy V job system. Even the underwhelming jobs, the stuff I've put in C tier, have some niche purpose that you might want to use them for. If you're big in on stealing, Thief is pretty good. And there's even an upcoming boss that I like Dragoon for. Geomancer and Beastmaster have situations where they can shine if you have enough game knowledge, and Red Mage and Ranger feel like trainees as they have underwhelming performance up until they have phenomenal performance. Speaking as someone from a Fire Emblem background where castes and classes are often incredibly unbalanced, I find it super cool that Final Fantasy V managed to make everyone have a valuable niche. With the exception of Dancer, sorry buddy. With the tier list taken care of, we can get back to the story. And now that Exdeath has been revived and is threatening Galuf's planet, Galuf and Krylie need to go back home so that they can fight him on their home turf. Galuf thanks the party for including him in their adventure, and then heads off without them. But only a few minutes later, Bartz, Lena, and Farris resolve to join Galuf in the fight against Exdeath. Which, I mean, you couldn't have made that decision while Galuf was still here. He had an easy transportation back home. Instead, we have to do another mini boss gauntlet. This time with only 3 party members since Galuf is noticeably absent. And while this makes sense from a story perspective, and I can appreciate the meta-narrative choice to weaken your party with Galuf's absence to emphasize his importance, I don't like it from a gameplay perspective. This is the first of multiple points where we're going to have a party of less than 4 characters. And it always feels quite bad, since oftentimes you'll have each character trained up in specific jobs to fulfill specific roles. On my first playthrough, since I didn't know Galuf was going to go MIA, he was my primary DPS. And while the job system did allow me to be flexible and send Bartz into a damage dealing class instead, it still felt like I was on the back foot without my trained up super ninja. Although, in part, that could be because the gimmicks of these mini-bosses are all kind of annoying. The first of these, Byblos, is definitely the worst. You fight 6 Byblos at the same time, and anytime one is killed, it will cast a rise on another dead one in order to revive it at full HP. So the only way to get these flames to die permanently is to kill them all at the same time. Once you know about the gimmick, it's relatively easy to handle with something like a summoner or ninja, but going in blind, it feels like a pretty big attrition test. And since the game does a bad job of signaling counters, it can take a little bit to figure out that a rise is automatically being cast upon kill. But once you figure out what's going on, just committing to AoE attacks basically solves the fight. So this fails to be interesting both blind and with information, and in my opinion is a pretty big dud of a fight. Titan is at least better in that there's some cool meta knowledge you can use to defeat him. You see, Titan likes spamming the Quake ability, which is a strong AoE ground type attack. And unless your party is over-leveled, Quake is going to present a pretty big problem for you. So the solution is getting yourself the float status, but that's easier said than done, as the primary way of getting float is through time magic, but the time magic spell float is not available at this point in the campaign. So instead, the way you can do it is by traveling to North Mountain with a group of Beastmasters and capturing yourself some Gallicats. Releasing a Gallicat casts the float spell upon yourself. And so, if you're able to capture them, then you can grant your entire team immunity to Titan's signature move. And this is important because Titan also has a death trigger, much like Byblos, only his is casting Quake. and if his Death Quake kills you, then you gotta try the boss fight all over again. Upon defeating Titan, we're able to claim him as a summon, and just like he was a powerful earth attack against us, we can use him to launch powerful earth attacks against our enemies. Pretty cool stuff, even if I still personally find his boss fight to be kind of annoying. The third boss is Chimera Brain, and I really don't have anything to say about this one. It's kind of just a nothing fight that once again attacks with AoE attacks. One possible strategy for taking on both Titan and Dragoon is the classic Garuda strategy, wherein you turn everyone into a Dragoon and jump over the AoE attacks whenever possible. But I don't even think this strategy is necessary. I don't know, this fight just sort of fails to leave an impression on me, such that I actually had to look it up twice before recording this segment, because I looked it up an hour ago, and then when I came to record the audio, I already had forgotten it and had to look it up again. And I'm sure by the time I start editing, I will once more have forgotten about Chimera Brain's entire existence. After defeating the 3 mini-bosses and gathering up the adamantite, we are able to create a portal to Galuf's world. And so our 3 heroes jump inside, leaving their world behind forever. Unfortunately, their desire to aid their friend comes to a screeching halt when it turns out they warped into the middle of a deserted island. And without anything else to do, they decide to make camp and think about their next move. And you do actually have to make camp. You gotta use a consumable tent item to advance the story. And because the player might not have any tents in their inventory, there's a clever bit of anti-softlock design in that every enemy who spawns here will drop a tent. So not only are you not trapped forever, but you're not even trapped for a long time. You just need to do one fight against an incredibly easy enemy. But once you knock that out, we can continue with the story. And unfortunately, upon making camp, all 3 of our heroes are kidnapped by abductors and locked up in Exdeath's dungeon. So while they came here to help Galuf, as it turns out, Galuf is going to have to help them. And thus begins a Galuf solo portion of the game. And I'll be honest, this segment kind of sucks. Final Fantasy V is designed with a party of 4 in mind, and you want to have different job synergies fulfilling different roles on your team. The job system does allow for some amount of role compression, but not enough to make battles with a single party member anywhere remotely interesting. Realistically, your only real course of action is to put Galuf in a powerful offensive class like Ninja or Black Mage, and it leads to a very one-dimensional experience of a prison break. Sure, I get that what they were going for was a ludonarrative consonance, making us realize that Galuf on his own isn't actually doing all that well without his friends, but we already kind of had that with the 3 party members fighting mini-bosses, so I don't think we needed to see the other end of things. It's safe to assume that 1 party member is going to be weaker than 3. And it's extra unfortunate that this segment is so one-dimensional because it features our first boss fight against a recurring villain of World 2, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is a fan-favorite character. In fact, he was popular enough that he got added to the Game Boy Advance remake of Final Fantasy I as an optional boss. So it kinda sucks that his introduction here is so hampered by the 1v1 nature of this segment. In fact, this is probably the most uninteresting boss in the game, because all Gilgamesh does is attack you and occasionally land critical hits. And since all you have control of is Galuf, you're probably doing just about the same thing. There is at least an interesting flavor aspect to this fight, in that Gilgamesh runs away when his HP gets too low, rather than facing you until he gets reduced to 0. And this is going to be a recurring element in the Gilgamesh fights, as cowardice seems to be one of his 2 major character traits. The other one is honor, which is a little bit weird considering he's working for Exdeath, who is trying to destroy the world, but okay. I guess Gilgamesh gets to be the honorable second in command. Talk about a fucking Camus archetype. But while we're on the topic of Gilgamesh, I do want to touch upon the etymology of his name, because Gilgamesh is almost certainly named after the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the oldest written legend we know of. I was excited upon initially learning his name because I read the Epic of Gilgamesh in high school and thought I could put my literary knowledge to work. But unfortunately, the reference seems to be incredibly shallow. There aren't really any connections between Gilgamesh and the Epic of Gilgamesh other than the name. This feels similar to the four fiends from Final Fantasy IV, which were a reference to Dante's Inferno, in that they took names from classic literature but didn't really add any other context. Where Gilgamesh from the ancient Mesopotamian legend is seeking immortal life, this Gilgamesh is working for Exdeath, and seems to almost exclusively care about fighting and being honorable. But with Gilgamesh's first fight defeated, the prison break is complete, and now the group of four can finally reunite and have a full party once more. Thank goodness. But just because the party's back together doesn't mean we're safe. In order to get out of Exdeath's territory, we need to fight our way across the Big Bridge. And this is a series of enemy encounters chained together, which is reminiscent of the invasion of Fabul in Final Fantasy IV. These aren't exactly random encounters, but it's not mini-bosses or boss fights either. They're just fixed enemy encounters, as we try to claw our way across the Big Bridge. Okay, well that's not entirely true. There is one boss fight amongst these encounters, and as it turns out, it's a rematch against Gilgamesh. Although honestly, I feel like this should have been Gilgamesh's first fight, since it is a much better introduction than his actual first fight. Here, Gilgamesh feels like something of a rival to the player party, as most of the abilities he uses to attack you are ones that you yourself have access to. He'll start the fight by alternating between standard physical attacks and blue magic, specifically Area and Goblin Punch. He also occasionally uses the Wind Slash ability for AoE damage, and this is notably one of the options Geomancer has for calling spells on the Big Bridge. But this rivalry continues even further when Gilgamesh is knocked down into his second phase, as he will suddenly buff himself with Haste, Protect, and Shell, and then start using the Dragoon's Jump ability, which is something that no enemy other than Gilgamesh does. It really solidifies this idea that he's just like you, only fighting for the other team. And I quite appreciate that, especially in a recurring boss. But once you defeat Gilgamesh and make your way across the remainder of the Big Bridge, Galuf's home is in sight, and with it, safety. Although, unfortunately, the group isn't going to reach there, because Exdeath summons a big blast of wind that sends the entire party off course, rocketing to a whole other continent. And so, they are stranded in the wilderness, far away from any safety or allies. This is probably the first point in the story where you don't really have a concrete goal or direction to go. You've been blown off course and just kind of wander around looking for progress. Truthfully, the geography funnels you in a pretty linear route, so you're not actually going to be lost for that long, but the feeling of being lost and unmoored is there, and I think that's the important part for this point in the story. The enemies are also pretty scary around these parts, so you'll be thankful to find the nearby city of Rigol, where, if you use the Thief's Secret Passages ability, you can discover a hidden piano. This is Beautiful Dreamer by the father of American music, Stephen Foster. And in addition to being a beautiful piece of music you should look up since I can't play it for copyright reasons, it's an appropriate tune for this point in the story for two reasons. The first should be obvious just from listening to the tune. Its melancholy tone, alongside the lyrics, set a very sad mood. And this is a very downer time for the cast of Final Fantasy V, as not only has Exdeath returned, but they've failed to defeat him twice and are now completely isolated from their friends, family, and allies. However, that's not the only reason this song is appropriate for this point in the story. You see, Beautiful Dreamer is, at least allegedly, the last song written by Stephen Foster. It's worth noting this claim is contested. There are like 20 songs that are supposedly the last song written by Stephen Foster, but this is the last one that was published. In fact, it was published after he died, leading some to believe that it was written while he was on his deathbed. And, as it so happens, we are about to enter a portion of the story where characters begin dying at alarming rates. And in fact, one of our party members is currently approaching his own deathbed. And since there's a distinct possibility this is the last piano Galuf plays, in a morbid way, it makes sense for it to be the last song a famous songwriter wrote. But Galuf's not in the ground yet, and there's still plenty to do on our quest. Before leaving Rigol, I would recommend buying some new magic, as this is your first opportunity for level 4 black, white, and time magic. Additionally, if you stay at the inn and rest up, you'll see an optional scene where Bartz and Galuf share a drink, and Galuf reflects on how this reminds him of someone. And this interaction is actually hinting towards a later plot development. But for us to get there, we've got to get the plot back on track. And so the group departs the safety of town in order to once more wander through the wilderness. And along the way, we pass by an ominous building called the Sealed Castle. Here, there are 12 legendary weapons completely sealed and inaccessible. They would be very helpful for fighting Exdeath, but unfortunately, there's no way to access them yet. Still, if you pop inside and take a look, Galuf will remark to his surprise that the legends were real. Unfortunately, he's never going to be able to wield any of these legendary weapons. But okay, I'll stop dwelling on our party member's upcoming death to focus on the story, because the next point of progress involves following a lost Moogle. That leads us to the underground waterway. It's a fairly small linear dungeon with a gimmick around rapidly moving currents, very similar to the sand conveyor belts in the Desert of Shifting Sand. The only really noteworthy thing about this location is one of the enemies is named the Moogle Eater, which means our Moogle friend is in greater danger than us. Although, next time we run into them, they're not being confronted by a Moogle Eater, but instead by the area's boss, the Tyrannosaur. And this is a really obnoxious boss fight. He just hits incredibly hard with his standard attacks, and potentially uses the party-wide poison breath to not only damage everyone, but apply the poison status. And since it comes at the end of one of the few dungeons that doesn't feature any save points for using tents, it can genuinely be a challenge to fight in a straightforward manner. Although, fortunately, as an undead boss without the heavy typing, he is vulnerable to a very simple trick. You see, healing magic is reversed on undead enemies, and the Phoenix Down, therefore, becomes a one-hit kill move. So as long as you have a Phoenix Down in your inventory, this boss is as simple as clicking the items menu. And I don't know how I feel about this one, because on the one hand, I do appreciate when a boss rewards game knowledge. It's pretty unsatisfying to just instantly kill him with a very common item, and if you don't use the cheese, this boss is still not particularly fun. It kind of reminds me of obnoxious endgame maps in Fire Emblem where you can warp skip them to avoid the annoyance, but that doesn't mean the annoyance is good design. Regardless, though, after defeating the Tyrannosaur and rescuing the Moogle, it rewards you by showing you the way to Moogle Village. This is a cute little settlement consisting of, you guessed it, Moogles. Although, with the exception of the one you saved, they're still quite scared of humans, so they don't really want to interact with you. Although you can solve this problem by putting on a Moogle costume. And this costume actually lets you seduce a female Moogle under false pretenses in order to get access to her treasures. Remember, we're the good guys. But once you're done with whatever that is, you can progress the story by talking to your Moogle friend. You see, all Moogles can communicate telepathically. So, the one you rescued can tell Kryle's Moogle friend where to find you, and Cryle can use her local Windrake in order to fly over and perform an aerial rescue. And thus, the party returns to the besieged castle of Bal. And here we learn Galuf's secret. He's not just a citizen of Bal, but he's actually the king. And I quite like this twist on the hidden royalty trope. Because for most of the playthrough, Galuf isn't hiding the fact he's royalty, he legitimately doesn't remember it because of his amnesia. It's worth noting, just because we've made it back to Bal doesn't necessarily mean we're safe. All is not well in this castle setting after all. It's under siege by monsters. And as such, they won't even open the gates to let us go outside the castle grounds. That is, until we have a good reason to leave. You see, the Windrake that flew us home is actually the last of its kind. Windrakes on this planet are nearly extinct. And unfortunately, this flight was really pushing itself to its limit. So because of that, it's sick and will die without outside intervention. Thankfully, we know that Dragonweed can actually help cure it, and as it so happens, that plant grows on the nearby mountain of Drakenvale, which is where the Windrakes used to live before they mysteriously got reduced to near extinction. And so, the team resolves to go to Drakenvale and get some grass for this drake in order to heal it up. Although, there's two problems with that. The first is that if we leave, we're not going to be let back into the castle, no matter what. They are just too afraid to open the doors and have monsters rush in. But the second, and potentially bigger problem, is that Drakenvale is kind of a deadly location. Nobody has ever gone there and returned. But thankfully, we're RPG protagonists, so we're better suited for adventures than most. And as such, our party is likely going to be the first ones to venture forth, get the Dragonweed, and get out safely. And so, with heavy hearts, we step outside the castle of Bal. And, as you can probably guess, this is a point of no return. In fact, during this recent stretch of the story, Final Fantasy V has actually had quite a few points of no return. Obviously, leaving Bartz's world and traveling to Galuf's world is the first of them, but once we reach Galuf's world, the points of no return keep stacking up. Exiting the prison leads to us getting blown away to a distant island. And then, traveling partway through that continent leads to us jumping down into the underground waterway, from which we cannot go back. Even in the underground waterway, the strong currents are basically mini points of no return as they push us along through the linear dungeon without letting us go backwards. And once we contact Cryle in Moogle Village, she rescues us, and that is yet another point of no return as we can't go back to Moogle Village. And now, upon exiting the Castle of Bal, we meet yet another point of no return. In quick succession, we've had 5 or 6 of these things. You may remember that one of my primary complaints about Final Fantasy III was that it also seemed obsessed with points of no return. Although, I think they're handled a lot better in FF5 than they were in FF3. As here, for the most part, these points of no return are signaled to the player, and you never feel stranded away from resources. Sure, they stop you from backtracking, but at each juncture, you also encounter another city where you can go for an inn, shop, etc. And each of these shops have all the resources that you will need in order to continue going forward through the game. So rather than feeling trapped and helpless, these points of no return just serve to usher you along further into the plot. But the reason I bring up Final Fantasy III's point of no returns isn't just to dunk on my least favorite Final Fantasy game again, but rather because there's a thematic through line shared between these two games that reflects in the points of no return. A commenter pointed out to me in my FF3 video that the reason the game has so many points of no return is, in large part, due to the fact that Hironobu Saganachi, the creator of Final Fantasy, had recently suffered a devastating loss, and Final Fantasy III was in large part a reflection on that death. The fact that the game features so many points of no return is meant to emphasize how in life you can't really go backwards, and sometimes when something is lost, it's lost forever. And I think this is why World 2 has so many point of no returns as compared to the rest of Final Fantasy V. Because, as I've mentioned already, World 2 is when people start dying. Specifically, the 4 Dawn warriors who previously fought and sealed Exdeath before the game's events. And so, much like World 1 can be read as a climate change story, I think World 2 can pretty easily be read as a meditation on death. In fact, there are 2 sequences explicitly devoted to characters dealing with their grief after a loved one dies. I highlight this because while I'm still not huge on the story of FF5, especially in Worlds 2 and 3, I do think there is stuff going on under the surface, and it's worth acknowledging that it's not just a simple good versus evil fantasy story, but it is playing with deeper themes, and at times it executes them quite well. And as if to highlight this duality, after our latest point of no return, which resulted in me praising the story of FF5, we're about to enter a sequence that kind of just makes me roll my eyes. Because in order to reach Drakenvale, we need to pass through Quelb, the werewolf village. So, of course, we're going to get another bizarre sequence where Bartz is racist against werewolves. Although, in fairness, the werewolf chief did call him out first, as he accuses Bartz, Lena, and Farris of being in league with Exdeath. You see, the chief, Kegler, was one of the 4 Dawn warriors who initially sealed Exdeath on Bartz's world, so he is, of course, wary against anyone who might side with the evil warlock. Kelger therefore challenges Bartz to one-on-one combat, and Galuf tells Bartz not to hurt Kelger because Kelger is old and might not be able to take a thrashing. Bartz, of course, doesn't listen to this, and he counters Kelger's lupine attack with an anti-werewolf technique he was taught by his dad, who apparently was similarly racist against werewolves. Like, why the fuck are you teaching him just an anti-werewolf technique? You're supposed to be allied with the werewolves, but okay. This counterattack also wounds Kelger enough that he becomes bedridden for the rest of the game, at least until he dies in bed. Which, like, I know Kelger started it, but holy shit, that is a pretty severe retaliation. Especially after Galuf warned Bartz not to hurt him. Like, what the fuck, man? Anyway, Kelger recognizes the anti-werewolf technique, and they realize that Bartz's father is Dorgan, who was one of the 4 Dawn warriors as well. Dorgan was the only one who hesitated to seal Exdeath on another planet, but eventually decided to do so, and moved to that planet so he could protect the crystals and keep the seal intact. He eventually married Bartz's mother and gave birth to Bartz, which means Bartz is technically half alien. And this is kind of a pale echo of Cecil's backstory from Final Fantasy IV, leading me to wonder if Final Fantasy protagonists went through an era where they were all half aliens, similar to what we're in right now with Fire Emblem protagonists all being partially dragons. Either way, I don't really care for this twist. It's not especially offensive, but I also don't think it adds anything to the story to have Bartz be an ancestor of the Dawn Warriors. We already have Galuf and later Krylie as our connections to the past. Bartz's father really didn't need a connection to them, especially since it then retroactively doesn't make sense that he intentionally kept Bartz away from the crystals. I know he says he didn't want to burden Bartz with the responsibility, but if the whole reason you moved to an entire other planet was to protect the crystals, don't you think you should have trained your heir to do the same thing in case you passed away? Especially since Dorgan died of an illness, which meant there was plenty of time for him to talk to Bartz about his responsibility. Like, seriously, what the fuck, man? And I know that's the second what the fuck I've given in this short segment, but that's really my problem with everything that happens in Quelb. It's just kind of bizarre, it doesn't really make sense, and it feels tonally dissonant from the rest of the story. But whatever. After this encounter, Kelger is satisfied, and he lets us pass through town. Although, before leaving, there are a few errands we should probably do. Firstly, one of the werewolves in town can teach you the Requiem song, which is the bard's only attacking spell. And this deals massive damage to all undead enemies while not damaging anyone else. Situationally, Requiem is very strong, and we're given it at an opportune time because Drakenvale has a lot of strong undead enemies, specifically undead dragons and tyrannosauruses. So having a bard spam Requiem is very effective here. And later, it becomes a nice addition to the bard's toolkit if you're already running one for utility and happen across other undead enemies. The other optional item is a bit more involved, as there's a man who fell down a well and wants to see a frog. And you can't just inflict yourself with the toad status. Instead, you need to capture a Karango enemy, which is not exactly the hardest thing in the world to do if you've gathered Deathclaw and trained up a Beastmaster, but still a little bit obnoxious. Once you show him the Kornago, he will offer to sell you the accessory, the Kornago's Gourd, which makes capturing easy, reducing the HP's threshold from 1/8 to 1/2, which is nice, but the price is kind of absurd. He wants 10,000 gil for this highly situational accessory. Sure, it does make it easier to capture enemies who are immune to things like Deathclaw, but Beastmaster in general is just not a job I find to be consistent enough to spend that much money on an accessory that improves one of its abilities. Especially in a game where the economy is as tight as Final Fantasy V. I'd rather save my money for tense Phoenix Downs and new weapons. But, okay, moving on, our next destination is Drakenvale. And as I mentioned, the majority of enemies are undead, so Requiem kinda sweeps here. Although it's worth noting the White Mage is also at a premium for similar reasons to a bard. In addition to the undead enemies, however, there is a pretty interesting encounter. As while you're navigating the mountainside, you will occasionally run into a golem labeled as ? Who doesn't attack you, but instead instantly runs away anytime you enter combat. I initially assumed that this was one of those rare encounters like a metal slime or a Kate that runs away from you, but if you can kill it, you get a ton of experience. However, that's not what's going on. Instead, Final Fantasy V is pulling a pretty unique and cool trick by incorporating a side quest into random encounters. You see, later in the dungeon, the golem will be encountered alongside some Draco zombies and Tyrannosauruses that are attacking it, and it will beg you for help. If you manage to defeat the other enemies while the golem is still alive, it'll thank you and join your party as a summon. And this is a very cool encounter. Sure, it's easily solved by just using Requiem the same way you deal with other undead, but it has a lot of flavor as a section of gameplay that actually has a side story element. As a summon, Golem is pretty interesting and kind of unique, since he is the first of your utility spells instead of damage dealing ones. When cast, he will summon an earthen wall, which blocks all physical damage for a limited amount of time, depending on the caster's level. And this is obviously quite useful, especially since it's stapled onto a job that is otherwise usually dealing damage, so it kind of feels like free utility. Overall, between the side quest and the reward, I'm pretty fond of Golem. Although, that's not the only neat thing to happen in Drakenvale. Because there's a hidden item here, the Bone Mail, and it is the first of our potential cursed armors. It provides massive stat bonuses, but permanently gives you the undead status, meaning that most forms of healing will not actually heal you up. but instead deal damage because you're undead, so you get affected the same way the undead do. This is a pretty interesting double-edged sword, but unfortunately it interacts with FF5's equipment optimization in an annoying way. You see, whenever you change your job, your equipment will automatically get optimized. And because the bone mail has such high stats, most of the time equipment optimization sees it as your best piece of armor. So it will often auto-equip onto someone when you're changing up their job or skills, and if you don't remember to unequip it, you can find yourself screwed over in the next battle. This is thankfully addressed in the Pixel Remaster, which made it so that cursed items are not ever equipped by Optimize, but it is annoying when playing older versions, so it's something to bear in mind, and if you don't actually have a plan for the bone mail, it might be better to pass on collecting this secret item instead of getting it in your inventory and dealing with the hassle. There are some non-cursed items you can get in Drakenvale as well. And the two most notable, in my opinion, are the Hypno Crown and the Wind Slash. The Hypno Crown is kind of like the Garuda Gourd, in that it increases the odds of a Beastmaster ability, although in this case it makes Control have 75% effectiveness, as opposed to the default, which is 40%. On the other hand, the Wind Slash is a significant glow up for the Samurai, because it's a katana that has a 12% chance of casting the Wind Slash ability, which is what enemies use to deal party-wide damage to all characters. Sure, it's not the only way the Samurai can deal AoE damage, but Zenniage costs a lot of gil, so this is a nice alternative even if it is fairly RNG reliant. Beastmaster and Samurai aren't the only ones happy to visit Drakenvale, however. This dungeon is a premier grind spot to get Dragon Fangs, which are one of the rare ingredients for powerful mixes. So, in this way, the Chemist also indirectly benefits from any amount of time you spend in this dungeon. And even if you're not explicitly grinding, you're likely to fight a lot of undead dragons during your visit to Drakenvale because this dungeon is kind of cruel. For the most part, it's a fairly unexcited linear romp. But towards the end of the dungeon, there is what appears to be a dead end with no way forward. And the intended solution is to step on a specific tile, which is a pitfall, that will drop you into the correct room you need to advance. But outside of the Pixel Remaster, this tile isn't marked at all in any way that would lead you to believe it's a pitfall. Sure, you could potentially look for it with Find Pits, but if you don't have that equipped because Geomancer is ass, then you're kind of out of luck without an online guide. I wouldn't mind this if it was just hiding a secret, powerful item or something like that, but since stepping on a specific unknown unmarked tile is required for mandatory progress, this feels pretty cruel. And I have no shame in saying that I actually had to look up a walkthrough map for Drakenvale because I found myself walking around for 20 minutes with no sign of forward progress. But moving on from that, we find the Dragon Grass. Or so we think. Because as it turns out, this isn't actually Dragon Grass, but instead a plant called the Dragon Pod, which is carnivorous and disguises itself as dragon grass in order to prey on the drakes. Presumably, this is the reason why drakes are almost extinct on this planet. And this is a pretty interesting boss fight, as Dragon Pod is constantly spawning little dragon flowers, although the dragon flowers only have 100 HP each, meaning you are heavily incentivized to use AoE attacks to take them out. Of course, if you're using magic, AoE attacks are going to be less powerful than single target stuff, so there's a bit of a trade-off when it comes to that. Although, if you leave the dragon flowers alone, that is its own form of danger, as they can inflict a variety of statuses, including confusion, paralysis, blindness, old, and poison, which can be really debilitating if left unchecked for too long, and snowball into status central. Funny enough, the Dragon Pod itself isn't actually all that threatening, as it can't apply status and just attacks for pretty manageable damage. It's a cool approach to boss design, and shows that Final Fantasy V continues to have creative ideas, elevating the gameplay above that of the previous FF titles. But after defeating the Dragon Pod, we're able to get our hands on some Dragon Grass and thus heal up the Wind Drake. And with it, the world opens up to us, as now we have a form of flight and can reach basically any new area. Although, there's not really that many side activities to do, so instead, I think following the story is the natural course of actions. With that in mind, our next goal is to visit the Sage Gitto. But unfortunately, as we're approaching his cave, Exdeath senses this and sinks the entire island it's on. So our heroes are left once again unmoored and without a destination in mind. The closest place we haven't visited yet is Castle Sergei, so I think most players will be naturally drawn there. And thankfully, this is where we get breadcrumbs to the next step of the story, as Sergei is the kingdom run by Zizat, one of the 4 Dawn warriors, and he is planning on launching an attack against Exdeath with his navy. So, naturally, you're gonna help him out. But before doing so, there's a few things we can take care of in the castle. Firstly, in the library, there is a scholar who is puzzling over a book that seems to have half of the words missing and therefore can't be adequately translated. This should sound familiar, as the same thing was true in the Library of Ancients. And as you might have guessed, each of these books are the other half that is missing from each other. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about this now, but it is a neat little Easter egg and gives a hint as to what might happen later in the story. More importantly, in the King's Bedchambers, you can find the Swift Song, which is the first of the Bard's continuous songs we have had access to. And continuous songs work a little bit different from the other songs we've used. Instead of just casting them once and proceeding with turn order as normal, once you start to sing a continuous song, it will continue until you're interrupted, which can happen either from being attacked, from dying, or from being silenced. In this case, as long as the bard continues to sing the Swift Song, all of the party members' speed will continuously increase until it hits the cap of 99. And this is a very powerful effect. As you can probably tell from how much I've gassed up Time Mage, I really like the speed stat in Final Fantasy V. Extra actions are always powerful, and with Swift Song in the Bard's repertoire, it can basically replicate the Time Mage's functionality. It's not quite a replacement for the best job in the game, since it takes more time to build up, but on the other hand, it has a higher ceiling over a prolonged fight, since capping your speed at 99 is certainly going to do better than just doubling it with haste. Although, of course, since haste is a status, you can just use both. Have a Time Mage apply Haste Daga, and then have the Swift Song power up people's speed even more. Either way, I really like this one, and I definitely think it's worth taking the detour to grab. But after collecting this upgrade, you can safely move on to Zizat's fleet. He's planning on launching an attack against Shield Tower, which is currently projecting a force field around Castle Exdeath, preventing anyone from entering. Of course, this assault isn't going to go without meeting some resistance, and so we have to fight Gilgamesh for the 3rd time. Although, this time he's not alone, as he brought his friend Enkidu. And as you might have guessed, Enkidu also shares the name with a character from the Epic of Gilgamesh. You see, in the epic, Enkidu was a wild man sent to kill Gilgamesh. But because this is not just history's oldest story, but also our first ever enemies to lovers tale, Enkidu did eventually end up allying with Gilgamesh, and his death is what motivated Gilgamesh to seek out eternal life, as it put the fear of death into Gilgamesh himself. It's worth noting that when I say Gilgamesh and Enkidu are enemies to lovers, this is closer to the truth than you might imagine. Sure, they don't actually end up having sex with each other, but the way that Enkidu is civilized is through sex. And obviously, from a modern lens, this is kind of ace-phobic, But believe it or not, I don't intend to woke cancel culture the Epic of Gilgamesh. Instead, I bring this up to point out how funny it is that the oldest written story we have bears a lot of similarities to your average fanfiction.net story. That being said, all of this is a tangent that really doesn't relate to Final Fantasy V because, much like Gilgamesh, Enkidu really isn't based on his namesake. This is just a classic name that they pulled and assigned to their monster. As for the fight itself, it can be pretty tricky, as Gilgamesh outputs decent damage and he's backed up by Enkidu in a support role, because Enkidu uses two very potent forms of blue magic, White Wind and Vampire. White Wind, of course, helps to heal up both himself and Gilgamesh, and so you are incentivized to reduce its potency by focusing all of your single target attacks on Enkidu. Although if you do this, you're going to power up his Vampire, since it gets stronger the more missing HP you have. And if you're not careful, he can potentially one-shot your characters from full HP if he gets too low. And remember, he heals himself up every time he casts Vampire. So, as you're trying to whittle him down to weaken White Wind, he can potentially just kill you and power up to the point where White Wind is strong again. Overall, I really like this dynamic. It feels stressful and appropriate for an escalation in the rival boss. Although, that's not the only thing different about Gilgamesh this time around. Because remember how about 6 hours ago I said that I would point out any stealables worth noting? Well, congratulations to the 3 thief enjoyers in my audience, because Gilgamesh has the Genji gloves as his stealable item, and these are actually quite useful, as in addition to giving decent stat boosts, they provide immunity to both the Toad and Paralysis statuses, each of which can be debilitating. That being said, Gilgamesh can be a pretty tricky boss fight here, and so having the flexibility to include a thief isn't necessarily guaranteed. These are the kind of steals that I like the most, where there's a trade-off. If you bring a thief into battle, you are kind of screwing yourself against the boss, but you're investing in the future since you get a powerful item. Good stuff all around. As you may expect from our previous run-ins, Gilgamesh once again flees from battle rather than dying like a true knight. But we can let him go for now, as the main objective was always to disable the shield tower. And in order to do that, there are 2 generators which we must destroy simultaneously. Zizat heads for the downstairs one and instructs us to head upstairs, and thus begins the shield tower dungeon, which is yet another point of no return, as you can probably guess, since once we destroy the tower, we won't be able to head back in. And the inability to return is relevant if you're trying to gather up all of the available blue magic, because there's a couple of blue spells that you can first get in Barrier Tower, and if you miss them, you're going to have to wait a while before you have another opportunity. The most straightforward of these, and arguably most useful, is Time Slip, which can be cast on you by the Traveler enemies. And this inflicts both sleep and old on the target of your choice. Although it's worth noting, if an enemy is immune to either sleep or old, it will prevent the spell from going off entirely, even if they're not immune to the other status ailment. As such, this could arguably be seen as less useful than pure sleep or pure old spells, but I still think it's a useful tool to have in the Blue Mage's arsenal, since both sleep and old are pretty debilitating status effects even on their own. That being said, this isn't the only source of old you get in Barrier Tower, because the level Tricker has level 2 old, which, as you can probably guess, casts the old spell on all enemies who have a level divisible by 2. The one caveat is the level Tricker will never actually cast level 2 old on itself. Instead, in order to acquire the spell, you need to control it with a Beastmaster or inflict the Berserk status on it. And the same is true of the Red Dragon casting level 3 Flare, which is our third potential blue magic from Barrier Tower and is pretty self-explanatory. It casts Flare on any enemy whose level is divisible by 3. Flare Flare is quite a powerful spell, so this is a useful ability, although again, the level limitation means that there's only certain enemies you can get it on without doing level manipulation of your own. It's worth noting, even if you're not using a blue mage or don't care about these particular blue spells, there is still loot in Shield Tower that you don't want to miss during your one trip there. Firstly, this is the location of the Blood Sword, a legendarily strong weapon that's been in previous Final Fantasies as well. Here, it's a knight sword with decent stats that boost your magic, but that's not the main appeal. The big thing that makes Blood Sword so good is when you deal damage, you absorb that HP as if you were using the Drain spell. In combination with Rapid Fire, this can make your knight feel nearly immortal. Although it's worth noting, the Blood Sword is less unique in FF5 than it was in previous Final Fantasies, because you could always just have the Mystic Knight use the Drain sword magic in order to get the effect on whatever weapon you choose. Still, I think the Blood Sword is worth picking up, and even if you disagree, you probably want to get the other treasure, the Golden Hairpin, as this is a premier accessory for mages, since it halves the cost of MP for all spells. And that's huge for anyone, but especially good for the summoner since their spells tend to be very MP intensive. All in all, there's some really great stuff you don't want to miss out on in Barrier Tower. But unfortunately, at least in my opinion, that great stuff does not include the boss, as Atomos is one of the stinkers of FF5's roster. Atomos is a gimmick boss, and one that theoretically could be cool if the mechanics were explained slightly better. As it stands, FF5 doesn't really communicate what's going on to the player, and that's a shame because this is actually a pretty complicated boss fight. To start out, Atomos is aggressive, and will start casting the Comet spell, which deals an absurd amount of damage, and has the potential to one-shot your characters. However, if anyone is KO'd, Atomos will stop attacking altogether, and instead start slowly dragging their body towards him. If a body ever reaches Atomos, he will consume them and permanently remove them from battle, meaning they cannot be phoenixed downed or revived in any other way. They're gone for good, at least until you kill Atomos. And once this happens, Atomos will move back into the Comet phase until someone else is KO'd, and it loops until either you kill him or he kills and eats all of you. Now, the bodies move in real time, so this is once again a gimmick fight that only works in the ATB system. But in theory, I think this could have worked. However, in practice, because this game's communication to the player is sometimes rudimentary, I personally didn't pick up on the fact that Comet was happening just because all 4 of my party members were alive. So in my initial attempts, I found myself scrambling to constantly phoenix down and raise party members, which is really a losing battle, because if you start doing this long enough, Atomos will start double casting Comet, which can potentially knock out 2 party members at the same time. The thing is though, once you know the gimmick of this fight, it changes from a stress-inducing super boss into a very basic DPS race. You just have to ensure that you can deal enough damage before Atomos sucks up your ally. And if you can't, you use a Phoenix down and hope that someone else gets targeted by the next Comet. It's pretty boring actually, and feels analogous to the Demon Wall from Final Fantasy IV, which I had similar problems with. Sure, it's something that can only happen under ATB, and this is a bit more creative than the Demon Wall was, but at the end of the day, it's just a DPS test. Which, I guess, in theory, most bosses boil down to a DPS test if you just look at the wireframe, but Atomos very much removes any sort of pretense and specifically asks you to deal a certain amount of damage in a certain amount of time. And I just wasn't a fan. But while the final boss of this area is somewhat lacking, I think the final plot beat makes up for it, as this is one of the better emotional moments in Final Fantasy V's story. You see, as it turns out, the reason Zizat had us go for the top generator and himself go for the downstairs one is he knew that he wouldn't be able to escape in time from downstairs. And so he wanted to sacrifice himself to ensure that the next generation of warriors was able to live on. So far, so standard, and I'll be honest, I don't have a huge affection for Zizat, so I didn't really care about his sacrifice. However, Galuf does, and Galuf is rocked to the core by his good friend's death. In fact, he is so heartbroken that he actually needs to take some time to recover from this loss. And this plays out in the gameplay, because you have to wait 60 in real-life seconds while Galuf grieves before he's ready to move on and continue with your quest. This sort of real-time waiting feature is something that SNES RPGs seem to be really fond of, and in most cases I find it annoying. But in the case of Final Fantasy V, it's utilized only 2 times, and both of them are after major character deaths in order to emphasize the grief of someone else. And in both cases, this actually made me care more about the death than I would have otherwise. It's quite good stuff, and shows that while FF5 is known as the gameplay not story game, there was still a good deal of work put into the narrative and presentation, which leads to some genuinely emotional moments. Like, I'm not gonna cry about Zizat or anything, but I felt a little bit of a sinking feeling when Galuf was unwilling to move on. Yeah, it hurt him, and he's part of my party, so it hurt me. But once Galuf has finally finished the grieving process, we can move on and explore the rest of the world, because with Zizat's death, we've inherited his submarine. This means we can finally visit Ghetto's cave underwater. Although before doing so, there is the possibility of going on a quick detour to grab another summon. Although in order to do so, you have to fight an insanely bullshit boss, Ketobelpass. Because anytime someone deals damage to him, whether it's physical or magical, Ketobelpass will counter and use Demon Eye to petrify his attacker. This means you're stuck constantly shuffling around trying to use golden needles to unpetrify your party members, while also struggling to keep up the damage because in addition to being very bulky, Ketobelpass will cast the Drain spell fairly regularly on his own turns in order to heal himself up. The only petrification immunity item, the Aegis Shield, isn't available to us yet, so delaying the encounter is definitely a wise move. Although, if you do want to get access to Ketobelpass's summon early, there is a commonly known cheese strategy where you have a Beastmaster catch an Ironback and release it to deal 5,000 damage, killing Ketobelpass in a single hit. And even if you're not planning on taking on Ketobelpass, capturing Ironbacks with your Beastmasters is still a wise plan because 5,000 damage, as it turns out, is a lot of damage. And this can be useful against whatever foes you choose to unleash it on. Once you defeat Ketobelpass, you get him as a summon, and honestly, he's pretty underwhelming. He just attempts to petrify a random enemy, not even all enemies, just one. It's kinda stupid, and definitely not worth the hassle of this excruciating boss fight, in my opinion. There's one other thing to do before we move on. Visiting the pub in Moor will grant us our 7th piano. That was Mozart's Rondo alla Turca, aka the Turkish March. And I tried pretty hard to find a connection between this and the point in the story we're at, but I came up with almost nothing. The closest thing I can think of is we are finally marching forwards towards a concrete goal, as we are about to get the plot on track to defeat Exdeath. But I'll fully admit that's a pretty huge stretch, and honestly, they probably just selected this piece because it is a popular piece of music or one that the writers particularly liked. That being said, if you can think of a connection, please let me know in the comments below. I'm genuinely curious. With that in mind, we should probably head down to Gitto's Cave, which is a fairly inoffensive dungeon whose gimmick revolves around opening and closing empty treasure chests. Although it does have one particularly obnoxious enemy type, the Metamorph, as this foe will transform into other enemies. And it's worth highlighting this because the Metamorph can turn into an enchanted fan, which is an enemy that we haven't run into yet, and therefore means the Metamorph is technically our first opportunity to get the tier 3 wind magic spell. Although, I'll be honest, at this stage of the game the Blue Mage is doing far more important stuff than spamming the arrow line. And considering how obnoxious it is to get a Metamorph to transform into an enchanted fan just so you can get some blue magic that you'll probably never cast, I would recommend skipping this one. At the end of the cave, the party encounters a turtle, and Bartz decides to, completely unprompted, commit animal abuse by beating up the turtle. Seriously, first the werewolf racism and now turtle abuse? What the fuck is this guy's problem? Well, as it turns out, one of his problems is not being able to properly identify sages, because the turtle is Sage Gitto, and he is not too pleased with Bartz's behavior. Although, Galuf probably should have warned us, because Galuf knew that the turtle was a sage, and just sort of stood there doing nothing. But now that we've met our ancient sage, it's time for the traditional JRPG lore dump. Because, as it turns out, that evil wizard Exdeath we've been fighting this whole time, yeah, he's a tree. Specifically, he's a tree from the Forest of Moor that all of the evil spirits were put inside to keep them out of the world. Unfortunately, those spirits corrupted the tree and made it feel nothing but hatred. So, the tree used this power of hatred to assume a humanoid form and become Exdeath. He then went about trying to destroy all of existence because, you know, he's evil. I'll be honest, this is kind of the point where the story completely lost me. I appreciate that they tried something different, but an evil tree that becomes a dude is just, it's kind of silly. It's hard to take it seriously even within the context of a fantasy game. But despite my protest, the evil wizard is in fact a tree. So it only seems logical that our next destination is to head into the Forest of Moor to see if we can find a weakness for him. The Moor Woods is a very long dungeon that features two distinct phases. To start out, you'll be navigating the trees, which are kind of Fog of War-esque. There's only a small area that you can see around you, and everything else is obscured by the foliage. However, once you get far enough into the forest, a fire will break out. And after hiding underground with the Moogles, we can emerge to a forest that is completely burnt to a crisp. Which, for what it's worth, is how we get access to the Aegis Shield, the previously mentioned petrification immunity item. Although that's not the only power-up we can get from the Great Forest of Moor. Because the mini-mages here will use Lilliputian lyric, which, despite sounding like a song, is actually blue magic. Although it's really not that special. It's just a copy of the mini spell, applying or curing mini to the target. And honestly, this spell feels more useful for the enemies than the player, as inflicting the mini status can be pretty debilitating against any of your physical attackers. That being said, Mini is far from the only status you'll have to deal with in the forest. Blind, Silence, Sap, and Sleep are also fairly common statuses that you're going to need an answer to. And honestly, the best answer is Asuna from White Mage. Of course, as troublesome as these enemies can be, they're really nothing compared to the area boss. Or should I say bosses? Because this dungeon concludes with a boss fight against 4 elemental crystals. One of these will attack you with earth attacks, one of them goes at you with water attacks, one of them attacks you with fire attacks, and one attacks you with wind attacks. And if this is sounding a little bit familiar, then congratulations. You're smarter than the idiot protagonists of Final Fantasy V. because we are in fact fighting against the 4 elemental crystals of Galuf's world. And as you might expect, destroying them doesn't actually weaken Exdeath. In fact, he came here in an effort to destroy the crystals and you just saved him the trouble. This, in my opinion, is another area where the story of FF5 once again tries and fails to retread the story of FF4. There are several points in FF4 that this could be alluding to, as the party pretty frequently stumbles in front of Golbez, but I think the most distinct of them is opening up the sealed cave so that Golbez can get the final Crystal of Darkness. This is a decision that in retrospect seems pretty stupid. In fact, I made fun of it in my FF4 review. But putting yourself in the party's shoes, you can understand what they were trying to do. They wanted to get the crystal to keep it away from Golbez. It just so happened that they collected it only to have their brainwashed ally deliver it to him. But here, Bartz and the gang don't really have an excuse for being so brain dead. They seemingly randomly just assume that the crystals were protecting Exdeath, and so they attack and destroy them basically unprompted. But they already knew about the importance of the crystals in their previous world, and Galuf should know about the importance of the crystals in his own. And it's more than just the party who's stupid. I'm not gonna let Sage Gitto off the hook either, because he had no reason to send our adventurers into the Forest of Moor. We don't find any sort of secret weakness or do anything to take down Exdeath's shields. In fact, this whole excursion only results in the death of Galuf and no positive progress on our part. Because once we defeat the 4 crystals boss fight, Exdeath shows up, gloats that we've done his job for him, and then takes the little remains of the crystals and channels his power through them to blast all 4 of our heroes with elemental magic. Sensing her grandfather is in danger, Krylie comes to help, but she too is unable to do anything against the powerful Exdeath. And so he blasts her and gets ready to land a killing blow. This, however, is Exdeath's first mistake. Because by threatening Galuf's granddaughter, he inspires the adrenaline rush of a mother whose baby has been hit by a car. And Galuf powers his way through the crystals, destroys the earth crystal that was attacking him, and then attacks Exdeath, saving Krylie's life. Unfortunately, this comes at the cost of his own. And I know I mentioned this before, but this death is really what World 2 was building up to, as it's laying the foundations for the next generation to take over from the previous one. Dorgan and Zizat are already dead, and the King of the Werewolves is bedridden and will die by the end of the story. So, for all intents and purposes, Galuf was the last of the Dawn Warriors left, which means his sacrifice really finalized their role. He's gone, but his sacrifice wasn't in vain, as his legacy will continue on through his granddaughter. And this theme is reflected in the gameplay, because Krylie inherits all of Galuf's jobs and abilities from him, meaning that from a gameplay perspective, nothing really changes with your party. This is purely a story moment, and it's quite effective, as much like Galuf needed a full 60 seconds to grieve for Zizat, Krylie needs to grieve for her grandfather before you can leave the Great Forest of Moor. While she's having her big story moment, I want to briefly talk about Krylie's place in the gameplay. Because while she copies all of Galuf's learned skills and job levels, she is not an exact replica of him. While Galuf's stats lean more physically, Krylie is more magically oriented. Although, in my opinion, this is a bit of an upgrade since magic tends to be stronger than physical attacks. It does, however, present one weird conundrum for min-maxing. The jobs that Galuf is going to perform best in are not going to be the best ones to pass on to Krylie. So if you want to make Krylie her best self, then you usually gotta kinda hamstring Galuf by sticking him in magical classes where he's a little bit less adept. Meanwhile, if you want Galuf to be in the best jobs for his situation, he will pass a less than ideal kit to Krylie. Although it's worth noting, this mostly doesn't matter aside from very strict challenge runs or if you really care about min-maxing. Basically any of these 5 characters can make any job work, the minor stat differences be damned. And even if you are trying to min-max, there's nothing stopping you from grinding Krylie as soon as you get her in order to get her magical jobs up to snuff. Other than, I suppose, the urgency of the story. Because the next step in the campaign is to storm Castle Exdeath, the final dungeon of Galuf's world. As you can expect from that, this is by far the longest dungeon we've gone through yet. And it even has something of a phase transition, because for the first couple of floors, it's a relatively normal looking castle. But when you get to what appears to be the top and run into a dead end with no Exdeath to be seen, it's clear something is wrong. And Kelger uses the last of his energy to shatter the illusion over this castle, revealing that the entire time you've been traveling through a building made of deformed flesh and blood, just pulsating with life and incredibly gross. And at this point, there are 2 major gimmicks to navigating the castle. The first is lava tiles, which will damage you if you step on them unless you use float from the time mage to levitate above them. But the second is much more interesting, as this castle features moving platforms that you must time your overworld traversal in order to avoid falling in pits. And I think this is the first instance where you actually need to time things outside of battle. But honestly, it feels fitting for an ATB RPG. Since things aren't fully turn-based in the battle system anyway, it makes sense that they would also test your timing and reflexes in the overworld. And it's not like these movements are incredibly intense platforming or anything. In fact, they're on the opposite end of the spectrum, as I think they're incredibly simple. But they make navigating this place feel like more than just busy work. You actually have to pay attention to how the tiles move, and it makes Exdeath's castle feel intimidating. And in a similar vein, as you might expect from a semi-final dungeon, there's multiple bosses here. 3 to be specific, although one of them is optional. Let's get that one, Carbuncle, out of the way first. While it's technically optional, if you're using a summoner, you almost certainly want to fight against Carbuncle. Because much like Byblos, it is required to get one of the higher level summons. Although unlike Byblos, the summon you get from Carbuncle is actually really good. It grants a party-wide reflect, causing all magic to bounce off of your party members and into the enemy. Of course, this can be a little bit detrimental if you're relying on a white mage as your healer, since any healing spells will also bounce back. But if you plan around it and use something like a Chemist as your primary healer instead, this can be a very powerful way to completely shut down enemy mages. Ironically, it would be quite useful for the Carbuncle boss fight, since its primary way of attacking you is with incredibly strong magic. And you can't exactly counter with your own magic, since it has the auto-reflect status permanently. Well, permanently when it's in its offensive form, because Carbuncle cycles between an all-out offense form that casts powerful spells and has Reflect up, and a healing form that attempts to heal itself with Cura, but is vulnerable to all forms of magic. And on top of that, is weak to every single element, so it takes a lot of damage from this magic. But only if you time it properly, because after healing itself with Cura, the Carbuncle will switch back into offensive form, and if you cast a spell a little too late, it'll bounce back and hit your party instead. So, much like in the dungeon, there's an element of rhythm to this boss fight. But getting back to the main story, before we can fight Exdeath, we have our final showdown with Gilgamesh. This boss fight is technically optional as well, as if you skip a treasure chest on your direct path, you don't have to fight Gilgamesh. But I think most players will open any chest in front of them, especially on a first playthrough. And from a story perspective, the final Gilgamesh encounter feels narratively satisfying. especially since he's grown to respect your party over time, and he notices the absence of the old man, and gets sad when he learns of Galuf's death. This is another thing that's meant to show Gilgamesh as being honorable, which in my opinion just further highlights the bizarre nature of him working for Exdeath. But I've already kind of gone over that, so instead let's focus on the mechanics. It's very similar to Gilgamesh's other boss fights, only dialed up to 11. He has more powerful spells, casting everything from the Aga family, and he hits harder with physical attacks than he did previously. Basically, it's manageable by any competent party, but you're going to feel intimidated. Especially when, transitioning to his second phase, Gilgamesh declares that he has the Excalibur sword, which is an iconic legendary weapon that has been present in every Final Fantasy since the first one. Although I haven't really commented on it in the other Final Fantasy videos, mostly because it's part of optional side quests that I didn't do in those playthroughs. Still, the name is iconic enough that I recognized it and was intimidated as to what he was going to do with this legendary weapon. Although, as it turns out, the answer is Bupkis, because he deals 1 damage with the Excalibur. Or should I say the Excalibur, because he has been duped. This is not actually the iconic legendary blade, but it is a fabrication, and one of extremely poor craftsmanship. And Exdeath is clearly not amused at his lackey's failures, for he banishes him to the Shadow Realm, meaning that once again we fail to kill Gilgamesh. Although this time, it's not because the man ran away, but because his boss got to him first. You do get 2 notable pieces of gear from this fight. One of them, the Excalibur, he drops by default, but the other one, the Genji helm, you need to steal. Which means this is the second stealable of the run I think is noteworthy. And no, I'm not counting the Sandbear Javelin, the only thing noteworthy about that is how useless a spear is before you get the Dragoon. Still, Genji Helm is useful. It gives immunity to both Confusion and Mini, which can be debilitating statuses. But in my opinion, the real prize of this loot is the Excalibur, because it's the sword with the stats of Excalibur, an endgame weapon. Although it does have a pretty significant downside. It is hard-coded to always deal only 1 damage when attacking. But there are some ways around this. The most straightforward is to throw it with Ninja, since the Ninja's throw command will take a weapon's might into consideration. This can be a one-time use way of nuking any boss giving you trouble. Although, in my opinion, a much funnier, although cheesier way of utilizing Excalibur is giving it to a blue mage or a physical unit with blue magic, because they can use the Goblin Punch ability to hit with the full might of Excalibur, since Goblin Punch does not count as a standard attack, but for all intents and purposes, uses the calculation of one. Although, if you're not using one of these 2 cheeses, then Excalibur can kind of function like a cursed weapon, since with its massive stats, equipment optimization will often see Excalibur as the best weapon for any sword users, so it can make menuing a bit more of a hassle when switching things around. It is at least limited to sword users, which is not every job, so it's much less of a hassle than the bone mail is, but still kind of annoying if you're not using Goblin Punch trick. While we're on the topic of cool weapons, I do want to mention one other piece of loot that can be gotten from Castle Exdeath, and that is the Twin Lance, which is Final Fantasy V's Brave weapon, as it strikes twice on each attack. Although weirdly, the Twin Lance is not actually a lance, it's a boomerang. And this means instead of Dragoons equipping it, it can be equipped by thieves and ninja. But personally, I think this classification is likely the result of a glitch, since all other calculations consider the Twin Lance to be a lance. It's only when it comes down to who can equip it that it's considered a boomerang. But with that taken care of, we can now move on to the main event, our confrontation with Exdeath. When we meet him atop the castle, he is trying to destroy the water, fire, and wind crystals. He tells us that we don't understand, and he's actually just trying to restore the world to the way it was before. And I gotta admit, this line got me interested very briefly. The idea of the villain trying to restore the world to its natural state could have some cool implications. For example, it could explore how something being natural doesn't necessarily make it good, or conversely, be a reveal that the villain isn't actually villainous despite the fact that he is the embodiment of evil. Final Fantasy III kind of played with the idea of both light and darkness being necessary to cancel each other out, and I initially thought that maybe Exdeath restoring the world to the way it used to be was him bringing evil that had been sealed in this tree back. Maybe it would be something about how both good and evil are necessary for the world to live in balance, and how one can't really enjoy happiness without also feeling sadness. But instead, this is not really going anywhere thematically. Rather, it's for a kind of lame plot twist about how Galuf's world and Bartz's world were actually one and the same at one point, and so Exdeath is trying to merge them back together. Although he's not doing this out of a desire to restore natural order or anything like that, but because by merging the worlds, it's the only way that he can access the Void, which is his main goal, to use the Void to destroy all of existence. Yeah, this is just a standard good versus evil plot, and not a particularly interesting one either. Disappointment in the story aside, the Exdeath boss fight is actually quite cool. And for what appears to be the final boss, it is suitably challenging, as Exdeath will attack you with a variety of both physical and magical abilities. And he disrupts your formation pretty frequently with reverse polarity, which swaps rows, sending your frontliners into the back and your squishy mages into the front. Perhaps Exdeath's most devastating ability, however, is Zombie Breath, which deals significant damage to the entire party and inflicts the zombie status on anyone who dies. This hasn't come up before, but if a character is zombified, they will actually go berserk and attack their teammates, despite being at 0 HP. The only way to cure zombification is with holy water. No white magic, Phoenix Downs, or any other nonsense will help here. And so, if you haven't stocked up, this can be a huge game changer. And even if you do have holy water, it can be a hassle to find the free turns to use it, and then heal up the previously zombified party member, since they'll be left at relatively low HP and thus vulnerable to another round of zombification. Of course, there's another noteworthy ability on Exdeath, and that is the Doom spell, which is blue magic that we have not previously had the chance to acquire. Doom starts a 30-second timer on a character and kills them at the end of said timer. And honestly, I don't find this to be particularly useful blue magic, as anyone who is susceptible to instant death effects can usually be killed within 30 seconds. That being said, just because something is weak in the player's hands doesn't mean it won't be debilitating when used against them, because Exdeath casting Doom on one of your party members is almost guaranteed to kill them, since you're unlikely to end the fight within 30 seconds. And as such, it's basically an instant death effect that doesn't have to deal with accuracy. You can at least prepare for it thanks to the 30-second timer, but it's still quite the hassle. Lastly, Exdeath does have one counter ability in Dispel, and he will sometimes use it when dealt physical damage to remove buffs from any of your party members. Since his counter is only single target instead of group cast, it is still useful to apply your buffs. Just bear in mind you're probably going to have to reapply them at some point during the battle thanks to this counterattack. Overall, I really like the battle with Exdeath. and honestly, I would have been satisfied if this was the final boss. The game does continue onwards, and the story did have some unresolved threads, so I suspected it would, but look, I'll just be upfront about it. I don't like most of World 3. Both from a story and gameplay perspective, I found that things dragged on longer than I had the patience for. Even during my first playthrough, I felt like the game's experience overstayed its welcome. Because while the systems of FF5 were significantly deeper than the previous 4 Final Fantasies, and I would go as far as to say this job system is one of the better RPG core mechanics out there, it's still not enough to maintain the momentum on its own without also getting me hooked in the story. And at this point, the story had basically lost my interest entirely. Part of this is probably informed by my own history having played the Bravely Default games, which have a similar, although in my opinion better, version of the FF5 job system. Now, that's something of an unfair comparison, since Bravely Default was on more powerful hardware and came out significantly later, developed as a love letter to Final Fantasy V, so of course it's going to try to expand on the system and make it better. It's also worth noting that not only was Final Fantasy V a revolutionary title for the time, but its gameplay systems still hold up phenomenally. But I still think by World 3, the luster has worn off, while at the same time, the enemy and especially boss encounters get worse by significant margins. I'm getting all of this out of the way now to preempt the fact that the final portion of the video is going to be much more negative. But I don't want you to leave with the impression that I disliked Final Fantasy V. Its final stretch is rough, there's no doubt about that, but everything leading up to it was phenomenal, and I do think it sticks the landing with the best final boss we've had so far. And while that is a low bar, I actually think Neo Exdeath is a phenomenal final encounter. Not enough to make up for the rest of World 3, but still very, very good. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Let's jump back to our party, who just finished defeating Exdeath, and now wake up outside of Tycoon Castle? At first, this seems like victory. The party defeated Exdeath and mysteriously returned home. There's a celebration in Tycoon for the return of the 2 princesses, and plenty of jokes about how many people wanted to fuck Farris before realizing that she was a girl and feeling relieved. Yes, so funny. But if we ignore that very 90s humor, both Criley and Bartz feel like something is wrong. Criley, in fact, vocalizes that it feels like Galuf's spirit is encouraging her to move on, investigate what's going on, because things have not been resolved as much as they seem to be. So, Bartz and Criley leave the celebration early, and after grabbing Boko from the nearby pirates' hideout, they learn that this world is not exactly identical to the one they left. In fact, this is the merged world, as you probably guessed. Bart's world and Galuf world have finally merged together to become what they originally were. And this leads to some interesting geographical changes. For example, Catapult, the airship dock, is now covered up by a tower on top of it. And the big bridge from Galuf's world juts through mountains, giving us access to a shrine that otherwise was not available. But before exploring any of that new geography, the gang has to find a way to fly around, as they're currently landlocked. And unfortunately, while exploring, Criley and Bartz fall into a antlion den. And then we have to do a kind of boring boss fight against the antlion. Maybe mini-boss is more appropriate, because this thing doesn't have any special moves or nothing. It just attacks and we attack and then it dies. I understand that with only 2 party members, they couldn't whip out anything crazy and mechanically deep, because you might not have the jobs that you want on Bartz and Krylie. So I get why the fight is so boring, but it kind of goes to show the segments where you don't get your full 4 party members tend to be the weakest. And unfortunately, that's how a large part of the beginning of World 3 goes. As while we do get rescued by Farris, she hasn't brought Lena along. In fact, she snuck out herself, saying that she's abandoning being a princess and choosing to be a pirate. Which, if we're paying attention to the trans stuff, yes, that is abandoning the stereotypically female role and jumping into the stereotypically male role. So, note that down. Moving on with the story, however, we once again encounter Sage Gitto, and he gives us yet another lore dump, explaining the merged worlds. You see, way back in the day, there was an evil presence known as Inuo. Inuo had control of the Void and was threatening to destroy all of reality. He was defeated by the 12 legendary weapons, but the Void could not be contained. There was only one way to stop it from destroying all of reality, and that was to split the crystals into 2 halves, which itself resulted in the worlds getting split in 2 halves, since the crystals were a key part of the world. In this action, the Void was sealed in an interdimensional rift that existed between the 2 worlds. But now that the worlds had been merged back together, the Void threatens to come back. At this point, Exdeath jumps out, having smuggled himself into the room through a splinter that Krylie had. Yes, that's actually the lore. He explains that his goal is to take the power of the Void for himself, and as if on cue, at this point the Void escapes from the interdimensional rift, and swallows up Tycoon, where Lena still is. But before we even have time to process the death of yet another party member, Exdeath attacks us, and launches us alongside Sage Gitto far away with a blast of magic. Although, thankfully, we ended up basically where we want to go, because we're right next to the Library of Ancients, where we can finally take a look at that book that was spread across the 2 worlds. And it explains instructions on how to access the 12 legendary weapons. You see, there's 4 different tablets we need to get at 4 different locations, each of which is described in a riddle. And lucky enough, nearby us at the Great Pyramid of Moor is the first of these tablets. So, with heavy hearts at the loss of Lena, we head forward across the desert to enter the Great Pyramid of Moor, now as a party of 3, seemingly permanently. It is worth noting before leaving the library, you should pick up Mana's Paean, as this song will not be accessible after completing the Pyramid of Moor. It is another of the continuous songs, this time affecting magic power, and as such, it's good if you're relying on a lot of spellcasters, which you probably are considering it's the late game of Final Fantasy V. I don't have much else to say about this. Mages are good, and therefore raising your magic power is good. Don't miss this one. Before entering the pyramid, we have to fight another mini-boss though, the gargoyles, and these have a gimmick we've seen before. There's 2 enemies, and we need to kill them both at the same time, or else one will revive the other. Over the course of our quest gathering the 4 tablets, we're going to have to fight these gargoyles 4 separate times, once at the entrance of each major dungeon. And I don't really have strong opinions on the boss fight. In a vacuum, it's fine, but I do think the gimmick gets old, especially since, in addition to fighting the gargoyles 4 times, there was the Parabolas fight, and there will be a later boss fight that uses this gimmick to an even greater extent. Still, it's not egregious, like I can just click a summon or an AoE spell and solve it, so no skin off my back. What I find more annoying is the gimmick of the Pyramid of Moor itself. Because in addition to the traditional random encounters, there are a bunch of snakes slithering around on the ground. And anytime the party encounters one of them, we will get forced into a combat encounter as well. This is, in theory, kind of interesting, Enemies walking around the overworld is a feature in other RPGs, most notably for my experience, the Mario RPGs. And it can be a fun little minigame trying to avoid them, at least in theory. But in practice, the hallways of the Pyramid of Moor are so cramped that they kind of just feel like mandatory encounters. And the encounters aren't exactly exciting. They don't take long or require a ton of strategy, but the time waste adds up and it gets to be annoying, especially when piled on top of the standard random encounters you get from just walking around. It doesn't help matters that I'm not a fan of combat when you've got less than 4 party members. It just feels like the team is incomplete, and that annoys me. The other gimmick of this dungeon is at least cooler, as the layout is focused on verticality, and there's some puzzles that you solve by intentionally falling down pits. So overall, it's not the worst dungeon in the world, but it's not my favorite either. And it concludes rather anticlimactically, as there isn't even a boss associated with this dungeon. Or at least there isn't a boss at the end of the dungeon, because technically Sekhmet could be seen as a boss. Although he doesn't show up in a specific point, instead just is a random encounter that cannot be repeated. There's nothing really special about him from a combat perspective, but he has unique dialogue upon death, swearing that his brother will avenge him, and he has a notable stealable for the 3rd time in the game, this being the Thieves' Gloves, which are an accessory that doubles your rate of stealing. Not the most exciting thing out there, considering how underwhelming most steals are, but as a job-specific piece of gear, I still felt it was worth highlighting. Upon leaving the Pyramid of Moor, we are greeted by Lenna's Wyvern, who actually flew into the void to rescue her, and drops her unconscious body at our feet. So it looks like we are actually going to be a party of 4 for the remainder of the campaign. At least that's what I would say if it weren't for the fact that Lenna is possessed by a demon, as anyone who enters the void has to serve Exdeath. The villain then shows up in person to gloat about this, and doubles down on his victory by summoning more of the void to suck up the Library of Ancients, complete with all of the scholars and the Sage Godot. But all is not lost, because Lenna's Windrake sacrifices himself in order to cast the demon out of her body. And thus, we get launched into a boss fight with Melusine, the demon who was previously possessing Lenna. Right off the bat, I want to say this design is so fucking early 90s. Like, the fact that a demon is basically just a normal human woman with a couple of snakes growing out of her naughty parts is more than a little bit eye-rolly. Her gimmick is similarly a little eye-rolly, as it's a repeated one from earlier in the campaign. She changes her form on a whim, and this will alter what her weakness versus immunities are. At varying points, she can be weak to fire, thunder, or ice elements, and the ones that she's not weak to, she will absorb instead. So, you typically want to have a white mage casting Libra to check in and make sure you're not going to heal her instead of damaging her. You can try to make educated guesses based on what spells she casts, as she'll never cast the spell that is her current weakness, but it's safer just to use your abilities to check independently. Still, this boss isn't that much of a hassle, even with only 3 party members. You should be well equipped to take care of her by now. Once you do, Lenna will rejoin the party, and you'll get access to an airship, allowing you to fly around basically the rest of the world. Before exploring, however, we see yet another cutscene where Exdeath decides to take revenge by summoning the Void in a bunch of varying locations, including Bartz's hometown. And this drives our protagonist into a mindless rage. He just accelerates the airship really fast and really far, looping the earth several times to vent off steam. It's a good thing there weren't any turtles or werewolves nearby, or he probably would have committed homicide. It's worth noting that at this point, you can technically head into the final dungeon, the Interdimensional Rift. As such, everything else in World 3 is technically optional side content. But the story doesn't make it seem that way. It places a lot of emphasis on the 12 legendary weapons, and there are additional jobs to get. 1 for the Pixel Remaster and SNES versions, and 5 for the GBA ones. Although technically, one of those 5 jobs is post-game only, so it's really closer to 4. I think on a first playthrough, most players would probably try to get all 12 legendary weapons, as well as several of the ultimate spells, like Bahamut, Flare, and Holy. And so, unlike my Final Fantasy IV review, I think it's relevant to go over the various side dungeons, bearing in mind that their order is not necessarily set in stone. There are some that need to be completed before others. For example, you gotta finish Fork Tower before you get the submarine to access the later 2 dungeons. But otherwise, if something seems out of order to you, it's probably because I tackled it in a different order than you did. Before diving into any of the dungeons, I want to go over notable features from the towns. For the most part, all of the towns here are ones that already existed in either Bartz's world or Galuf's. However, there have been a few changes. Going to more, you can now find a spooky ghost who offers you the choice between 2 extremely strong weapons, the Brave Blade or the Chicken Knife. And these are meant to serve as opposite ends of the spectrum. The Brave Blade is a knight sword that starts out incredibly strong, but gets weaker the more times you run away. Conversely, the Chicken Knife is a dagger that starts out incredibly weak, but gets stronger the more times you run away. Which one of these is better is largely going to depend on what your playstyle was throughout the earlier portions of the campaign. If you fought basically every random encounter without ever fleeing, then you're probably gonna want the Brave Blade. But if you said experience be damned and ran away because it's easy to do in FF5, the Chicken Knife is going to be a much better bang for your buck. Although, these aren't the only factors worth considering. Since the Brave Blade is a knight sword, it can only be used by knights, freelancers, and mimes. Which means, depending on your party makeup, it might be entirely useless. Meanwhile, daggers can be used by almost every class. But it has its own hidden downside, because attacking with the Chicken Knife gives you a 25% chance to flee instead of attacking. And while this can be annoying against random encounters as you run away when you didn't intend to, thus robbing you of experience, ADP, and gold, it's a downright travesty when faced off against bosses, since you can't run away, so the Chicken Knife's runaway action will just waste your turn. That being said, you can work around this by doing attacks that cancel secondary actions, such as aim from the ranger, or focus from the monk. Overall, I would say this choice feels somewhat biased in the Chicken Knife's favor, since most players, especially blind players, are likely to have run away quite a few times. But they're both definitely viable, and in the right hands can be extremely effective weapons. I used each in separate playthroughs. After choosing between these powerful weapons, there is one new town we can visit. Hidden down in the southern reaches of the world is the Phantom Village. And this, being the only uniquely World 3 town, is where you can buy most of your endgame gear. But it's home to more than just shops, as there are several important side quests here. The first of which is to play our 8th piano. This is Claude Debussy's first arabesque, although you'll rarely hear it on its own, as it's part of a pair, the 2 arabesques that Debussy wrote together. As such, I think this is an appropriate choice for our 8th piano song, as not only is it a sufficiently difficult song to be mastered by your piano skills, but it also is part of a pair that work best when together. Similar to Bartz's world and Galuf's world truly being a single planet merged together. And now that we've gotten all 8 pianos, there are 2 more bard songs we can grab. By returning to the Crescent and speaking to the bard there, we can get Sinewy Etude and Hero's Rhyme, both of which are continuous songs. Sinewy Etude, which only requires us play 7 pianos, will raise the party's strength slowly over time. Meanwhile, Hero's Rhyme, which requires all 8 pianos, raises the party's level, which statistically has a higher impact. As such, Sinewy Etude feels kind of useless, but honestly, it exists because some of the pianos are secret. Since it requires 1 less piano if you missed one on your trip around the worlds, then it's possible you're stuck with the Sinewy Etude and don't ever get Hero's Rhyme. Either way, these are nice tools to add to the bard's arsenal. The piano is not the only notable thing in Phantom Village, however. You can acquire the Thieves' Dagger here, which is a knife that you can use to activate the steal ability, rendering Thief even more useless than it was before. There's also a little miniature quest of riding your chocobo around the world in order to get a Mirage Vest, an item that gives you the permanent blink status. Although, I think the quest is probably more notable than the reward, since it's a reference to the same thing happening in Final Fantasy III. Lastly, the Phantom Village is where you find your Black Chocobo. And while you already have an airship, since the Black Chocobo can land in forests, he's actually needed for a side quest to get the most powerful summon in the game, Bahamut. You see, Bahamut has moved to the summit of North Mountain. And if you make your way up there, which you can only do with a Black Chocobo, you can engage him in something of a super boss fight. And if you manage to come out victorious, then you are granted Bahamut as a summon. And his ability, Mega Flare, is just a super powerful AoE attack. Probably the strongest ability in the game, but it has a very hefty mana cost. So, unless you can cheat it using things like the Mime's Mimic, you're going to need to really chug down on ethers. Of course, the Bahamut boss fight is pretty difficult, and at this point in the campaign, you might not be ready for it. So thankfully, there is another summon we can get with no boss fight required, as if we return to the pirate's hideout, we can get Sildra, who, strangely, despite being a sea drake, doesn't deal water elemental damage, but instead does wind damage. Lastly, the Odin summon is available to us as well. He's locked behind a gimmick boss fight where you only have 60 seconds to whittle down his health or he will instantly kill the entire party, but when you get him, he functions a little differently from other summons. He technically has 2 separate moves he can use when you summon him, although they're not determined randomly like was the case in FF3. Instead, it depends on whether or not the foes you're facing are immune to instant death. You see, Odin is an instant death spell. He tries to instantly kill all foes. But if there are no foes vulnerable to instant death, he will instead just deal massive damage to one random foe. And while we're talking about upgrading our classes, I should mention that Blue Mage has a new spell available, Mighty Guard, which you can get by controlling or confusing stingrays in the Northern Sea, which is a powerful utility move, granting the entire party Protect, Shell, and Float all in a single turn, making a very time-efficient way to buff up in preparation for a prolonged battle. The last bit of preparation before we can dive into our next story dungeon is the Magic Lamp. This mystical item is found atop a waterfall and can be used in battle to cast a summon for free. It starts with Bahamut, but once you've summoned Bahamut, it moves down the list to the next weakest summon, ending at Chocobo, after which it will fail to be used at all, until you recharge it by going back to the waterfall where you got it from. It's a pretty cool item, and can allow you to use the summoner's utility without necessarily having a summoner on your team, so long as you do the prep work and whittle things down to the specific summon you want. However, unlike something like the Thief's Dagger, it doesn't render the summoner entirely redundant, since you're going to only have one-time use for each specific summon. So if you want to use Bahamut multiple times, you can't replicate that with the magic lamp. But okay, we can finally move on to the Island Shrine, which is a rather unremarkable dungeon, really only noteworthy from the world building that you have to cross the big bridge from Galuf's world in order to reach it. Everything in the Island Shrine itself is fairly standard until we reach the dungeon's boss, which has a pretty cool gimmick. However, before I dive into that, we gotta take a wokeness detour. You see, the boss in question has the name currently written on screen. However, I will be referring to it as the Winter Hunger, out of respect for Indigenous Americans, specifically those of the Algonquian tribes, who have requested that non-Indigenous people not use that word. You see, the Winter Hunger originated in Indigenous American tribes. A variety of tribes had different stories, and the tradition is different from tribe to tribe, but in general, it involves some sort of spiritual corruption of a person, usually having to do with flaws like greed or other antisocial traits. However, when co-opted by non-Indigenous stories, the Winter Hunger is often depicted as just a savage woodsman who hunts those from civilization, which is shockingly close to anti-Indigenous stereotypes. For this reason, many Indigenous people express frustration at the idea that a symbol of their culture has been stolen to embody racist caricatures of them, and requested that non-Indigenous people, especially white people, not use that term anymore. Bear in mind that Indigenous Americans are not a monolith, especially as it comes to the Winter Hunger. There are a variety of traditions and opinions on this topic, but out of respect for my Indigenous friends and the Indigenous scholars whose work I respect, I am personally choosing not to say that word out loud. This is not me attempting to woke cancel culture a game from the 1990s. I think that, especially to a Japanese developer, this is largely just a point of ignorance rather than malice. Final Fantasy draws from a wide variety of traditional fantasy monsters, and the Winter Hunger is definitely one, and was at the time. And honestly, this version of the Winter Hunger doesn't share anything in common with any other versions I'm familiar with aside from the name, as it deals much more with psychic powers and illusion, which are not traditionally an aspect of either the folklore or the Western bastardizations of it. And on that topic, I should probably talk about how the boss fight works, because this one is pretty cool. There are 4 versions of the Winter Hunger, but only one of them is the true one. The other 3 are just illusionary doppelgangers. So you must identify the correct one and attack it, because any attacks on the illusions won't deal any damage. You might think that the safest course of action is to use an AoE attack, which gets around the whole doppelganger thing. But this will be swiftly met with a counter. So it's not typically advisable unless you have a lot of healing at your disposal. It's also worth noting that the Winter Hunger has a unique spell of blue magic you can learn, Mind Blast, which is a single target spell that both deals damage and inflicts the statuses Paralyze and Sap. Although trying to learn this might not be worth your while. There's not too many enemies left that are vulnerable to these statuses, and if you get hit by it, it can be pretty devastating, as Paralyze ends your turn and Sap deals damage over time. In a battle that you probably don't want to have those statuses on. Regardless of what you choose to do, however, defeating the Winter Hunger will earn you another of the tablets, and unlock Fork Tower, which is the next dungeon on our path. In Fork Tower, you are required to split your party, sending some members to the left side and some to the right. It's probably ideal to send 2 on each end, but you can do 3 in 1 if you want. Each of these 2 mini dungeons are relatively short, so I don't mind the reduced party size. And the gimmick is rather interesting, even if it does get old. On the left hand side, you can only use magic, as physical attacks will be punished with extreme counters. Meanwhile, on the right hand side, you can only use physical attacks, as there is a permanent mute status to all friends and foes. This means the right hand side is an incredibly boring click attack simulator, but the left is at least interesting because managing your MP, even in such a short dungeon, can feel like a pretty difficult task if you didn't pack a butt ton of ethers. Of course, with Carbuncle or Reflect Rings, then you're kind of golden, because you can just reflect the enemy's magic back at them. But if you don't have those cheese tactics, the MP management can be interesting. I don't have much to say about either of the area's bosses, however. Omniscient uses all magic attacks, and Minotaur uses all physical attacks, which you would expect because they're on the magical and physical sides respectively. Overall, Fork Tower is a pretty cool dungeon. It would be more obnoxious if it lasted longer, but it's short enough not to overstay its welcome. I just wish the gimmick was explained to you beforehand instead of having to figure it out along the way. Upon conquering the two towers, we gain access to Holy and Flare, the ultimate in white and black magic respectively. But more importantly, with the tower self-destructing, we can once again access Catapult, where our airship is docked and where Sid and Mid have been trapped for all eternity, or at least since the worlds merged together. They upgrade our airship into a submarine, allowing us to access the final two tablet dungeons. However, before doing that, I want to take a quick detour for the last optional dungeon, Phoenix Tower. And our main goal in traversing this 30-floor gauntlet is to grab the final summon left in the game. Fittingly, this wyvern is named Phoenix, and it comes from the spirit of Layla's dead wind drake, which means both Layla and Farris have their pets as summons by the endgame. A pretty cute detail. I also think, situationally, Phoenix can be better than Bahamut, as not only does it deal massive fire damage to all foes, but it revives all KO'd allies, meaning it can turn the tables severely when you're on the back foot. That being said, while Phoenix is the main goal of this dungeon, it's not the only spell we can pick up in here, because this dungeon is home to our final blue spell. And boy is it a stinker to go out on. Roulette. Roulette randomly selects one character, either an ally or enemy, and instantly kills them. Which means not only is it obnoxious to acquire, since you need to have your blue mage randomly selected by roulette, but it is nearly useless to you. There are far easier ways to inflict instant death, which don't involve risking your own character's life, and a lot of enemies at this point are just straight up immune anyway. The fact that roulette comes so late doesn't really help it, but honestly, I think it would be a bad blue spell even if you got it towards the beginning of the game. But rather than focusing on the negative aspects of Blue Mage's kit, I do want to highlight just how diverse and powerful blue magic is. I made a tier list for the blue spells in the game, and while obviously Deathclaw and White Wind end up in S tier, there's quite a few A and B tier spells as well. Flash is surprisingly useful, since blinding enemies early on is a pretty good strategy. And Mighty Guard is obviously really good, despite the fact you get it quite late. The level spells are also very useful. Vampire and Goblin Punch as early spells are really good. And even the ones I put in B tier, like Off Guard, Time Slip, Mind Blast, and Flamethrower, can be useful at specific points. They just come up in more niche situations instead of being generally applicable. Overall, despite its jank, I quite like how blue magic works in this game. It's really charming, and indicative of the sort of old school design that is not really present in modern RPGs, at least not as commonly as it used to be. Diving underwater, there's three main points of interest, and the first one I want to talk about is Walse Tower. Since it sunk into the sea in World 1, we can now explore it with our submarine. But it's flooded, so the dungeon is on a global timer, where you only have 10 minutes of air before you game over. This functions just like the Karnak escape sequence, except for without the risk-reward of running for treasures. There's just a linear goal that we want to go towards. And that is the optional boss famed mimic Gogo, who, I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of. It's a gimmick fight. He introduces himself by saying that he's a mime and he'll copy all of your moves, and you can try copying his moves if you want. He's not joking about this either. Anytime you use a physical attack, he will counter you with a physical attack, and if you use a magical attack, he'll use that same attack right back at you. He mimics everything that you do. But if you just stand still doing nothing, he also stands still doing nothing. And if you wait for 2 whole minutes, he decides that you were copying him doing nothing, so he leaves and awards you the mime job. What frustrates me most about this encounter is it had the potential to be a rather interesting gimmick fight, since with Gogo copying your moves, you can potentially plan around this. I personally tried taking advantage of FF5 systems by giving all of my characters the reflect status and then casting offensive spells only to have them bounce back at him. But Gogo is prepared for this, as not only does he use Meteor, which is not affected by the reflect status, but he also eventually just launches 3 meteors that are not copying you if his HP gets too low. Because the devs really didn't want you to get creative with this one, which feels counterintuitive to the actual philosophy of Final Fantasy V. Just staring at Gogo for 2 minutes is incredibly boring and feels counterintuitive since it takes place in a dungeon with a hard timer. Technically, the game does hint towards the solution since he says you can try copying me if you want to, but in my opinion, it's not very clear. This is definitely the encounter that first started getting me tilted, and the rest of World 3 didn't help that much either. But we should probably talk about the Mime class, as it's the last one you'll get in most versions of Final Fantasy V. It serves as a kind of alternative to the Freelancer class, since it also gains the bonuses that Freelancer does upon job mastery. However, unlike Freelancer, it doesn't have access to every single weapon type. Instead, it's limited to knives, staves, and rods, making it somewhat of a magical alternative to Freelancer. In fact, going physical as a mime is pretty counterintuitive because they don't inherently have access to the attack command, although you can assign it in one of the 3 potential command slots. That's right, mime has more slots than Freelancer does, since one of them takes over attack, one of them takes over items, and one of them takes over the empty slot. As for mime's innate ability, it is Mimic, and this will copy the last action a team member did. However, the action's cost is waived away, with the exception of Xenniage where you still spend the money. This means, with proper timing, you can have a mime do some ridiculous stuff, such as mimicking dual cast Bahamut for no MP, or spending really expensive items with a Chemist twice for double the effect. You're really only limited by your imagination. Well, and by the ATB system, because it can be kind of tricky to ensure that your mime is copying the exact action you want. Thus, mime is probably the most skill-intensive of the classes in Final Fantasy V. But I also think it's quite powerful, and personally, I would say it is the better alternative to Freelancer. Sure, you don't get the physical weapons or the ability to launch strong attacks, but you can just mimic whatever you want and launch strong abilities for free. Piloted by a competent player, the mime can absolutely trivialize the late game of Final Fantasy V. Which is why, personally, I would rank it in the A tier on a tier list context. Sure, it's not around for the majority of the game, but it is the de facto endgame class for at least half of your party, I would imagine. While we're at it, I'll put Freelancer right below it at the top of B tier, as it's kind of the physical endgame class, and I think physical classes are worse than magical ones. Although, to be honest, Freelancer and Mime are still kind of awkward to tier compared to the other jobs, since they sort of take over the other jobs' niches slowly but surely, and become an upgraded version of them, and sort of the default Omni job. All that's left for us now are the final 2 tablet dungeons, which can be done in any order. However, I'm gonna cover the Seafloor Cavern first. And this is kind of a nothing burger of a dungeon. It's incredibly long, but it's also pretty tedious and boring. The gimmick of the dungeon is that there's lots of floors of lava that will damage you if you step on them unless you cast Float. It's the same thing we saw in Castle Exdeath, but a lot less exciting because we already know the solution to it, and the solution is pretty boring. The boss of this area also reuses a gimmick we've seen before dozens of times. That being, there's 3 enemies that you need to kill at the exact same time, or else they will revive each other. Although here, there's the added twist of them reviving each other and using the Delta attack, which has been upgraded significantly since its appearance in FF4. Now, the Delta attack has a good chance of petrifying whoever they launch it against. And this is a pretty harsh punishment to throw on a blind player who didn't realize that this was yet another boss fight you need to kill all at the same time. It just feels annoying to have it repeated at this point. Like, we had the gargoyles outside of this dungeon, and then the boss inside are triplets that just do the gargoyle gimmick, but stronger? I don't know. I'm getting sick of it by now. It's also, I guess, worth noting that this is another big bard dungeon, as every enemy in the Seafloor Cavern is undead, so Requiem sweeps once more. But as happy as the bard might be, personally, I'm ready to leave this dungeon behind and go for greener pastures, such as the 4th tablet dungeon, Istory Falls. Although, we're not safe from gimmick reuse here, as Istory Falls is yet another flowing water conveyor belt dungeon. Still, it's relatively simple and a lot shorter than the Seafloor Cavern, so I'm a fan. And when we get to the end of the dungeon, there's kind of a cool fake out with the area boss. A demon shows up and prepares to confront us, but the demon is smited by Leviathan. And Leviathan is the optional area boss that you can fight if you want to get him as a summon. Tinfoil hat, but I think the existence of Leviathan is the reason Sildra had to be a wind summon instead of a water one, because they didn't want to have 2 different water summons you get towards the end of the game. I guess it makes a bit of sense since Sildra was moving the boat around and served as a replacement to the wind when the wind crystal was destroyed, but it still feels kind of weird that she's a wind summon. But I guess that's the privilege Bahamut gets from being a legacy summon, as this was present in all the previous Final Fantasies as well. Istory Falls does have one other notable feature as well, and that is the introduction of the iconic enemy Toonberry. Growing up, I had friends tell me this guy was the most terrifying thing in the world, and I kinda laughed at them because he looks like a silly little goober. But now that I've actually played Final Fantasy V, I want to take back all of that laughing, because this guy is the most terrifying thing in the world. He slowly creeps towards your party with a metric butt-ton of HP, and soaks everything you launch at him. He doesn't actually attack you while that's happening. Instead, he just stares menacingly, but you know something is up. And when he finally reaches your party's location, he will launch off a devastating hit that is guaranteed to kill someone before retreating to the backlines and starting the cycle all over again. You can obviously revive whoever he downed, and it's not like your party is in any danger, but boy howdy does it feel like it. This is how you turn an RPG into a horror game. And I can honestly say Toonberry is more intimidating than Resident Evil's Nemesis is. But with all 4 tablets in hand, we can now unlock the 12 legendary weapons. It's worth noting that since each tablet unlocks 3 weapons, it's likely you actually stopped by the sealed castle multiple times during your playthrough and got 3 weapons at a time, powering up slowly. But I felt it was most appropriate to talk about the 12 of them together, which is why I saved the conversation for now, when we could get all 12 realistically. This is theoretically supposed to be the ultimate in each weapon type, but their relative strength does vary. Overall, I think most of them are still good weapons, but not necessarily your ideal candidate for endgame damage dealers. Case in point, the legendary axe, the Ruin Axe, is kinda more gimmicky than anything. It has a % chance to use 5 of your MP to inflict extra damage, kind of a pseudo-critical hit effect. I guess this is the best they could come up with for Berserker, since that's sort of a set it and forget it class, but it can't help but feel underwhelming regardless. Likewise, Gaia's Bell, which is the Geomancer's ultimate weapon, boosts earth damage and has a 25% chance to cast Earthquake on attack. Which is kind of cool, I guess. It gets a boost on its own special attack. But bells are such an undercooked weapon type that this is most likely the second one you've gotten all game long. Yoichi's bow is also pretty underwhelming. It has a 30% crit chance, which is the highest in the game, but still, it's just a crit chance. I don't know, I want more out of my legendary weapons, like the Masamune, which has a 15% crit chance on top of the ability to cast haste on a single target when you use it from your inventory. Or Excalibur, which is the legendary knight sword and is just a really strong weapon with a holy element imbuement. Even the legendary harp gets a little bit of special treatment as it deals extra damage against dragons and undead, which are fairly common enemy types in World 3. The Magus Rod boosts fire, ice, lightning, earth, wind, and poison elements. So basically everything except for holy, which makes sense because white mages can't use rods anyway. Although they can use the Sage Staff, which is the holy elemental booster. So they also get a bonus to their go-to attack. And Sasuke's Katana, which is actually a short sword, not a katana, has a 25% chance to block incoming attacks, similar to Shield's the Main Goosh and the Elf Mantle. Lastly, on the underwhelming side, we have the Holy Lance and the Fire Lash. Holy Lance, which you probably can guess is the legendary lance, is just a strong lance that's holy elemental. And it feels underwhelming in comparison to Excalibur, which is just a stronger version of the same effect. Meanwhile, the Fire Lash is a whip with a 33% chance to cast Firaga, which I guess is pretty cool. Firaga is a strong spell after all, but it's a percent chance, so, you know, not very reliable. Once you collect all 12 of the legendary weapons, in the Game Boy Advance version, you get access to 3 new jobs: Gladiator, Cannoneer, and Oracle, but not Necromancer, which is actually locked to the post-game. However, I'm not covering the post-game Super Dungeon because I kind of don't have interest in Super Dungeons, so I'll talk about all 4 of these loser-ass classes here. And they are all pretty awful. Not only because they join at the time you should have your endgame builds online and demand investment in the form of ADP, but also because even if you got these jobs earlier, they would compare pretty poorly to the mainstay jobs from the original SNES version. But they are at least all offering something kind of unique. The first one I want to talk about is Gladiator, as it presents itself as a sort of ultimate physical job, since it can use most weapon types, very similar to Freelancer. Most notably, it is able to access Knight Swords, which otherwise are exclusive to Knights and Freelancers. Not only that, but it has the highest strength modifier in the game, meaning that Monk is now outclassed in the Game Boy version. However, the abilities it offers are not particularly great. Lure just gets more encounters, which is not necessarily the thing that you want at the end of the game. Your grinding sessions should be over by the time you unlock Gladiator. Its other passive, Long Reach, is also kind of interesting. It means that its weapons ignore row restrictions, but that's an innate quality of bows, which Gladiator can already use. So it feels kind of redundant, although it does at least let you use better weapons than bows, because bows kinda suck. So the real redundant thing is, why does Gladiator have bow access? Like, what's the point of that? Its activated abilities are also kind of interesting. Finisher gives you a % chance at landing a powerful 999 damage strike, but it also has a fail case of just wasting your turn. Or it can land a critical hit, which is kind of the halfway point between these two extremes. Blade Blitz, on the other hand, is an AoE attack at about 3/4 of your damage. Very similar to Kick from the Monk, but this one is actually inheritable, so that's nice, I guess. Overall though, I think this job just offers too little too late. You're at the point in the game where physical jobs are not really at a premium anymore. Of course, the magically oriented GBA job, Oracle, is also not very good. Although it's not because mages aren't good, instead it's because this mage is designed in a nonsensical manner. Its two main abilities, Condemn and Foretell, have a variety of effects, but they are determined based upon the last digit of your MP and HP values. Although, I'll be honest, I'm still not sure I fully understand it, despite having read the wiki page multiple times. It's kind of just confusing, but even if you can power through the confusion, the effects are just generally not worthwhile in the endgame. They tend to be outclassed by much simpler abilities on other jobs. And the two passives that Oracle offers also kind of feel like a joke. ABP Up is a little bit silly when you've probably mastered every job you care about by this point in the campaign. At least Read Ahead lets you avoid enemy encounters, which can be useful going into the final dungeon, although I'm not sure it's generally worth grinding up Oracle just to get that convenience. Cannoneer has similar problems to Oracle, in that it's a job you generally want to have the wiki open for, since the main appeal of it is its final ability, Combine, which is an alternative to Mix, exclusively using damaging attacks. Unfortunately, because all of the mixes are targeting enemies, it means Combine has a lot less flexibility than Mix from the Chemist. And Cannoneer's other abilities, Open Fire, where you shoot one enemy, and EXP Up, which boosts your experience, are similarly undesirable. I genuinely do not understand why they put the grinding abilities on the last jobs you get. Do people usually save grinding for right before the final boss? It feels counterintuitive in my mind. Lastly is Necromancer, which is a kind of cool in concept alternative to the Blue Mage, as the Necromancer gains access to its Dark Arts abilities by slaying specific foes, instead of being hit by their attacks. It's kind of cool, and in theory could have been a nice job if it weren't locked to the post-game. But it also has a problem in that the Necromancer needs to be the one to land the finishing blow. So, much like with Beastmaster, it can be kind of finicky to get access to these specific dark arts. That being said, there is another very significant downside holding the Necromancer back, and that is the fact it is permanently undead, which, as you may remember, was a bad enough status condition to be a curse from the Bone Mail. And I would personally argue that the Dark Arts are not strong enough to overcome this downside. Nor is Necromancer's other ability, Oath, which simply summons one of 4 random enemies and uses their release command. Overall, it feels like kind of missed potential for Necromancer to be locked to the post-game, but it's kind of the story with all of the advanced jobs. Even though the other 3 aren't locked to the post-game, them showing up so late where all you have to do is grind or go to the final dungeon makes them all feel like the big missed potential jobs. I would have found it cooler if instead one of each of these jobs showed up at each of the 4 crystals. They would still almost certainly be very bad at that point in the campaign, but it would at least give you a chance to play with the new toys during the actual campaign of Final Fantasy V instead of just having them thrown at you towards the end game. But on that topic, we're basically at the end game now. And so, skipping over Gill Turtle because it's boring and dumb, we can move on to the final dungeon of the game, the Interdimensional Void. And this is a really cool atmospheric location. The Void has consumed so much, from towns to forests to the desert to all sorts of geography, that it's mixed up into itself. So, when traveling through the Interdimensional Rift, you go through a bunch of different biomes quickly, and everything has a sort of scrambled feel. It almost seems like it was assembled together like puzzle pieces, but incorrectly matching them. Enemies are in locations that make sense, but the locations themselves are the things that don't line up. It's really creepy and very cool. From a gameplay perspective, it's also something of a boss rush. And the first of them, Califasteri, you fight in a warped, fucked up forest location. She likes to use the Reflect spell to bounce statuses off of herself and onto you, and can pretty quickly inflict the party with things like ult, stop, or poison. But worse still, sometimes she actually casts Reflect on party members, and then will start casting buffs on those party members to bounce them back to herself. When Reflect is on a party member, you're unable to heal them through traditional magic. But you can work around this. Since she herself has Reflect, and you might end up with Reflect, in order to cast offensive spells that pierce her Reflect, you can target your own reflected party members. And to heal your party, you can target her with healing spells. It's a very clever and counterintuitive fight, but it can be quite fun with mage on mage action. After this, there's 2 optional bosses. The first one is Golem, who only shows up if you didn't get him as a summon back in Drakenvale. But the second one, Omega, is one of this game's 2 optional super bosses. And this might lose me some gamer cred, but I haven't actually beaten Omega. During the 2 accidental run-ins I had with him, he seemed kinda bullshit though. It felt like I was either underleveled or just underprepared, because he wiped my party pretty quickly. This brings back the mechanic from the Pyramid of More, where Omega is actually wandering around the interdimensional rift on his own in the overworld, and you just need to avoid running into him in order to not fight him. I don't think he was actually intended to be fought either. It kind of reminds me of the perfect Chimera from Mother 3, if you get that reference, where the challenge isn't taking him down in battle, but avoiding him in the overworld altogether. After all, sometimes caution is the better part of valor. Up next is a mandatory fight against a panda, who is just a reskin of Byblos. And I don't have anything more to say about this. It's kinda lame and boring that they reskinned Byblos for the final dungeon, but whatever. Next up is the fight with Catastrophe, who likes to use earth elemental attacks to hit the entire party. And you can't cheese him like you do with Titan, because if anyone has the float status on them, Catastrophe will cast 100 Gs, which removes float from all combatants. I suppose if you have multiple blue mages spamming Mighty Guard, you can lock him into always using 100 Gs and therefore never attacking you, but this feels like a pretty niche situation. Aside from Earth attacks, Catastrophe is also notable for being able to petrify party members, so you want to come equipped with a white mage or plenty of golden needles. After him is Azur Magia, or Azur Mage, which, as you can probably guess, is a blue mage. And he actually has a really cool mechanic, where if you use any blue magic on him, he'll learn it and permanently add it to his repertoire, sometimes using it against you. He also knows 17 of the 30 blue magic spells already, so if there's any you're missing from your catalog, this is a good last minute chance to grab him. After Azur Magia comes Halicarnassus, who is the master of illusions, and actually disguises himself as a woman locked in the interdimensional lift, before kissing you and turning the entire party into frogs, which is how you start the battle out. Since frogs can't cast magic, if you don't have any Maiden's Kiss, you're kind of SOL, which is pretty frustrating game design, but honestly kind of goes in tow for what I expect from a SNES RPG. Aside from that, though, the only really noteworthy thing about Halicarnassus is you shouldn't use summons on him, as he counters any summon spell with a physical attack strong enough to KO even high-level physical tanks. And speaking of counters, Twintania is up next, and she counters basically any damage with devastating attacks like Tidal Wave and Mega Flare. That is, when she's in her normal form, because Twintania switches between normal and charging forms throughout the battle, when she's charging up an attack. And in her charging form, she doesn't actually have any counters, so this is the ideal time to start attacking her. Next up, we actually see a familiar face. It's Gilgamesh. When he was banished back in World 2, this is where he ended up, and he's been fighting monsters ever since. In fact, his getting to the interdimensional void is actually the canonical explanation for how he ends up making cameo appearances in the various remakes, because he now wanders between the different dimensions fighting evil. That's right, Gilgamesh gets a redemption arc. He's actually happy to see us and decides that we are his friends now, his stalwart companions. And in fact, he shows up to help us fight the next optional boss, Necrophobe, who is guarding the final save point in the game. Necrophobe starts out with some barriers around him, and boasts about how these make him invincible, but if you can defeat the barriers, then Necrophobe is suddenly vulnerable. And when he has 999 HP or lower, Gilgamesh will show up and land the finishing blow. All of this is, of course, contingent on the fact that the party fought Gilgamesh at Castle Exdeath in World 2, because otherwise he doesn't ever get banished to another dimension, and therefore never actually ends up in the extra-dimensional void. But with the Gilgamesh detour out of the way, it's finally time for us to confront the final boss, Exdeath. Upon confronting Exdeath, he assumes his true form as an evil tree, and thus we get launched into an epic final encounter adopting the persona of Lumberjacks. Although, the only really noteworthy thing about Exdeath is his signature move, White Hole, which instantly kills and petrifies the target, thus requiring both a golden needle and a revival. Pretty ridiculous if you ask me. You're double dead at that point. But aside from that, this is a pretty standard boss fight. Firing off your most powerful abilities is sure to get us into Phase 2. Because you didn't think Exdeath was going to end with us just chopping down a giant tree, did you? No. Instead, we have to face off against the ultimate abomination, Neo Exdeath. And Neo Exdeath is a pretty awesome final boss. He's technically 4 different monsters fused together, and each of them gets individual turns to attack with a variety of powerful moves. Delta Attack makes a comeback, of course, but so does the infamous Grand Cross, which inflicts a variety of status ailments on all 4 party members. And because of the RNG required, can be very debilitating or basically ignorable. In order to defeat Neo Exdeath, you do need to kill all 4 parts of him. However, doing this is a double-edged sword, because when you only have 1 part left, it will get 2 turns instead of 1. And it starts spamming the Meteor spell, which can pretty quickly devolve into a full party wipe if you're not careful. As such, it's important to sort of thread the needle between killing certain parts early, while also leaving more than one alive with AoE damage until you can take them all down. Because the last thing you want is to be alive but at low HP against only 1 part. Honestly, I could go into more detail because there's a lot to this final boss fight that makes it the best one in Final Fantasy's history so far, but as I was doing my research for this section, fellow YouTuber Super Pika actually dropped a Neo Exdeath guide, which goes far deeper than I have any hope to. So instead, I'm just gonna suggest that you check that out. And in fact, you should check their channel out for all sorts of Final Fantasy V nonsense that I didn't cover in this video. Because as much as I strive to make this 8-hour monstrosity as comprehensive as I can, there's so much to Final Fantasy V that I was never going to be able to make the definitive FF5 video. Especially not with the bustling community around Final Fantasy V constantly diving into niche edge cases and researching things about the game that no normal person has any hope of discovering. I loved FF5, as you can probably tell from this video. But I'm also ready to move on to the rest of the Final Fantasy series. This project has kind of bloated way out of scope. And so with that, I want to give my closing thoughts on the game. Final Fantasy V is a phenomenal video game. I wouldn't have played it 4 times in a row if it weren't for that fact. Much like how FF4 is a foundational text when it comes to video game storytelling, FF5 is a foundational text when it comes to RPG mechanics, as not only has the job system been repeated in some modern classics, but the idea of greater customizability and more in-depth battles as opposed to just spamming the attack and spell commands has paved the way for some of the greatest JRPGs of all time. And I think Final Fantasy V deserves its spot on the list amongst those titans. However, I found myself getting increasingly frustrated as the game went on. As I said earlier, I think a lot of elements of World 3 are pretty bad. Gimmick fights in the worst possible sense. But even outside of that, I don't think Final Fantasy V's mechanics have the depth to uphold a 40-hour-long adventure. This is, after all, the longest of the Final Fantasy games so far. It also, in my opinion, has the weakest story of the first 5 games. And while this is somewhat made up for with the strongest gameplay, I don't think gameplay alone is enough to carry this title over the finish line, at least for me. It's for that reason that while I prefer Final Fantasy V to the NES trilogy, I'm still going to rank Final Fantasy IV as my favorite Final Fantasy so far. It does very much feel like comparing apples to oranges, with the story game versus the gameplay game. But ultimately, I found myself engrossed for the entirety of FF4's runtime, whereas I found myself checking out near the end of FF5, and I think that has to be the deciding factor, at least for me. Don't get me wrong, I still love both of these games, and the combination of them has made me excited to see what the series has going forward. But I went into this project with the intention of ranking the games, and as such, one of them has to be listed as better than the others. Although, I'm curious to hear from y'all. What's your favorite Final Fantasy game, either amongst the ones I've played or the ones I haven't? Like, comment, subscribe, all the YouTube stuff. This is a 7.5 hour video, and YouTube hates things that long, so if you got any value out of it at all, please, please, please boost me in the algorithm. And since I'm doing the call to actions, I should also mention that my Patreon is linked below. Speaking of which, it's time to thank my patrons. Thank you to Logs, Glup Shitto, Erica Ford, Perg Knight, YLO1, George Grenville the 7th PM, Jamie Collins, Arvis, Floahay, Amy Hazel, Hungry Heart, Hound Dogs, Burnt to Cinders, Crimson Claw, Fork King, Sarah, Ziggy WSB, Derek, Cynthia, Faulty Videos, Kyle Madison, Derek Williams, Anna Cabana, The Daily Fugle, Faye, Magic Bite, Thoughtful Insanity, Robin Goodfeller, JT Spritter, Laura Hunter, Jonathan Durbin, Dysike, Chris, Root Bear Pants, Queen Elizam, Control Daegis, Roman Kormancic, Nick Nack Hammersmack, Carrier Has Left, Angel Not Caceres, Zanwith, Not Gino, Name Number 5, Squid Stats, Big Fan of Bishop Clement, Derek, Flingon, Edward C, Cabbage, Caius Cole, Bree, Punchfighter Champion, Eggman, Maxine the Vampire Queen, Sardonic Muse, Sensitive Luigi, Rage, Dr. Frying Pan, Toon, Turzy P, Femtil Illness, Wannabe Cinnabon, Punk Tattoo Guy, Key the Iron Idol, Jackson McMahon, Saren Gerlixy, Rezi, Dino Anna, Alex Erie, Andu, Rhea, Gameboo, Karosa, Your Doctor, Frozen Helm, KH, Girl Boss, Lizard Bongwater, Christopher Bueno, Marin McLean, Jaden, Dylan Solis, Some Trades, Salary Whore, Smaz Ruby, Robin D, Alen B, Thaythom, Klon, Pillow Willow, Gabe the Green, Guiji555, and especially my Jagans, him and Rowan, Siggy, Dragonback Lancer, Autumn, and Maritas Bacon. This video has simultaneously been a pleasure and nightmare to work on, so thank you for allowing me to do this for a living. With all that being said, I've rambled long enough, so I think this is curtains. Good night, gamers.